Good morning, and we are about to go live to Colin Gray trial day 7. So stick with me. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. That was my cold uh opening. So that's what you get. All right, let me start this feed. Hi, everybody. I thought Bobby was going to come and start for me, but my man didn't do it. He's like, "When are you going live?" I was like, "What? What's happening? I thought you were going to start." But no. No. All right. So, oh, okay. All right, let me say hi to you guys before we actually start it up. Good morning, everybody. Hi, everyone. Um, yes, I could give you a recap of what happened yesterday if I could remember who who we ended with. Somebody remind me because then I had to like rewatch most of Richens. Where I was trying to think of that because I was like, "Oh, I should give a little background on where we ended." Something wrong with my audio? Oh, Marcy. No, was it? Mom was done, wasn't she? Were we still on mom? My goodness. The counselor. Did we finish the counselor? So we heard from mom yesterday with a very um tame cross that could have been much more exciting. I mean, not as exciting as the last cross on Richens. If any of you guys are doing dual uh you know, watching both, I mean, that was some shit right there. What the defense attorney was doing when the day ended. I told Bob, I was like, text me when he starts because I want to look and see if he's like changed his entire shit up because this lawyer was, whew, he was on something yesterday, looking at the jury, pointing and peacocking. It was crazy. It was crazy. But then we had the school counselor testify to, I think, basically the same thing that we heard um, from grandmom. But I mean, a lot of what a lot of what I'm hearing is problem was primarily mom, except when mom tells it, and dad wasn't told a lot of things, you know. So I don't know. I don't know. Cody in Tennessee, new member. I guess your membership lapsed, huh? Well, welcome back. Welcome back. All right. Well, so I did not share today to X because when we did this dual stream thing yesterday, um, I think only one of us could go to X. So now we've got like, you know, less than 200 people here. Maybe there are a lot more people on X than I thought. Um, all right. I guess we'll start. Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, Aaron. Happy birthday, Aaron. All right, let's see what's going on in the courtroom. Oh, okay, wait. I remember where we ended. Oh, no, that wasn't this trial either. That was the other trial where they had an issue with the discovery. So, all right.
And plead the fifth.
Wait a minute. What?
I know the state does not want Colt to take the stand and plead the fifth. They'd rather him do it beforehand, not before the jury. So I thought it would be a good idea for the court to make a ruling on that. If the court rules that he would not be able to be viewed by the jury, then there's no reason for sheriff's department to have to hustle around and try to bring him back from another county. So if we could get a ruling on that this morning, then that would save them from having to work on doing that.
Colt testify. Aha. Oh, now we need a sidebar. What a joke. Now we need a sidebar. Okay. So is Colt coming in? Has Colt said he'll plead the fifth? What's happening here? Well, let's see what they say.
Jury is still in the restroom.
Oh.
Jury's still in the restroom, so stand down for a minute.
Guess we will never know until. Oh, what made everyone laugh? Let's see.
How many witnesses do you anticipate today?
Well, we anticipated more yesterday than we got to, but I believe 4. We have
This trial's gonna be
two
forever.
investigators who took statements from the defendant, and each of those interviews is, the first one is I think an hour and a half, and the second one I think is 2 hours. So that should take most of the day.
Oh, Lord.
Any issues with, I'm assuming y'all talked about any content that might need to be redacted? You have talked or there is none?
We haven't talked.
And we don't believe there is any.
I'll talk to Mr. Barrett and we'll confirm that, but yeah. Still have investigators that, especially to Ward and Black and whatnot.
Yeah.
2 interviews like that? Nothing needs to be redacted?
Unless it's so Jenny will be tomorrow. Jenny will be the fourth one today. Just keeping me busy today.
I was trying to see if they're going to say something interesting, but
I tried.
aren't you supposed to be talking about whether there needs to be redactions?
Kind of depends on Jenny, right? Because
So if we have to,
like we talked about yesterday, Jenny goes first.
yes.
I can probably get what I need from Smith, who watched the interview as opposed to making the channel.
Yeah.
See this.
Yeah.
And not bother her.
All right.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
I'm George Clackham. Last name is Clackum.
And what do you do, Mr. Clackham?
I'm a senior project.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Was not prepared. So we've got too many banners over here. Day 1. This is always said day 1. Day 7. George Clackham. Let's go back in here. Sorry, guys.
Clackum.
Damn it.
George Clackham. Last name is Clackum.
And what do you do, Mr. Clackum?
I'm a senior project manager for Kevin Price Construction.
And you said, so you work for Kevin Price Construction. What does a senior project manager do?
He manages mostly the administration side, but some field work as well of construction projects.
And how many projects are you working on at one time?
Somewhere between 2 and 3 usually.
Back around May of 2024, did Colin Gray start working for Kevin Price Construction as well?
Yes, he did.
And what position did he hold?
He was a superintendent for us.
And what exactly is a superintendent?
They kind of manage the subcontractors and the day-to-day operations of the project itself.
So whereas you're working on kind of overseeing several projects on the administrative side, the superintendent will be solely working on one project generally?
Most of the time, unless the project's finishing up or just starting, then there may be some overlap.
Okay. And did you work with Colin Gray?
I did.
In what capacity?
He was the superintendent on projects that I was managing as a construction manager.
How much interaction did y'all have?
We usually had a dated, every
Happy birthday, Mama G. 80 years young today. All right. Happy birthday, Jean.
day we'd have some interaction, sometimes all day long, and sometimes just, a few times a day.
And what was his general work schedule?
He usually worked either from 7 to 3:30 or 7:30 to 4. But a lot of times they would work later than that in the day.
Okay. And would you be there on a daily basis knowing what time he left or didn't leave?
I would not.
If Mr. Gray had a childcare issue or emergency, would he have been able to leave work early or miss work?
Yes, as long as, he lets people know what was going on.
And how would he have gone about doing that? Who would he have contacted?
A few times he, texted me and said, told me something was going on, or he would call the president or the vice president of the company.
Was his job flexible in that way, and that if he did need to leave, he could?
Yes.
And you indicated that he did from time to time take advantage.
All right, let's just take a break here. What are you guys talking about? Kylie says, if I'm hearing correctly, Samantha, and that's Samantha Guthrie, just put out a $1 million reward. Oh, okay. I thought I saw somebody say something different. Is that what it was? The family's like, all right, we've had enough. Oh, that's the. I'll put out a new video. All right, want me to look? Should I look, people? Should we check it? All right, let's see. Videos. Past 24 hours. I don't see anything. Not in the past 24 hours. Oh, wait. Savannah. Yeah. All right. Facebook? I got to play this through Facebook. All right. Fine. Play it through Facebook. Hold on.
There. I'm coming on to say it is day 24 since our mom was taken in the dark of night from her bed. And every hour and minute and second and every long night has been agony since then of worrying about her and fearing for her, and aching for her, and most of all, just missing her, We know that Millions of you have been praying. So many people have been praying of every faith and no faith at all, praying for her return. And we feel those prayers. Please keep praying without ceasing. We still believe. We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home. Hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves and is dancing in heaven with her mom and her dad and with her beloved brother Pierce and with our daddy. And if this is what is to be, then we will accept it. But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery. All of the information about this reward and the details is in the caption below. You can call the 1-800-TIP line. You can be anonymous if you want. Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows.
Is that good, guys, or we want to keep watching the remaining 2 minutes of this? We can watch it at lunch. We want to watch it again. So they might be calling Colt. Yes, that is a thing. They might be. I'll play it at lunch if anyone wants to see it again. The state wants to call Colt if he is going to plead the fifth. They are not going to call him in front of the jury. They had that little brief discussion in front of us, and then decided to use the sidebar that they never use. So we don't know what was decided, but it's probably that the state wants him to be brought there and wants to be asked wants to be asked in front of the judge under oath and have it be official. So yes, we're talking about Colt. We're talking about the son. So now we're learning about father's work. And I'm going to go get a drink.
Of that flexibility.
Yes, a few times.
I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th. What project was Colin Gray working on at that time?
He was on, at that time, he was on Forsyth County fire stations.
Okay.
There was 2 different fire stations up there.
And are they in the same area?
They're about 30 minutes apart.
And then Forsyth County, what city is that?
Coming.
Was he present at the work site on September 4th?
Yes.
And that morning, where were you located?
I was actually I'd gone by the fire station in Rockdale County that we just finished, just to check on some things there. And then I was on my way to the office, but never got to the office.
And where's your office located?
It's in Athens.
Was anyone being fired that day or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
And at some point that morning, did you receive a call from Colin Gray?
I did.
And you indicated that you never got to the Athens office. Was that on your way to Athens?
Right.
What, do you remember around what time it was?
It was morning, probably somewhere around 9 or 10, I'm guessing.
Okay.
But that's just a guess.
And what did he say in that phone call?
He said that the school had called and his son had broken his arm and he needed to go to get him.
So he told you that he needed to go pick up his son because his son had broken his arm.
Yes.
Did he indicate which son had broken his arm?
I don't remember the indicated which son.
What was his demeanor like, how did he sound when he said his son had broken his arm?
Just matter of fact, no, not really emotional in any kind of way.
And the phone call was, I know you said around 9 or 10, but from the phone records, it was around 11:15. At that time, had you heard yet about the Apalachee school shooting?
I had been listening to the radio earlier in the morning and I heard there was a shooter, but didn't pay attention to where school, what school it was or anything associated with it.
So at that point, did you know that it was at the school that Colin Gray's son went to?
I did not.
Later that day or early the next morning, were you forwarded an email from Mr. Gray?
Yes, I was.
Who forwarded it to you?
My boss, Kevin Price.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 181.
I see that real fast.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's an email that Coley had sent to Kevin concerning something he had to do the next morning.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of the email that Coley or the defendant sent to Kevin Price and then that Kevin Price then forwarded to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 181.
No objection.
81's good.
We're going to go ahead and publish it for the jury. So this email was sent on September 4th at 10:47 p.m. And can you read what Colin Gray wrote in that email?
I'm sorry for the late email tonight. My son had an issue today at school. I have to meet with his school in the morning. I will give you after I meet his teachers and counselors. I will get with George in the morning as well as Andrew and give him a rundown on who is coming to the job. Thank you both for everything. Again, sorry to reach out so late, Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Clacken. Nothing further.
Cross.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go. State calls next, please.
The state calls Kelsey Ward. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I am Kelsey Ward, and I am an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what region of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation do you work at?
I work at the Athens Regional Field Office, which is Region 11.
What, I guess is Barrow County one of the counties that Region 11 covers?
It is.
And is that one of the counties that you're assigned to work with?
It is.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
I have worked for the GBI approximately 5 years.
What do your duties at Region 11 entail?
So we are a request-only law enforcement entity, which means local agencies reach out to us and ask us for assistance, and we assist them with their investigations.
As in your capacity as a special agent
Lord.
for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, did you
I was muted through all that. Oh God. So you guys didn't hear what I said? Muted, muted, muted. All right. So I just said, oh Lord, don't tell Bob. That I didn't give a shit. I don't understand why they put on this evidence that he lied to his boss. Like, what does that prove? It doesn't prove, that he could have left work earlier in the day and didn't when the school called, which is why I assume the defense didn't touch it because the prosecution didn't raise it and they didn't want to ask it. I mean, so he lied because he was embarrassed, because he didn't want to lose his job, because who knows what. But how does it prove? How is it evidence at all as to whether or not he is legally responsible for what happened? That's what I said when I was muted. I don't know. I just don't get it, you know. So let's go.
respond to the Apalachee High shooting on September 4th?
I did.
Where did you first go when responding to the shooting?
I entered the school at the base of G and I Hall, if I remember correctly, which is over near the guidance counselor's offices.
And what did you do there?
I met with Special Agent Nick Johnson, who was at the end of one of the halls, and we began to do a secondary clearing of the school. And when I realized there were plenty of law enforcement personnel doing that, I went to the atrium to assist with organizing that clearing with one of the Barrow County investigators.
After you completed that task of organizing the clearing and finishing the clearing, where did you go next?
I was asked to travel to Colt and Colin Gray's residence in Barrow County.
And where is that?
It's located at 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem, Georgia.
And is that in Barrow County?
It is.
What were you assigned to do there?
I was asked to conduct an interview with Colin Gray, which is Colt Gray's father.
All right.
Approximately what time did you arrive there?
I arrived there at approximately 1:25 p.m.
And what was the defendant there when you arrived?
He was.
Did you ask to speak with him?
I did.
And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Where did you first encounter him?
He was sitting on the tailgate of his truck in the driveway outside of the garage area.
And what was his demeanor like when you first encountered him?
He was calm. He was sitting on the edge of the tailgate, just looking around the yard.
And were you wearing body cam?
I must have spaced. What time was this? This is the day of the shooting. And what time? Anybody get it? I'll go listen on another stream while we keep playing.
Camera that day?
No, so the GBI doesn't use body cameras, but I was using my digital recorder.
Okay. And in that first interaction that you had with the defendant where you walked up to him on the bed of his truck, have you had an opportunity to review any body camera that did catch that initial interaction?
Yes, I have.
And whose body camera was that?
That was a Barrow County Sheriff's Officer deputy named Anthony Townsend.
Okay. And In reviewing that camera, was it a fair and accurate recording of that initial interaction that you had with the defendant?
Yes, it was.
So that interview is taken at 2:12 and it is on our hard drive.
All right, so I'll
Um,
stop because you guys are answering my
You're right. This
question.
time I'd like to introduce into evidence state exhibit 212 and play just the portion of that body camera where
Probably say it on here.
catches the initial interaction between Special Agent Ward and the defendant.
No objection.
It's a limited, timestamp for this particular case.
Yeah.
Unless it's the only thing on it.
It's the only thing that's being introduced. We're not doing the entirety of the.
Is there a time on here? Oh, yeah, 13:30, 1:30.
Is this okay for us to here? Would you like to sit in my office and it will be personal?
I tried taking the boost off. I turned the boost off. Let me know if that's better.
Okay.
I'll put the boost
Where
back
did y'all
on.
end up going to speak with them?
I asked him right then if he would like to move to somewhere that was quieter, more private, since there were multiple law enforcement personnel on scene. And we moved to my state-issued Tahoe, which was parked in the driveway.
And who was with you?
Special Agent Amelia Maddox.
And you indicated that you had audio recorder with you. Did you record your interview with the defendant?
I did.
Approximately how long was that interview?
It was approximately an hour and a half long.
And have you had an opportunity to review that in 2024?
Yes, it is.
Have there been any additional
No.
evidence state? I'm going to play it yet. I'm going to have some more questions for her before I do that.
Oh, some more questions before she plays it.
There's no objection, though we did do a motion, and so we're still maintaining
That
our
objection.
position in regards to that motion.
So there is an objection.
All prior motions were preserved.
Yes, sir.
182 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So before we play that, I just want to ask you a few questions about your interview. What was your initial goal in speaking with the defendant?
So we wanted to gather information about the family dynamics. We wanted to gather information about Colt himself and his background, where he had obtained the firearm that he had used during the shooting, and any information we could obtain about his mental health.
So at that time, you did not know where he had gotten the firearm.
No, we did not.
And did you have any information about what led up to the shooting?
No, I didn't at that time.
Was that important to your investigation?
Yes, it was.
And was finding out where he got the firearm important to your investigation?
Yes.
During the course of the interview, did he tell you whether or not he had custody of Colt?
Yes, he did.
And just generally, what did he say about that?
He told me during the interview that he had papers showing that he had custody of his children, and indicated that those had been compiled by DFACS.
What, if anything, did he say about Colt being violent or aggressive?
So he said over the course of his interview that over the last, I believe he used 5 to 7 months, Colt's behavior had become more aggressive and escalated, and that Colt had previously broken a window, had been involved in physical altercations with Colin. There had been 3 to 4 of those physical altercations. He used the term bull rush when describing how Colt would come at him during those altercations, and he would physically have to hold Colt or take it, is how he described his incidences with his son.
Did he talk about
All right, guys. So this interview might be the strongest evidence we end up having against him, and we'll see if we think it's rising to the level of knowing that his son posed an imminent risk. I mean, clearly, your son's that emotionally unstable and violent and fighting. You don't give your kid access to guns, but does it rise to the level of guilty of second-degree murder?
Colt needing mental health treatment or any attempts to get him treatment.
Yeah, he did.
And what did he say about that?
So he told me that just in the week prior to the incident occurring, he had actually, he said he had been on the phone with counselors. And he indicated that he felt that Colt needed to maybe be checked into a place, and that basically he had been doing some emailing back and forth with some mental health facilities.
And did he indicate in terms of Colt being checked into a place if that's something he had been working on?
Yeah, so he said that some emails had gone between him and a lady at Project Aware, but he didn't indicate that he had taken any steps to actually take him to that meeting.
And did he mention whether or not Colt specifically thought he needed help?
Yeah, so he actually made the comment that Colt had said that he felt like nothing his dad was doing for him was helpful, and that he might need to be checked into some kind of asylum.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about where Colt got the firearm used in the shooting?
So we talked about that.
I just want to say, you got to bear in mind that whatever the father is saying now, I assume he's trying to help his son. So he may have some incentive to accentuate the mental health issues. I mean, I don't know. We're just going to have to see. We're just going to have to see.
Pretty in-depthly, he stated that originally he had allowed Colt to use another weapon when they had gone hunting, and that weapon had jammed or backfired, and it had scared Colt. And so he and Colt had talked about Santa Claus, i.e. himself, Colin, purchasing Colt another firearm, which did take place, which he ended up purchasing Colt the 6-hour firearm that he used during the shooting, and that was purchased at Mike's gun room.
And approximately when did he provide that or give that firearm to Colt as a gift?
That was given over the Christmas of what would have been December of 2023.
Why is she asking all the things we're about to hear?
Did the defendant tell you where the gun was kept or whether or not Colt had access to the firearm or the rifle?
Yeah, so originally during the interview, or initially, he stated that the firearms were all kept in the top of a closet in the residence, separated from the magazines and the ammo. I believe he referred to them as clips. But then later in the interview, he stated that the 6-hour had actually been in Colt's bedroom in the corner of the room, close to Colt's guitar, where he had been working on it. I believe he had said he had been putting a laser on the firearm, and they had been sighting it in.
Did the defendant say whether or not Colt had any interest in school shooters or school shootings?
Yes. So a couple of days prior to the incident, Colin noticed some images on the wall, or an image on the wall in Colt's bedroom, and asked Colt who the individual was in the image. And at first, Colin didn't push that conversation any further, but later that night he realized the photo had been taken down, and he and Colt discussed that it was a photo of Nicholas Cruz, a previous school shooter.
Okay. And
Well,
did the defendant have any follow-up questions for Colt based on that information that or that he told you about?
No, he didn't state that he asked Colt anything further about the images on the wall.
All right, so knew about the images on the wall.
Did he mention having a family member in law enforcement?
He did.
And did he seem to have familiarity based on that family member with kind of what y'all's plans were with doing a search warrant, that kind of thing?
Yes, he actually said he knew exactly what we were going to be doing at the residence. We had been discussing executing a search warrant inside the home and outside of the home. And his response was he knew exactly what we were doing, that his sister had been a cop, a lieutenant actually, previously.
Did he mention whether or not he had reached out to his sister related to these issues with Colt, him having access to the firearm and him having the picture of the last school shooter on his wall?
No, he did not say that he had reached out to her about any of those things.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and play the audio recording for the jury.
Yes, Colt's trial will be after this.
And ladies and gentlemen, as I heard, this is an hour and a half, thereabouts. If you need a break during it, this is.
This Agent Ward, I am going to be attempting to interview the father of our subject, Colin Gray, at his residence, 896 Harrison Mill Road, Bethlehem. It is approximately 1:28 p.m. on Wednesday, September 4th. And Special Agent Maddox is going to be assisting me in this interview.
Please tell me there's video. Oh, Jesus. Oh no, don't tell me it sounds like that and there's no audio. I mean, video. Ugh, how annoying. All right, let's see. I can try turning off the boost. Let's see what happens here.
We would like to do an interview with you. The other information we can. Can't give you a lot of information right now. I'm very sorry about that, but we will give you some investigation because this is something that's not supposed to be at this time. And it's evolving. So he is in law enforcement custody at the time. So I can tell you that. Okay? As far as more details than that, I'm not going to be able to tell you, okay? Is this okay for us to interview here? Would you like to put it in my Tahoe so that it's more personal? Why don't we do that?
Wait. Got her video. Oh, Lord.
Next door.
Okay.
And my little baby boy off the road.
Okay.
So, man,
Have you made contact with them?
my daughter started texting me this morning.
Okay. If you will come sit in the front seat, I'll move my butt back. Most of us come here. Turn this on to
Or maybe it's going to get better here. My gosh.
So like I said, just kind of tell me about your family. Tell me about Colt, kind of tell me about the dynamics at the house.
So, Colt, Jenny and Colin Jr. We live here. Just those three and me. We originally,
Is she serious
all
right
the
now?
kids were born and raised in Statham. They were all born in Athens. We had a big farm in Statham a few years ago.
Sure.
Her family's all from South Georgia, so COVID all hit, like I'm hurting, I need to heal, so it was like, hey, let's take some time, we'll stay down there. Her grandmother passed away, there's a family house down there. I said, so I can heal, and nobody's doing any building because of COVID, and I said, you can get a job at Georgia Pacific, be good. So we went down there and started down.
All right, guys, I am going to let it play. I know you're like 5 to 10 seconds behind me anyway. For 10 seconds with the boost off, and then I'll put it back on, and then I will watch your listen. So right now it's on.
Down that path.
Shut it off.
And I don't know, we were down there probably I guess it was 8 to 10 months. It was close to a year. And then I started feeling better. Her and I kind of not really seeing eye to eye. She, at that time, her issue was drinking. So back then. So I said, hey, we just need to get out of this down here. The kids are kind of stuck in like the schools in Ben Hill County, Fitzgerald, they're good. They just don't have the money and access. So everything's like literally like days behind, it felt like. So
I used to be assigned to the Perryfield office,
Oh,
so
there
that
you
was
go.
actually my area.
There
So
you
I'm very familiar
So-
with Ben Hill. Those are my counties.
and I tell people, I'm like, the clock literally moves
Yes, it does.
10 minutes
Stop.
slower. But I also wanted my kids to see that way of life and see how all the different color, races of people, everybody like meshes, everybody gets together. I wanted them to see that. He had some trouble with some bullying in Jefferson a while back. And that kind of just was, I thought, you need to go down there and just see the simple way of life, and we'll just take it easy and we'll build our way back up here. I said, once construction starts, Dad, go back up there, get a job, and we'll be right back in business. So we stayed down there about as long as we could, and I've got my son-in-law who I got a job doing what I do, full circle, called him up and said, hey, I'm healed. Is anybody hiring? He's like, everybody's looking for you. Like, call these people, they want to hire you today. I'm like, great. So had an interview that day, had the job the same day. I'm like, great, we're going back home, we're coming back up here. And the kids were all happy because this is where they know, So came back up here, and she stayed down there with little one, and Colt and I just started out in Jefferson, just him and I.
And when was that?
This was probably about a year and 4 or 5 months ago, and that's kind of where the bullying with him kind of started a little bit.
Okay.
And
He was already at the high school then as well?
no, he was at Jefferson Middle School, so he was in 7th grade at that time. So talked to some people like, hey, what can we do? Went up to the school multiple times, sat down with counselors, principals, like, look, hey, Colt is real reserved. He's not he's kind of super shy in crowds. He doesn't he's just not that hell-raising kind of kid. I said, but somebody is continuing to kind of bully him at lunch. And so this went on for probably 2 or 3 months. And finally it wasn't, it would get better for a day and then it would be right back to the same thing. And he is a very smart kid, but once he gets off task, he's like off task, so grades are taking a beating. I'm like, look, I said, at the end of the school year, I said, even if you have to take this grade over, I said, we'll go move back over towards Statham. Everybody's familiar. Our church is here. I said, we'll come back. We'll get back in the groove. We'll get Jenny and Boo back up here and till your mom gets stuff sorted out. All right.
And those are his sisters.
That's his sister and his little brother.
And it's a brother.
So at that time, I thought it was still just her having issues with drinking, and we'd been up here for 6, 8 months, maybe, like I said, it might be that year mark. And I wasn't down there every day, but what was happening was she got mixed in with the wrong crowd. I don't know how, but I had a phone call from her mother, said, hey, look, Marcy is kind of riding on the wrong side of the road here. I'm worried about who she's with. And I'm like, do not let the kids around there. If you thinking what she's doing is drinking, it's still in my mind was drinking and driving. So what it ended up being, we find out, I get a call. Colt and I just had moved to this house, been here a couple of months. DFAX calls me at like 2:00 in the morning, and I'm like, hello. She was like, I need you to come down here right now and pick up your two kids. I'm like, it's like 2:00 in the morning. I said, okay. I said, but it's going to take me 4 hours to get there. She's like, oh man, where do you live? So we went through this whole thing. I'm like, tell me what's wrong. I said, I can hear your voice. What is happening? She said, just like this, I can't until you're face to face and you sign a piece of paper.
I'm saying you're their dad.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, okay, she got a DUI. Okay. So I hung up the phone and said, look, we got to go down there and get your brother and sister. He was like, I told you, Mama, doing things she shouldn't be, riding the roads all hours of the night. So him and her had a rift down there, obviously. So that was part of the reason why we were just going to let them kind of get calmed down. Yeah. And if the two older ones the little ones wanted to come up here, then that was fine. We're just going to try to make it to that summer, right? So we get the call, we go down there, I meet her. I'm like, okay, we're at church parking lot, 7:00 in the morning. I'm like, what are we doing? What is going on? She said, just trust me. I'll tell you when we get there. She has to sign this paper and blah, blah, blah. So long story short, we get there, go in the house, and I still, like, what do we do? I have no idea. She goes and gets the kids. They're all happy to see me. Junior, like, pole vaulted across the couch. Oh, please take me with you. I was like, okay, hang on. I got to talk to these folks. Yep. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, get to it. Well, hopefully she didn't wreck or hurt anybody or anything like that. It's like, okay. So we signed the paperwork. She said, we did a hair follicle on you, Mrs. Gray, and it came back all this opioids and Adderall. And I'm like, and she said, a high level alcohol. And I'm like, yep. And she goes, and the biggest thing, and I've been doing this for 25 years, and I've never seen a level this high. She goes, is the meth. And I spun around the chair, and I'm like, what did you just say? And like, she looked at me, I'm like, did you just say meth? I'm like, what? I like lost my mind for a second. I'm like, our children are down here. That's it. We're done. We're leaving. She's like, hang on. You got to sign some paperwork. I'm like, I'm leaving. She's like, hang on. She said, you went through the whole deal. You have custody of your kids. You're in charge of who sees them and when. If she wants to see them, it's going to have to be permission only. And she was like, well, who grants permission? It was like, Mr. Gray. And it'll be visitation supervised. And I'm like, and she's going through all this, and I'm just sitting there looking at her like we've been married for 14 years, almost 15. I'm like, she's an engineer with a degree on the wall. Like, I have nothing. I've worked my ass off to get to where I'm going. I'm like, So anyway, we get in the car and we come back up here, tell the kids, like, look, we're going to get your mom help. I can't do what I want to do. I have to show them the right thing. I wanted to snap him like, you figured it out. But I just told him, like, listen, your mom messed up, but we're not going to leave her. We're going to help her. I said, Dad just started his job back here. As soon as the insurance kicks in, we'll get her sent somewhere to get help. I said, that's what we're going to do. So we came up here, probably 3 weeks were good, lieutenant guest at 2:30 in the morning beating on my door. And I'm like, yep. He's like, can you step outside? And I'm like, I can. I'm like, what's this about? He was like, we got a call that you went to pick up your kids for fall break and you never brought them back and you won't answer the phone. And I'm like, no. I said, let me get the paperwork out of my truck. I said, here's the paperwork from DFAX. Went through that whole thing. He said, that doesn't matter. He said, I said, it does matter. I have custody. That's what this paper says. And he was we were going back and forth about, like, I'm not taking my kids back to her. Like, that's not happening. So we got that worked out, and nothing further from that. I said, if I've got to come in there and talk to somebody at the office with y'all, I'll do that. I said, but we're not. The reason they're here is because of all of this. And it's a danger to have them around her. Like, so pretty much from that point on is when Colt and his mama had a riff. And once he found out it was meth, he just was pissed.
And that was about a year ago?
The meth thing was probably about 8 months ago, 9 months ago, because she took it to heart, and we kind of found some places, and she checked herself into an inpatient care down there, and I was going to move her up here to Athens as long as it was inpatient so she could see the kids, as long as she was getting better. So they were happy about that, but Colt and her were still kind of at odds. And
how old would he have been then?
I would say in the time that the rift started, he was probably about 12 and a half, maybe 13, and it went through 13 and to this point now.
No.
Yeah. So he's really pissed about how she was doing and what she was doing, that her daddy got involved down there at that house. And like he called all these juvenile places trying to have Colt taken away because he broke a window, just stupid shit. And her dad was trying, just caused a bunch of.
While he had been down there?
Yeah. And it just caused this big old, I'm like, just hang on. I said, I'll drive down there, I'll get you Colt, come back. From that point on, he just is not like he could just take it or leave it with his mom. So I said, listen, she's in rehab. We'll take this as you want to take it. We're not going to just let her back in the house until she clears some hurdles for everybody, including us. But the other two, the little one, like, he doesn't know the bad.
They don't understand.
And I can't break into a meth conversation with my 8-year-old. So Jenny is old enough to know. She knows what's going on, and she's just kind of like the neutral one and doesn't want to cause a rift. And she knows that Colt and her have got issues, and so probably about 5 or 6 months ago, 7 months ago, shortly after we got back from all there, got everybody settled and going. I'm like, oh, we got to start talking about school. And then his mom would be on the phone giving him grief about not wanting to go to school. So from that point on, his attitude escalated to the point where he would be like just cussing and talking to me like you shouldn't talk to your
And that was
parents.
5 to 7 months ago.
Yeah, it's continued on, with a couple of women, and they, argue with him, and like, you can't say or do this thing, you can't just lay out of school. And he's like going to hands-on, trying to fight me. So I tried to just either hold him down or get him, like, hold back and just turn my head like,
Because
stop.
he's 14 now?
Yeah, he's 14. And not, don't like take the belt or any of that old school stuff. He knows, like, it's not what we're supposed to be doing, so I just take it.
Yeah.
Till he calms down, and I let him talk it out, and we like, hey, this is not working. Okay, so obviously the first time, like, oh, okay, I was a kid once. Second time it happened, I'm like, no. So we had been on the phone with counselors. And my mother-in-law is a school teacher for 40 years. Like, she gets it.
Okay.
And I'm like, he's got to have specialized. This can't just, this isn't just five and dime. Like, he may need to be checked into someplace. Okay. I said, if it continues to escalate and it goes towards his brother or his sister, then he needs to go right there. So we've had probably maybe 3 or 4 of those kind of altercations to where he's gotten above aggressive with me.
What would you describe above aggressive as?
Just to the point where, like, I can see it, like, I can see his face change, and I know he's fixing to bull rush me.
Okay,
You know, and I'd be like, hang on, just wait, and it's too late.
so he has physically
Yeah.
injured you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I call it a bull rush.
Oh, I mean, dad has it where he is just calm, cool, collected. If his son charges at him, he lets him get off the steam. He waits and then he talks it through with him, you know. Um, but I mean, the only person we've really heard say that dad was aggressive was mom. Grandmom never expressed anything remotely like that. I mean, I don't know. And you guys, you guys know in this chat, we're not gonna stifle you guys. You can have difference of opinion. Um, just don't attack anyone for their opinion. And uh, the thing here is even if you're like, well, I mean, dad, getting a kid a gun so that they can hunt is one thing, but we all know that dad had the easiest fix. He had the locking mechanisms, the trigger locks right in the bags, right in the thing. No matter what, dad could have done that. Now, is it rising to the level of criminal liability? We'll wait and see. But is it rising to the level of shittiest parent, ever? Yeah. Yeah. Your kid is expressing violence. Your kid is unstable. Your kid has a lot of problems. And we're going to hear when he talks about knowing about the pictures on the wall. I mean, that's huge. So far, we haven't heard that yet. So, and he's afraid to take the guns, to not start a fight, not get his kid all worked up, not turn it into something. But as all of you guys have been saying in the chat, he could have just put the trigger locks on. There, the gun's right there. Just got this trigger lock. And if your kid gets upset about that, well, then that's a fucking problem, right? Because why does he care if he doesn't have his trigger locks on? I mean, why does he care if he doesn't have access to the guns unless you guys are going together to use them? I don't know. But the trigger locks, that would have been it, and we don't know how long all of you out there have been, following this trial, what you know, what you don't, you know, but in a sense, oh, I don't know. But this just isn't, the whole thing is horrible. Trigger locks in the bags with the sealed, nicely kept, safe, just would have solved everything.
So he'll bull rush me, and I'll just kind of hold him in place. And if he the second to last time he hit me in the face, and when he did, he kind of slipped on the ground at the same time, and I just landed on him. I'm like, we're not gonna let you up till you calm down. Yeah. So he did. He calmed down and got up. I don't want to talk. So you just go do what you need to do. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll start tomorrow. So I started keeping notes about what he does, how he acts, and I've determined just from what we do day to day, when he gets ultra tired, he just changes. When he gets to his mom, there's no discussion. And I just walked in there when I got home because I had this gut feeling, and when I went into his room, I know what happened. I turned the news on, and he was either one laying there or he was one in custody. So I'm aware of what happened. And so that was been we need to get him to go somewhere. That's what we have been trying to do here for the last probably good week or so.
So for about a week, you've been trying to get him institutionalized?
Not institutionalized. Okay. He called his mom and said that that nothing that I was doing was good enough, and that maybe he just needed to be in an insane asylum. I'm like, he's just been.
When was that?
That was probably a couple weeks ago, maybe in passing. And I'm like, no. I said, listen, I talked to him and told him I've got been on the phone with the school and the counselor at school. Okay. They're all aware of what's going on.
What's the name of that counselor?
I've got
We can look later.
Yeah, I've got an email where we've been back and forth.
Okay.
She sent me another piece of document from Aware.
Okay.
Counseling is a third party.
It's a third party counsel.
Right. Said, would you be? I'm like, absolutely, yes. I would love to do that. Give me the paperwork. So I filled it all out, signed it, and sent it back. I said, tell me what we need to do, and we will make this happen like the next day. So she said, once we get that filled out, when he comes to school, we'll sit down and meet with him. I'm like, okay, do I need to be there? She's like, no, we'll just meet with him first.
Okay.
I'm like, okay. So the goal was them to meet, and then the paperwork I filled out was, the way I took it is it's not an interest for the school or anybody. She's just more dialed to the child, trying to get him like
Hands-on care. Basically.
correct, right.
And being drugged without the supervision of a doctor with a drug that can trigger extreme mania.
And make that determined for me. I don't want my wife, who's sort of kind of involved, or my mother-in-law to, say, oh, he needs to be institutionalized. I want somebody, third party, that doesn't know anybody in the family to say this.
To make like an authorized assessment.
Yes. So that's what I was trying to do. And yesterday I said, hey, look, it takes a little, and I tried to give him a pep talk. I'm like, hey,
So this was yesterday.
this was yesterday. I said, and I'll show you the text. I'm like, it takes a lot of guts to do what you're doing. Go walking back into school after all this time. I said, you're doing the right thing, and I'm super proud of you. So get back home from work, come in, cook a dinner, and he said, I didn't go to school today. And I'm like, okay, what happened? He said, I got dressed, I got ready, he said, I started to walk out the door, he said, and the bus came, I didn't have my book bag, he said, and I said, you didn't feel like going today, did you? And I said, it's not the book bag or the bus. He said, I just don't want to walk back in and have everybody go, oh, look. And I said, Colt, I can't go to school for you. I said, I have to pay all these bills. I'm the only one doing all of this. I said, and I'm getting people in there to help you because I can't. And you need to go to school. So you're falling behind. I said, and there's no left behind. Like, they're not going to fail you. You're just going to be left in the dust trying to catch up.
Right.
So I said, let's go to school today. I said, let's get the right people in front of us.
That was today.
That was today. And I said, let's make a plan and we'll figure this out. I said, there's nothing, I kept telling them, there's nothing that we can't overcome that you've already not overcome.
Right.
You've been through a lot and you've done the hard part, So this morning, I can show you the text. I was like, hey, I'm proud of you, what you're doing, everything. It's just a good thing. Just constantly giving them a pep talk. Today.
Yeah, if I could take a picture of that.
Yeah, it's all good.
And did you take him to school this morning? Did he normally rides the bus when he goes? So he rode the bus today?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So how it works for me is I get up, I get everybody ready.
Okay.
And then I take little one to school at Austin Road, then I go to work.
Okay.
Those two catch the bus, and then I'm home by the time Junior gets off the bus.
Gotcha.
At 3 o'clock.
And Junior's the youngest one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm usually here when he gets home. So this was today. I said, morning, big boy. I'm proud of you. I love you. And I hope you have a great day today. I will see you this afternoon. He said, getting ready for the bus, and I love you.
Okay.
Yep.
You can keep scrolling. I'm going to kind of take a picture, if you don't mind, of your conversations today.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going. Perfect. Okay, and keep going.
This is where I'm like, something's wrong.
Okay.
I thought he got in a fight.
Okay, keep going. Okay, keep going. And keep going. Thank you.
So.
Tell me, I have just, that's great information. That is exactly what I, wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah.
I have a couple of more specific questions.
Okay.
So, I was told obviously there are weapons in the house.
Yep.
We live in Georgia.
Yep.
Not
Everybody's
surprised
got
that everyone
one.
has guns.
Yep.
Tell me about his awareness of those firearms, his
Sure.
past with firearms,
Sure.
hunting,
Yep.
anything like that.
So, it originally started, with telling him, was like, hey, when I was dealing with all this as a kid growing up, the way I coped with it was deer season.
Mhm.
I said, Thanksgiving and Christmas, I said, I was in the woods. I said, Nan Gray used to just raise all kinds of cane because I
See, I'm going to rewind this. I think that Farmer Matt said something like this. You know, like I am from the East Coast. I have never lived in a house that's ever had a firearm in it. I only held and shot a firearm um like the first and only time in about 2016 with our PI who took us to the gun range. Um so this is not part of my culture, but I think there is a world where dad thinks hunting could be a stress releaser. The the patience it takes, the time it takes, the space it takes out in the woods, out in nature, and it's like when you try to look at this through a different lens, 2020 is one thing. And I still not in a million years can think how you don't just stick the lock on once it rises to this level. But like if dad I mean, other than the pictures of the school shooter, I mean, we still need to hear that. But like the getting of the gun initially, you know, right, right, Spitfire, you know, I don't know. I don't know, guys. This is, you know, a hard one, you know. Go back.
said I was in the woods. I said Nan Gray used to just raise all kinds of cane because I was always deer hunting. And I said, so this was last year. I said, so let's try to go deer hunting. I said, we'll get through all this together. I said, your mom and I will take care of it one way or the other. I said, our family will be together. And I'll never stop for y'all. And I'm going to work my butt off. I said, you're going to go to college. I said, that's just how that's going to be. And I said, it's going to be fine. We'll just take it one day at a time. I said, so do you want to try deer hunting? I said, it's the last day of deer season last year.
Okay,
He was like, yeah, he was like, okay. And I said, all right. He was like, but I don't have a rifle. I was like, I know. I said, I've got some. I said, we got to teach you the way around of a firearm and all of that. And he is like OCD about knowing. Like, so he'll break into whatever we're hunting that rifle was, and he did all his research, and I was like, that's impressive.
So he throws himself into whatever he's interested in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as a treat, I said, hey, I bought a rifle, and I said, it's an AR platform. I said, I know everybody's got one. I said, this will be what you will take hunting with us. And he's like, this will shoot a deer. I'm like, this will shoot a deer.
Tell me about the specs of that firearm.
So the one that we took, this is my daughter. Can I answer this real quick? Jenny? Hey, are y'all back in class? Okay, all right, give me a little bit and I'm headed to you. All right, bye. So that spec of that firearm was a Bushmaster 450, but that's not what he had. I know what he had today.
Okay.
Because so he shot a deer first time ever in the woods.
Okay.
It was amazing. It was like, great. I'm like, okay, I'm turning the corner with my son. Bonded, like, greatest day ever. Like, in my mind, I swear to God, I thought we were going to, like, he was going to be perfect from then on,
Yeah.
We had this outlook together.
Exactly.
So the only thing is when he shot the deer, the gun jammed. And we couldn't get the bullet, like, out. It was jammed in there so far that I had to take the top part of it like apart, and I couldn't get the bullet out, so I had to point out the back and I'll take it apart. So the firing pin couldn't hit the bullet. So we got home. Long story short, he was all excited. He's like, "But I don't like that gun, Jim." He said, "It scared me," and it did. It blew up a big old flash. I said, "Well," you go get our stuff back together. We keep doing good. You're doing good. I said, maybe Santa Claus will bring you one. Yeah, I said, the guy that gave us the 25 acres was trying to get us to come kill a bunch of coyotes because they're killing all these chickens. And I said, James said he wants us to come take out some coyotes this year. I said, Santa Claus may do something different, a different type of weapon for you. So I bought him. The weapon that he had was a AR-15, it was a 223, and it was a Sig Sauer. And that was kind of like his big.
I mean, I 100% agree, Aaron, but as everyone's been pointing out, once you do that, just use gun safety, especially when your kid starts to show aggression, mental health issues, But I just said the same thing, based on what he's saying. I believe he probably really did think that this hunting was going to be his outlet. It was going to, help them bond. It was going to be a stress release for him. But then you've got to lock them up.
Big Christmas present where I said, this is for you to hunt with, but it's not a toy. He gave that whole speech and everything.
But you didn't lock him up.
Understands how.
And that was his Christmas present
this past Christmas, yeah. And so we've gone to the shooting range a couple times just so he learns gun safety. He took the range test with me.
Okay.
And he understands what weapons are and how it all works. So I
don't be sorry. I just agree with you, Aaron.
Where was that firearm kept?
So all the firearms were up in my top of my closet in my bedroom.
Okay.
And all the clips are separated and nothing's loaded. They're all up on the top part of the closet. I bought Colt just as hey, I'm going back to school probably a month ago or something. On Amazon, they had a good deal on a kind of a red dot scope that he wanted for that thing. So I got it for him.
That was last month?
At Christmas time was when I bought him that red dot, and it just kept falling off the weapon and he couldn't get it dialed in. So I said, I got you this different style of sight on here. And I said, because you're working hard, you're going to go back to school. I said, I'm going to give you this attaboy. I said, we were planning on going to the range this upcoming weekend, actually, because it was the holidays. I didn't want to go up there. I said, hey, let's get this thing put on there. I taught him, how to do everything, bore sight, everything, just like in deer hunting terms, that's how we, nothing, never imagine in my mind where it's going right now, but just bought him a little laser 223 on Amazon, and it came the other day, so his scope can be bore sighted.
Got it.
Yep. So we waited till it got dark, and no clip in it. We just went in the backyard, shined it up against the barn.
That was last week?
Yeah, and I said, just crank it in there. And I said, once that thing's set, I said, we'll go to the range and fine tune it. There's nowhere out here that we can shoot around here too close to the houses. So
where was the ammo kept for that?
So ammo used to be in a box that was in my carport right here, and never in the house. And then I brought some of the ammo that we got.
All right, people, if you're spacing, pay attention, because this is part of what I think the defense is been trying to establish or alluding to that dad kept the ammo out of reach of the son, although he had access to the weapon.
I bought for the range, we just bought like bricks of 9mm or the 223 from Academy, and it's all sitting up there like in the top of the closet.
In your closet.
Yeah. So all the clips are empty and any kind of boxes are up there in the left-hand corner of it.
Okay. All right. And that, that's where that would all be. There wouldn't be in his room. Like he wouldn't have.
He would have probably the last couple of nights, he was working on his AR on that bore site. So nothing ever loaded in there. So it was laying in the corner of his room, actually.
The weapon was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But you would say, as far as like his school attendance, personality, becoming very aggressive with you, has started approximately a year-ish ago,
Yeah,
and got worse in the last 5 to 7-ish
I'd
months.
say that's
Would you say
fair.
that's when he started communicating with his mom via phone more, or and what was, so is she in that, like where is she
Well,
now?
so she's down staying with her
She's
mom.
still down there?
Yep, and they're actually driving up here.
Now.
Because after all, and I left out this part, sorry, after all that with Lieutenant Guest, a couple days later, she shows up here unannounced, beating on the door and was like not supposed to be here by letter of the law. Made a couple of threats. Kids are in the house. It's all publicized. They couldn't find her for 3 or 4 days, and the mom asked if they could ping her phone, and it was up here somewhere.
Gotcha.
So we were all kind of worried about it because she wasn't in her right mind. Cole's pissed about that.
Gotcha.
And then y'all can look in Barrow County because they ended up, she said something about Walmart in Barrow to her brother.
Gotcha.
And I said, that's where she's at. And I said, what picture do you have, blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, when I got there, I was talking to the attack officer. He's about 7'5".
Okay.
I forget that guy's name.
Okay, I'm sure we can figure it out.
Yeah, I was like, you're the biggest cop I've ever seen. And she walked right out in front of us.
And when was this?
This was probably 6 months ago.
That's when she just showed
Yeah,
up
she
completely
just,
unannounced after you did
right after that,
night we got a call on.
with
or after-
DFAX,
with
yeah, that
DFAX.
was like, all that happened in the next week or so.
Okay.
She was up here and they found her and all kinds of stuff in her car and all that shit. And they arrested her right there.
Oh, wow.
And they put her into Barrow County. So I'm like, he was, the kids know all of that.
Sure.
There was no confrontation between
Them and her.
yeah. So Colt being the oldest, he's pissed about that, and then like his biggest thing is like, he really none of us, I'm not making light of it like I can, but like he just cannot get by. I can't either, but I can't let them know that.
Sure.
The meth charge, like I can't get my mind wrapped around it to this day, and it's just like,
Has Colt, so yesterday, I know he said he didn't go to school. When he got home, he realized he hadn't gone to school last night. He told you he hadn't. And then, was anything more unusual today when you talked to him last?
No.
Like nothing any more than just the normal kind of Colt behavior he's had?
just normal stuff. And I'm trying to pull up what I said to him, because I just felt like this morning when I was getting Boo-Boo ready for school, I turned on his light and I said, hey, make sure you please go to school today. I said, it's very important. I said, I need to get these counselors involved and I can't do it until you go. He's like, no problem. He goes, I'm sorry. He said, I'm going to go. Don't worry. I'm like, okay. So this morning leaving, I thought I made a good connection with him. I know he's going to go to school and everything is gonna be
He's gonna meet
okay.
with the counselors. and all
Yeah, at
that
least
stuff.
just get in there, be accounted, like not absent, because I told
Sure,
him like,
like be present at the school.
yes, I'm like, but I'm gonna end up in truancy court.
Yeah,
Like,
on top of everything.
yeah, trying to like, and that's the balance where I've got two kids that we go, my two younger ones and me are in church every Sunday. They never miss school. And it's like, dang, like,
Does he not normally attend?
he won't go to church with us.
Does he have any other extracurricular activities that he does, or I says that this gun stuff seems to have been a positive thing as of
It
recent.
was a
It's like something
positive
for him
thing.
to put his mind into.
There's a couple of things that I learned more about my son. Like I was so like we were building momentum. That's why I'm just like stunned.
Yeah.
Is obviously the outdoor stuff, but man, that kid is so gifted musically.
Okay.
Like I bought him a guitar. Like yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. He took it, and I had to go buy him another like really nice guitar because. Like he can rip it, like he can hear a song and play it. He's that good. He can read music, and I'm always like, Colt,
Yeah.
this is a great thing.
He's obviously really
yeah,
smart.
just like, hey, nobody can just
No one can do that.
this,
Yeah, I think it's really good.
Yes, and the second thing that he like, I buy him a new computer tower, like $400. Come home from work, it's in 3,500 pieces on the floor.
What
I'm
was
like,
that?
what are you doing? He said, I'm rebuilding my computer. I'm like, there's no way, Cole. I'm like, look at all those. I came back, long story short. Not only was it working, he swapped out all these graphic cards. He's like, I did this and that. I was like, where did you learn to do this?
Okay.
He said, I just kind of, yeah. I'm like, Coach, you have so many gifts.
Okay.
Like today, I say the same thing every morning. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
you got a lot of natural gifts, a lot of talents. You're a handsome man. I said, let's go. I said, come on, we'll get through this together, Cole. I said, there's nothing we can't do together.
Yeah.
Like, come on, please. I'll do whatever I have to do for you.
Tell me about his friends. Like, who are the names or people that you hear, or
I
does
don't-
he?
There's nobody he has ever been like friends with.
Okay.
And now what or who he's talking to on the computer, he pretty much kind of keeps that under wraps.
Okay.
I've never had a reason to go in there and like grill him about.
He's never done anything that caused you to feel like there needs to
Correct.
be any extra
Correct.
monitor on that front.
Yeah.
How about his phone? Does he have a phone?
He
Obviously, he does.
yeah,
You've been texting him.
I bought a Walmart pay-as-you-go. More is
Pay-as-you-go.
coming. Yeah, this is like the carrot I use for my kids.
What kind of phone is it?
It's like it's not an iPhone.
Not
I got an iPhone. It's a
It's a smartphone or something.
yeah, it's a Samsung Galaxy.
All right.
Yeah.
Have you noticed him being on his computer or phone more in the last couple of weeks, more than usual, or
No.
just more focused on the gun the last couple of days, or is that pretty
No.
normal since you got it from the door?
For the probably last week, like the gun, he hadn't even like once we got that little bullet in there and he bore sighted, he just put it back over there and didn't really do nothing. His big thing was he broke 2 strings on his guitar, and he said that he needed his guitar because he had met somebody and they were playing like not jam sessions, but they were sharing like back and forth licks on the guitar. And I'm like, okay, so I got that guitar string the other day and fixed it, but there's not been like, in fact, that's like one of the things I'm continuing talking to him is like, hey man, you know, like I love hanging out with you and everything, but you need to like make some friends. And I was trying to get him to go deer hunt with us this year, so I got a guy I work with whose son's a couple years older, but same thing. I'm just trying to get him out of the house. He's kind of he's a not in the crowd type of person. He just like. If we go to the grocery store and it's like slam packed, he'll just stay in the truck.
Okay. So he would prefer to be kind of a lone wolf, you would say, or he's not gonna be the guy that's bumbling and making a ton of
Yeah,
stuff.
no,
He's more of a focused kid. I mean, that shows in the computer, the music.
Right.
I mean, those are all very specialized, oriented tasks.
now, if he had a couple people sitting there that shared the same things, he'd be chatty catty.
Sure,
You know,
if it's something he's interested in,
Exactly.
knowledge about.
Yeah, but he's more shy than he is like anything else.
All right. And when did you get home today? Tell me that.
So I was at work and
And you said you work where? I'm sorry.
I work for Kevin Price Construction
Okay.
out of Athens. And I'm building fire stations right now, so in Forsyth County.
Okay.
So I was up on the roof this morning and my little girl texted me and said 3 people at the high school got shot. And I'm like, oh no. I said, well, everything will be okay. And then she said, I'm scared. I said, it's okay. I said, did you talk to Mamu or your mama?
Mhm.
Meaning, just usual, we'll call her grandmother.
Sure.
And I'm trying to bridge the gap between her and her mom, but she's kind of pissed at her mom
Sure.
too. So she said she was talking to Mamu. And I said, how did you know that there's people dead? She said, people are just saying TJR, TR, I don't know what that means. She said, oh, she misspelled there. I said, what does that mean? She said, there, with a star. I said, have you talked to Colt today? She didn't answer. I said, she said, are you coming to get me in school? And I said, yes. And she said, thank you. So.
Okay.
Still don't have
When
her.
he left this, did you see what he was wearing or anything like that?
No,
I mean, I kind of find it irritating that they don't make sure that the kid gets picked up. She's waiting for her father to pick her up. Let him go pick her up and then finish this interview. Like, now this kid's being felt like no one cares for her. She's left stranded after this horrible shooting, scared at school.
This morning, well, actually last night, I said, hey, I ironed this shirt and this zip-up jacket for you because it's going to be a little chilly in the morning.
Okay.
So that was pretty much it.
Do you have cameras or anything on the house, or are you aware if people come and go during the day, like your kid? No?
No.
Okay. And how frequently, day to day, would you say you talk to Colt, like during the day? Like, do y'all text during work? Like, what is your communication with him like normally?
It's nonstop. Really.
Nonstop?
Yeah, texting and talking to him, to the point where I'm aggravated. But
What about today? And I know I just took, it looks like mostly you sending and him not responding.
This was after, like, at 9:42.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I was going to see. He said, I'm getting ready for the bus. Love you. So he said, I'll text you in about an hour. He said, it's important, so answer. And I figured, okay, he's going to be rolling into school and he likes my pep talks.
Okay.
And I tell him, like, you can do it, just like, if I don't, surprisingly. He's like, I can get a pep talk. I'm like, okay. So I try to.
So he asked for one of those, and that was at 9:42.
Yep.
Okay.
And I said, okay. I said, what are you going to be texting me about? I said, is everything okay? He said, yep. And I said, okay. I really hope you have a great day, Bubba.
Okay.
So that was at 8:30. And then at 9:42, he said, just out of the blue, I hadn't been talking to him. I was actually having a job meeting about the crane on site.
Okay.
And out of the blue, he says, I'm sorry, it's not your fault. That was the 2 texts that and I wasn't talking to him. And I said, what's wrong, Bubba? I said, you didn't do anything. And he didn't answer. And I said, hey, like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
So,
We get a picture of that, I guess, I just want to make sure.
yeah, so that was at 9:43, and then he answered at 10:03. Do you want to try to get the times in there?
Yeah, can you pull it over to the left for me, just so I can?
Oh, hang on.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
there you go.
busy. Perfect, thank you so much.
Yeah, and
Was that his last text to you though? That one,
this
wasn't it?
was, yeah, this is where it went green because he said, no, I love you, Jenny and Coley. That's when I jumped off the roof. I said, something's wrong.
Yeah.
And he said, you're not to blame for any of it. And I started climbing down the ladder, telling my people, I've got an issue, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
This is what you have to do. I'm responsible for like a bunch of people on the job. And I'm
All right, wait. I thought there was a text that said, "This is all your fault." Something like that. And now he's saying he told everybody he had to leave. He hasn't mentioned that he got that phone call where he asked him to pick him up, and he told him that he couldn't and that he was upset, and the school counselor was talking to him, and he talked to the school I mean, I guess maybe he'll get to that, but I thought that there was a text like, "This is all your fault," but maybe it wasn't to dad, or maybe we'll still hear about it, or maybe he's playing it down. I don't know.
got a huge crane there today, so I'm trying to fire orders out to everybody to make sure they do what I need. And by the third one of these, like it's clear,
Yeah,
like I can tell
something's
something
not
wrong.
right.
So I'm like, Bubba, please tell me you're okay. Colt, please call me. Son, like I don't know what it was. And I thought, okay, his mom came up for a visit.
Oh, that was the week before, I think, where he wouldn't pick him up and the son was upset and he couldn't get out of work. All right. Sorry, guys. Or the day before, I don't know.
And they had a little bonding and they dyed his freaking hair.
Wait, let me go back.
And okay, his mom came up for a visit and they had a little bonding and they dyed his freaking hair.
When was that?
This was like a couple weekends ago. Like he wanted to, and it was kind of funny, except for he's got brown hair, like chocolate colored hair, and he came out with the worst. Like I'm like, you look like Kurt Cobain. Like got stuck in the dryer. I was like, do you like it? I'm like, buddy, it looks awesome, but it was terrible, and I couldn't tell him that. I'm like, man, it looks great, you know. So
Yeah.
He just like, I saw him like somebody must have said something about his hair. Like I was really worried about it because like it's sort of blondish, yellowish, and then it's got that like terrible dye job where the brown starts coming back, and I just was like, oh, somebody said something to him, and he's so self-conscious.
Well, and he's just getting back
Yes.
to school, like he just got his coat.
I swear to God, like I thought that's what this was.
Okay.
I said, and there was a way in my mind, I was like, please let him have walked out before he smacked somebody. Like I thought he went hands on with somebody because they are ruthless. Like they're going to say something about his hair.
Has he ever mentioned specifically names of people that you thought were bullying him?
No names. And it's a very serious topic in our house. And like if I ask, they're pretty straightforward. Like, hey, this is
what's going on. Like,
so I have a rule kind of in our house that like, I call it bubble. So I came up with something for my kids like I didn't have. Like I couldn't go to my mom or dad and say, I just failed math and science.
Sure.
And I put a golf ball through all four of the windows in the house. And I rolled your car today. My dad would have beat the shit out of me. So I created, just to improve communication, a bubble that you step in the bubble, and if it's bad, you need to get in the bubble automatically. We have to agree to 3 rules. No yelling, no lying, and no cussing. You agree to that? I'm not your dad. You're not my son or daughter. What's wrong? And I can't get mad when I get out of the bubble. We just work on the trouble. So I'm trying to encourage them. The bigger the mess up, the sooner I need to know. Not for trouble, but to help. So we'll call Bubble if I feel something's wrong, and I'm like, hey, I said, just, if something happened, just you can tell me. We'll go up to that school. And I said, you're so far behind, you can't go up there and like be on the shit list right off the bat. So just try to, I don't know. I was trying
Is
to
this
do
his
the best
first year
I can. Yeah. So we signed him up last year to go to 8th grade where his sister goes. And the first day of school came and he threw a fit for 8th grade. He didn't want to go. And I'm like, what?
And where is she at, you said?
She's right next door at Heck Morris. He was supposed to go there last year. Well, the change, all that was going on, like he just couldn't do it on the first day. So I said, all right, we'll try the second. Like, no. And my mother-in-law and all of her wisdom while I'm at work, and he's out of school the second day, says, well, hey, how about if we sign you up for online school? That's all it took. And I'm like, no, we can't do that.
Right.
I said, you have to go to school. And he's like, no, man, Lou, show me. And she like broke it down, like showing him that, yeah, he truly could go to online school. And I'm like,
So he probably already didn't want to physically go to school after knowing that was an option.
yeah. And so it's just like, I don't know if what's happened with his mom and, the back and forth about all of that. And, just the way that kind of, when he was down there trying to get him locked up in YDC, and there's a rift, and that's why I said, we'll just come here and we'll decide who comes and stays. And I know she's your mama, but you have to be adding value to the family. You can't come here.
Yeah, just cause problems. Yeah, I understand.
So I'm trying to instill in him that, like, hey, your brother and your sister are watching. Like, little Colin is watching you. Just like, even if you feel like crap that day, still try to be a good person for your brother.
Yeah, like a good role model.
Yeah,
Have you been in his room today and looked around or anything like
When
that?
I got home, I walked in and I'm like,
Sorry, do you know? I don't know if that's one of us, Amelia.
in that black car, there's 3 or 4.
Okay, I was just making sure that it wasn't someone that you didn't. Okay. All right.
So I came home and was like, man, I go into his room and I just had the feeling like, but then I'm like, I'm overreacting. I'm like, there's no way. I mean, how the hell is he going to walk across the yard with a long rifle and get on a bus? There's no way this is him. And by then, his sister's doing what she's doing now, calling her in 5 minutes, his mom and his grandmother. And I'm like, it's fine. Everybody's watching the news. And I said, hell, it's not him. I said, all the guns are accounted for. They're in my closet. And I said, except for the one Colt put that laser in. I said, I'll call you in a minute. So as soon as I got here, I opened that door, Fox News, I left the TV on, and sure enough, there's Apalachee High. And I'm like, geez.
All right, I'm so fucking confused. Oh, no. He doesn't have a gun. They're all in my closet. Is your bedroom door locked from the outside? Is your closet door locked? What in the hell makes this guy think that his 14-year-old can't go on top of the closet? I mean, kids know where to look for things that they can't find. Well, I know these are in the house somewhere. So let me check on top of all the closets and under the beds and behind shit. Oh, you guys, you're overreacting because the guns are on top of my closet. They're under an invisible cloak of clothes on top of his closet in the bedroom. Right, I know the closet's not locked. I know the door is not locked. I'm just saying, like, what in the hell is wrong with him? If your bedroom door is not locked and the closet's not locked, what the hell good is it to have your guns under the invisible cloak of your clothing? A secret hidden place there that no one has access to.
Fox News, I left the TV on, and sure enough, there's Apalachee High, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I go down to his bedroom, and I just stuck my head inside there, and there's his 2 guitars, and it's laying over there in the corner, and it's not there. So I called his mom, and I'm like, how in the hell does he get on the bus? Or is there somebody else involved here? Like, I don't understand. Like, how in the hell, like, nobody's talking to me. I know what happened, and I'm upset and sad, but I'm really pissed because that kid, man, like, this is so wrong. And he's been feeding us a whole bunch of, yep, I want to get better. We're going to go to the thing and talk to his grandmother. Like, hey.
You fucked up, Dad.
I just stuck my head in there and called his mom and said, well, stand by.
Yeah.
I said, because his AR is not here.
Okay.
And then y'all started beating on the door.
I'm gonna find out what information I can give to you at this time.
How about we
That's
go
one thing
pick
I'm
up
gonna
his
try to do for
daughter?
you, because I'm sure you have 9 million things going through your head right now.
And I've got to
And
get
you have
my
other
2
kids. Yeah,
Right.
so that's important as well.
It's the only thing that is like,
Okay.
it's just a normal, like, I can't believe it's
Also,
like,
though, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, I've got a few.
All right, what you got?
I have a 15-year-old.
We just
I was told, I didn't see it here, but I was told
Yes, sir.
you need a restroom. Okay, all right, we'll take a, 15-minute break.
well, I mean, this whole lack of concern for what the other kids are going through, especially the older daughter who, I don't know, she at the same school, the neighboring school, she knows, suspects, or now believes that her brother did this and she's just still stuck at school. Like, where is the concern for your children? But then you got these insensitive agents too. There's nothing this man's telling you right now that he can't tell you in 10 minutes. So as much as we're like, what kind of father is not pushing harder to go pick up his kids? What kind of agents are not saying, go get your kid and we'll resume this? Or do you have a neighbor, someone? Let's figure out your kids first. Something. Oh, sorry.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I feel better.
Very frustrating.
It is.
And it's tough, you don't know what to say, you don't know what to do, and you don't understand why. It's very much like you. My dad would have beat my ass if I showed up, something like that.
And I try to just, like,
I know.
when it gets confrontational, I try to just talk about it. Like, I will not.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a good process
Yeah,
what you've been doing.
Yeah,
He definitely knows that people died. He definitely knows that his kid is not dead, that his kid is in custody. There was a whole, when she walked up on him, when we had the actual video part, you could see he was already surrounded by police. So that whole thing that they were describing, that he was just sitting on the back of his truck looking out, that was not accurate. The police had him there. So yeah, he was sitting there because the police came and said he had to stay there. I don't know how much time had passed because it was well, based on his description of when things happened, he got to the house, he realizes the gun's gone and the cops are there. So, you know, but I don't know how long he waited sitting on the back of the truck until she showed up, you know? Um, but
I will not.
You've been way more understanding than most.
Yeah, my parents, I would be halfway to China by now,
Yeah,
probably.
like I will not, like my daughter is like, like I will not touch my children. I will not strike my kids.
Yeah,
Like, it's not gonna happen.
that's,
And he knows that.
right. Well, and I know that this is hard to talk about, but I want to get a little more in depth.
You're good, go
You
ahead.
met with counselors, y'all talked to counselors.
Yeah.
What exactly have the counselors said? Have they given any sort of mental health diagnoses, anything like that?
No, the one now, as far as the counselors at school go, he has not sat down and had like a full on that I'm aware of with the counselors at school, other than the conversation about, can I look at my phone? This will be the email.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you didn't mind, we would love to get
Yeah.
a copy of that, just so that we have it
Yeah,
as well.
so Jade Baker, Lisa Butler. And I'll just forward this to you if you just tell me,
Yeah,
but
if
it's
you don't
all,
mind.
yeah, it's all good. It's, so Project Aware. So they sent me this original email, basically would I fill out paperwork for them to be involved? And I'm like, absolutely. Like, I'm trying to get him to sit down, but I just got my insurance actually like last week. So I've been waiting for the medical insurance. And then the lady I thought I was gonna take him to doesn't take my insurance, United Healthcare. So this is Lisa Butler sent me this and asked me to fill this out
Okay,
for Colt.
when was that?
This was last week.
Okay.
So they had this, I filled it out and said, absolutely, I would like expedite. Can we just get, like, I know he needs somebody, not to this level clearly. Like, I know he's like a normal kid and he's dealing with a bunch of crap. Like, I swear to God, like that, this was the last thing, like, it's not even
it goes
like,
well, Spit.
like, I get it, he's a hothead, I was too, like that, I'm more worried about breaking windows or skipping school. That's gonna be the worst thing I gotta deal with him,
This was
and
not on your radar.
this was not on my damn radar. So, this is the email, and I'll just forward you the last one so y'all
Okay, I'm
have
gonna
it.
give you my email, so you
Yeah.
can send me all of that.
Yeah, but she was like, what they can offer Colt. All right, and they were asking, was it okay for them? Yeah, no, it's all good. And that's what I was waiting for was, okay, hell, if they're involved, my main thing with them was, if they're involved with the school, does my insurance even matter?
Sure.
If it doesn't, then let's get him
Let's
in
just
there
go for
like
it.
right now.
So I see those as anxiety. Is that something that he had said he feels?
Yeah, he said he feels anxiety, and, I tell him, well, drinking a rock star doesn't help. Anxiety. Yeah, so he's, he doesn't drink a lot of those, but I told him, I'm like, if you're anxious at all, this is not what to drink. So
When did he last express that to you?
he pretty much has anxiety, he feels like every day, so we're, like, the only thing I know to do is like, hey, here's some melatonin stuff at night. I said, just help you stay mellow and get some sleep. And then, there'll be some weekends where he's up on the computer gaming and like I hear it all night. And he'll stay up all night playing those games with everybody. And, the main thing is not the anxiety comes with what I was telling you was I have narrowed it down to sleep. And as soon as he passes a line in the sand, that's it. It's all over right there.
Wait, the computers and everything. Have you ever looked through his computer or looked through his phone?
No, he keeps everything so like coded and everything because he's afraid I'm going to do it. And I don't know what the heck's on there, to be honest with you, but I always try to keep him thinking that I know what I'm doing on a computer, but he's got all these firewalls and shit where I don't get it, but he thinks I can.
Have you ever heard any of the conversations, like the people he's gaming with?
Yeah. No, not really. It's always been about, and I walked in there where he gets all wound up and he's playing Call of Duty. Yeah, he's playing Call of Duty.
So that is that like his go-to?
Yeah, at night, if he's up most of the night, he's gaming.
And he's using like a computer,
Yeah.
not Xbox or PlayStation?
No, he's got both.
So he's got both, so
Yeah.
he's usually using his computer?
Yeah, exactly.
Going all the way back to 7th grade.
Yeah.
I know some of the bullying that started in
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
What was he being bullied about? You know, what was it? Looks? Was it attitudes?
Yeah, no, he's more of he is just kind of like he's real quiet. Like he won't go out of his way to talk or introduce himself or anything like that. And it started with a group of people in middle school that there was a kid, there were 2 guys and 3 girls, and he would sit at the end of the lunch table and just by himself, basically. And one of the kids would come by, and it's okay. And it started with them flicking him in the ear.
Okay.
And that's the first time I went up to the school. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
we're not just yik-yakking now. I know it's just a flick in the ear, but they made contact with him, and I don't want to make sure we're doing the right thing here. And you got people on this. And it just kind of kept going on all year. And I said, listen, can we, like the 3rd or 4th time I went to Jefferson, I'm like, can we like have him just show up for school? And like, I know this is terrible, but I was in ISI in high school a lot because I'm the only boy of 4 sisters.
Gosh, okay.
So
No need for explaining.
Yep, I got it. So that was just something to where he didn't and has never really been around a lot of bullying, obviously. And I don't know if he knew how to respond. I just told him, do not touch anybody else.
Yeah.
Like they're touching you, but 2 wrongs don't make a right. So we kind of back and forth about that, and it was clear by the end of the year that when he came home, he was like, listen, I'm good. I'm 7th grade over. He's like, I don't want to go back to that school. I'm like, okay, well, where do you want to live? It's just us now. He said, I want to get as close to Statham so I know where we're at. I'm like, okay, so that's how we ended up here.
And this was before the littles came back up here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And going into his room a little bit, I know you said that you knew where his guitars were.
Mm-hmm.
You knew where he kept that rifle in his room.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in his room further than just sticking your head in?
Oh, yeah. I'll go in there and sit on the bed and talk to him about.
All right. If you're not paying attention, pay attention now. We're getting to the shrine when he's in that bedroom.
Whatever we're talking about, bring him dinner, I cook dinner every night, bring him in there if he's in the middle of something, So yeah, I'm in there quite a bit.
Okay. Did you ever see anything in his room that concerned you?
I mean, no, and I'm on like full alert for it just because of what's going on. And I'm the rift between him and his mom. He's not going to school. So I'm like, I've been looking for
Pictures, posters,
No.
notes, conversations.
Pictures,
No,
posters.
Anything's left laying out.
Nope, he had this weird
Here we go.
poster on his wall of some guy with a red wig on. I'm like, who is that? And he was like, oh, I'm glad you just said that.
Yeah, what did he say about that guy?
So it wasn't that guy. It was the guy that was on his wall 2 days ago. And I walked in there, I'm like, where's the punk band dude? And I said, who's that? He goes, you don't know who that is? I'm like, no. I said, I don't know who it is. And why is he on your wall? He's like, oh, it's no big deal. I'm like, okay. So I let it go, finished dinner, like, hey, I'm gonna go take a shower, and then me and Boo Boo gonna watch a movie. And I said, where'd that picture go? And he said, oh, I took it down. I said, well, who was he? He goes, you really don't know who that was? I'm like, I'm asking who it is. He goes, oh, that's one of the guys that did that last school shooting. Okay, and that was maybe 2 or 3 days ago when I saw that
Oh
picture.
my Lord.
Yeah.
What did he say why he had that, or
No,
what is it?
he didn't say
He didn't ask?
anything other than like I had no idea what that. It didn't look like something wrong with that kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I just.
What kind of picture was it?
So it was like a magazine headshot of like a brown-haired like teenager, like late teens, and he had glasses.
And he put that the same place that he had previously had his like
That rock thing.
red
Yeah.
poster.
And now that she just said that, I didn't even think about looking in there for that. But somebody said something about a warrant, so I guess y'all go in the house anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you understand why.
Well,
Gotta go.
yeah. And my little sister is a retired lieutenant out in Las Vegas. So.
Well, then
All right. So I think someone asked a while back, is this a law enforcement strategy? They are obviously already trying to develop a case against dad. I mean, it tells you like right there, the way they asked the question, oh, did you ever go in the room? You poke your head in? Did you see anything? Pictures, posters. I mean, they knew exactly what they were asking him about. This whole interview is essentially a ruse to get him talking, to implicate himself, Um, so it's not like they're really believing him or they're really relating to him. This is all just to get him talking. And that's why they don't want to interrupt it and let him go get his daughter. But come on. They don't want him to have time to think. Like maybe this isn't the best thing. Maybe I shouldn't be talking to them.
yeah, you're familiar with what we're doing.
I know exactly what y'all are doing, and like I'm just pissed.
What about a firearm in a silver toolbox or a felony case? Is any of that familiar to you? Yeah.
What did you say?
A firearm that was in a silver toolbox or a pelican case in your truck. You familiar with that?
No, I don't have a Pelican case.
Okay. What about, you have a toolbox on that truck? I didn't even see.
No.
Okay. So this morning, oh no, I'm sorry.
No, what was that? Because I'm like, that's the kind of stuff right there.
So
I was even in the room
as you
and
can
heard
see,
that.
there's like 100 people just here at the school. There's stuff getting thrown all around. So
Yeah, and then I
I'm
saw
not sure what this even
the
is.
state troopers like ripped out of here, and I'm like,
Well, so this is what I want to tell you. And if you have more questions, I don't want to get you sidetracked.
Yeah.
Finish your questions.
Okay.
I'll give them a spiel later.
okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
I'm going to give myself a star spiel later.
So no, I want to, because this is
It didn't sound like they gave him his Miranda rights, but there was so much distortion early on. But he's at his own house. He's not in a police station. Is he free to leave? He hasn't asked to leave. Is he in custody? He still thinks he can leave because he's like, I got to pick up my daughter soon. But yeah, go ahead with your next question. So all those things play against it. But he could be in the back of a locked police car right now. That I do not know. But it doesn't sound like if there was a motion to that regard, obviously it didn't go anywhere.
you saw the news. You know that there's some serious stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
And so we have got to get every detail and every bit of
Yeah.
information about him and his behavior and what
Yeah.
he's going through.
Yeah.
When it comes to his mother, when is the last time they have spoken to each other?
I guess over the weekend they were texting.
Okay.
And she's down in Fitzgerald with her mom.
Does she have any sort of mental health issues? And I know the meth has come up, but is there anything?
No, I mean, and that's really the whole deal for her. It's like it was such a shock for everybody. It's like, this is like, you know, degreed engineer, like we were married, like we were knocking down tons of money.
Yeah.
And obviously I didn't know what to do with it, clearly, but like drinking. So when all that happened, it's like, what the hell is
Still
going
a shock. Yeah.
Worse, I'm still shocked. The kids are still shocked from it. So, but and Colt does not hold back, you know, with his mom. He calls it like he sees it. And where I couldn't say it, you know, when it was finally like out in the open, Colt was like, I knew it. You know, he's like, but they don't have like a back and forth kind of relationship. It's, you know, she knows him like when to talk and when not to talk when he's in those moods, right? So he's frustrated with her and she's doing better, and I'm trying to be the glue that holds his whole family together. And as bad as some of the choices that were made, I don't know if this is right or not, but I'm trying to just show her kids, like, look, she's doing the right thing. She's
Well, you're not, you know, if you tell a kid you can't do that, can't have that,
Right.
they around her,
Yeah.
they're gonna make that up.
Yeah,
So that's what I thought.
that's why she's
Get more-
asking out, like, what is their relationship like, I guess?
You know, he's pissed about her and hanging us out to dry and running the roads with brother in the car.
I don't know if he's saying like an engineered drug, if that's what he means, like as opposed to her engineering stuff. I don't know. I'd have to re-listen. But in that last time he used engineer, that's what I thought he was saying. Like it's, you know, an engineered designer drug that people are cooking in their, you know, garages.
Or like he's probably got more.
But I could have it totally wrong that that's not what he was saying. I'm just saying.
Relationship like, I guess?
You know, he's pissed about her and hanging us out to dry and running the roads with brother in the car. Like he's probably got more anxiety over her and wants to let it rip more than I do. You know, because I can't allow my kids to see me lose it on their mom. There's no reason for me to say what I would have said 20 years ago, maybe. God, I sound old, but now it's like, you know, hell, I don't need to tell you, you know?
Has Colt ever been, and I know you said you don't lay hands on your kids or anything, but has he ever been physically abused by anybody in the family, at school?
Also his
No,
mom, because I know she's down there. Like,
there was nothing to where, now she came up there this last weekend was like, came up with her mama and everything's good, and just to kind of hang out and kind of convince him, like, look, hey, I'm sticking to the guns. I made a promise with you. I'm going to rehab. I'm doing it, and you need to do the same thing.
Okay.
But when
She was familiar he was having issues.
yeah. But what happened was she came up here, and I don't know what or why, because when I went to work, came home, she was just different, like Friday, the last time she was up here. And I'm like, what's wrong? She was.
Oh, was she an engineer at some point? If she was an engineer at some point, that explains what he's talking about. Oh, okay. So he said they were bringing in a ton of cash because she was so smart and an engineer. All right. Okay. That makes more sense. All right. Thank you, everybody. We do not think that he has been Mirandized, but obviously wasn't an issue enough to warrant any sort of exclusion.
Like, oh,
But we
I
also
just
couldn't hear everything that was said because of the recording in the beginning.
came home, she was just different, like Friday, the last time she was up here. And I'm like, what's wrong? She was was like, oh, I just feel kind of crappy. And I'm like, okay. And so it's supposed to be a day or a weekend where she could hang out with the kids. She stayed in bed for 2 or 3 days. And that's something where trying to explain to her, I'm like, that's a trigger for the kids. Like, they're going back to originally how you were every day that they saw you while I'm at work. And I said, Colt, that's his trigger. Like, if you're sick, then you need to call your mama or I'll take you and meet you back home. Like, they can't see you like this. So turns out she had a urinary tract infection and some kind of stomach bug. So I'm like, okay. So I told Colt, like, hey, she just laid here, but here's what was wrong with her.
There's something actually going on. It wasn't.
Yeah, I was like, he was like, yeah, but you never know. Like, he just has no trust in her. And I'm like, it's very hard. And I'm like, she legit was sick, buddy. I'm just telling you. So I said, they're coming to get her. Her mom and dad are coming back up here. I'm going to work. And that was, I guess.
Okay, so I just missed it because I was reading all your guys' chats. Did he talk about, because she asked if there was any physical shit, did he talk about what happened in the house with the gun and the pushing down, or so far he's just gotten to the point where Colt thought mom was drunk and she was just sick? Or has he mentioned the tussle, the physical tussle? And yes, Kim, that's what I was saying earlier. He's at his own house. He's, presumably free to leave. That this would be determined to be non-custodial. You can hear that he's saying like, "Oh, I've got to go get my kid," but then he says, "It's okay. You can ask me more questions." So all of that, leans towards voluntary and non-custodial, or at least non-custodial, which is all that matters. He was talking to them by choice. I'm just seeing if you guys said anything about. Okay, he hasn't mentioned the tussle yet. All right. And just to follow up, because Jesse asked as well, it's just what I was saying before is that, when you're on your own property and you're going on your own accord, like, hey, do you want to go over here to talk where it's quieter? And he says yes, no matter what the subjective belief of the officers are, it's whether this guy felt like he was free to leave. And by all accounts, he sounds like he believed that he was free to leave and not in custody. Again, like I said, sometimes when it ends up you're in a car surrounded by police and the doors are locked, could that change? And it also would depend on like the tone and tenor of the interview, but it sounds casual, it doesn't sound aggressive. So I assume that's why pretrial motion that now I'm blanking on the name of the person who just told us this. Was it Barely? Yeah. No, not Barely. Was it Barely? Somebody put it up there that there was a pretrial motion. I popped it up there. But yeah.
At the end of last week, maybe
Go back.
I guess was, I guess at the end of last week, maybe Friday, I need to think about it. But anyway, they had a falling out before school, and
Calling his mom.
yeah,
Okay.
and he was texting me, and I'm like, what are y'all fighting about? And like, you need to be getting your shit together and going to school. Why are you arguing with your mom? That started early that morning. Then I didn't hear anything from anybody. At lunch, I called her and I said, hey, is everything okay? He make it to school. Like this was his, first day back. And she was like, no, Mama came and picked me up, and Colt was here. And I'm like, no, he wasn't. He was at school. And she said, no, he was in his room. And when we came and started cleaning out all of my stuff, said he walked out of his room. Nobody knew he was there. I'm like, I have a text. He was at school. And she goes, no, he wasn't. So I called the school. They're like, no, he wasn't at school today. I'm like, okay. So I came in and I'm like, what in the hell is going on? He's like, Mama, I don't know why. I'm like, why'd you lie about going to school? He said, when her father tried to get him thrown in YDC down there, it was just ugly, like mess.
What was that about?
Yeah. Ever since I said I do, her dad is like, it's like the true shotgun wedding.
Oh boy.
And so he's a 2-time Olympian, pole vaulter, and like it's shitty because he's got a great heart and he's put so many kids in school on full scholarship to teach them how to pole vault, but he has no people skills. Like he's terrible, and like he doesn't even know his own kids. So that's when they were staying down there, and I had come back up here to start work and try to get enough money so we could move back up here. All this riff stuff with them. And so when all that happened, the dad and Colt had a big falling out. He was saying if he ever showed up back down there that the grandfather was like, we'll throw you in YDC, blah, blah, blah. So just a shitstorm. When they showed up to take her, it was just supposed to be her mom. And when they showed up to take her and bring her stuff, the dad was with her. And so that was bad, but not as worse as me going arguing like Colt is at school and then him calling me and going, I'm sorry, I didn't go to school. Like, so you just played right into their hands. Now it looks like I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it makes it look like you're not aware of where your kids are.
And I'm like, well, so like and it's such a fine line I have to walk with him when I'm saying that because I'm trying to build him back up. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, we can push through this. If Mama does all, like, it's fine. Well, I just don't try to just beat them down whether they're wrong, or just like, hey, let's learn from this, build them back up, and just keep trying to be positive. But that was the last time they were like face to face. I was at work and they took her, I think it was last Thursday, but they'll know because they've got the absentee thing at school. So
now, was that around the same time as the hair dye?
No, it was probably the week after.
Okay.
The week after. No, the hair dye kind of blew over and everybody was like, okay, well, they thought it was cool except for me, but I didn't say that.
You had mentioned, I'm sorry, I've been talking about, you had mentioned, like, Colt's mom, alcohol and drugs and stuff. Yeah. Is there any reason you would suspect or have noticed or thought that when she has been up here, since she's been up here recently, could she have been supplying him with either of those?
No, I don't. And no? Even if it was even remotely a possibility for it to be in that house, like this is why I'm just stunned, is because Colt would have the DEA put a helicopter in that front yard and help them find it.
Okay.
Like
See, they clearly know about the Xanax, but I honestly, I don't think the dad is considering that the drugs and alcohol that's in the house or that they mean that he's supplying him with. I think he's thinking meth, things like that. So obviously they're gonna expound on this now, but let's hear what he has to say about it.
Just because of the mom, he's so against because he saw what I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like 100%.
Okay.
Do you keep any alcohol in the house or anything?
No, I hate alcohol so bad. Like I can't even. No. there's no alcohol in that house.
Oh, Xanax,
Um,
Zoloft. Sorry,
Well, focusing on
Zoloft.
specifically today, this morning, and the events of today.
Sure.
This firearm, you said that he
Maybe they
got,
didn't
he
know.
got the rifle at Christmas. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And then something kind of not broke with it, but something got jammed. So
Yeah, so the original rifle that we went deer hunting with killed the deer, but it jammed.
that was the Bushmaster.
That was the Bushmaster.
Okay. So then you got a new one at Christmas.
Yep, so I took it back to Mike's gun room, and that's the only place we go. And I was like, hey, he's like, damn, I'm really sorry. He was all cold. He's like, I'm sorry, pick one out.
Okay.
I was like, don't pick one out. Like,
Yeah.
I just wanted to show Mike, hey, can you fix this? And I'm like, all right. I was like, Coach, you can wait in the truck. I just wanted to see. And I told Mike then, I was like, look, I said, I don't want this one. I said, it's kind of dangerous, and he's freaked out by it. I said, but
All right, it was Zoloft. Sorry, I said Xanax. It was Zoloft.
I want this one. I said, it's kind of dangerous, and he's freaked out by it. I said, but when I come back for Christmas, I said, let's just get him one. I don't need top of the line. I just need something that we can throw down in the mud and go coyote hunting, and he doesn't have to worry about anything jamming. And he was like, okay. So that's what we ended up with. So, like, he is, like, I'm just shocked because he is very gun conscious, safety, like, he gets it.
I was going to go to the next question. I'm assuming if you're going to like a range of
Sure.
those firearms.
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Yep,
Oh,
like
yeah.
He took the test at the range pass place, you know. I'm like,
Or he gives him a safety test or whatever, but doesn't use the trigger locks. Come on, Dad.
he's like, you have to take it. I'm like, I know. You're shooting too. You take it.
Yeah.
So I made him take it with us. And Jenny went the last time and watched us do all of that. So there's safety measures, glasses, ear protection. Like they do it how it should be done. And we have not physically gone out shooting outside of that, like at a range in a not controlled environment yet. We haven't done that yet. So the goal, well, we went deer hunting. Yeah, that was the one. Like, I literally bought him that rifle like a couple of days before we went deer hunting. So that's the extent of that.
As far as you mentioned that, like, how could he walk on a bus with a long rifle?
Yep.
You know, is this a firearm? I know, like, our Daniel defense rifle is what we carry. You know, we can basically take them apart into two pieces and break it down. Is he familiar with how to do things like that? I mean,
No, he actually was asking me the last time we went, and I was unsure with that SIG how to break it all down. I said, so the only thing that I do, I said, we only shot like 50 to 75 rounds that day. I said, all I do is I don't break anything apart because I'm not sure how it all goes back together. So I said, I lock the bolt back. I said, I take the wire brush that comes with that caliber, taught him how to, clean it. I said, I clean the barrel. I wipe down anything we were holding a lot of, wipe down the barrel, and then spray it with Irimie oil just to keep the rust off of it. That's the extent of his knowledge as far as breaking down a weapon. He couldn't, like, if we told him to do it, he couldn't do it. That I'm aware of. I've never taught him to do it because I have no idea.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good question to have, like, how do you get on the bus? Does he carry a backpack?
He does. Yeah, it's a JanSport backpack. We just bought the same one that he wanted for his little tank. And I'm just telling you, man, like, his little sister, man, idolizes him even
You mean
when
the one
he is
waiting?
just being a total ass. Like, your sister thinks you own the moon, dude. Like, come on. And I'm just sitting here like, what the hell am I going to tell her?
As far as, I know you talked about he's been physical with you before.
Yeah.
Has there ever been any of those instances at school where he's gotten physical with anybody?
No.
You're aware of?
No, and the only time it's ever been that was at Jefferson, and I was called about that. But full-on fights or really even any kind of bullying or chippiness or like nothing like that at school. So
Okay. And I know you said he was kind of falling behind
Yeah.
grades-wise and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you had any difficulties with teachers?
Well, so, hey man, you should work for the GBI. When you get older, you're gonna be a good one. That just jogged my memory. So very good. So, when he went that day, first day or whatever, and he wasn't having the smoothest day, his first initial try back, right?
Yeah.
So when he came back home, I'm like, hey, I said, what's the deal? I said, is it students? And please tell me it's not bullying. Like, I'm worried about that. And I'm just waiting for him to say, oh, they're giving me crap out his hair. And he was like, no. He said, but I just feel like the math teacher is out to get me.
Okay.
And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And he was like, just the interaction that we had. I mean, it was such a, like, that is such a left field statement. I kind of felt like he's kind of like, okay.
Like maybe there's more to
Like
unload
maybe
here.
my dad's being she's turning into a buckhead Betty. So I'm gonna mess with him. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? You know?
What?
So I just don't know where and what the hell happened.
I don't want to touch shoulders.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's all right.
So many people, but I'm like, don't touch it. I don't want to be talking.
No, it's all good. I just, man, like I have to have all the answers here in a very short amount of time.
It's an unreal scenario we're
And
all in right now.
My
Especially
little boy, little Colin Jr. is about to step off that bus.
Okay.
And like
Yeah, we're about to wrap up.
4
I gotta get my
minutes,
daughter.
and he's gonna want to know what the hell everybody's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll probably be talking to you again at some point.
We need numbers, cards.
Yeah. So
You
let
need
me,
anything from me?
if you can forward me,
We'll meet. We'll go through whatever we have to until everybody's got everything that they need from me.
Kelsey, do you want to put your stuff on the back of this card?
I'm out.
The other thing is I don't know. I'm gonna try to get this out. I don't
I'll
know
treat it.
what all has happened, but man, if he is responsible for anything.
So that's the spiel I want to give you. First, I want to tell you, this is not your fault. And you're going to, in the coming weeks, you're going to see things, you're going to hear things, people are going to say things, and they're not going to be kind. And me telling you this is not going to mean anything, but I need you to just hear me say this to you as someone that has never spoken to you before. You sound like a great dad.
Apparently not.
But listen, you have to listen to me. When things like this happen,
I mean, maybe this wasn't a ploy by them. I mean, she sounds like she's being legitimate right here, saying you sound like a great dad. I mean, it doesn't mean that opinions didn't change when they got more of the story, but I'm interested to know now if that is for a future ploy or I mean, it sounds legitimate. I don't know.
you can't blame yourself. You have to be what you've been doing all along, which sounds like a great father figure and doing the best you can. And honestly, you sound like a great dad. I mean, you have really been doing some incredible work in all your kids' lives and holding it together in situations that are unbearably difficult.
Something happened I never even could imagine.
But here's the thing, you are doing all the steps. You come around. You are doing all the steps. So you need to hear that from me. You see the things you're gonna see and what you hear. She's gonna open the door.
We'll get on this side.
Okay.
You have to understand that you have to keep being this dad, the dad that you just described, because your kids are going to need you to be that and keep being that, okay? 2, the GBI is handling this and we are available to talk, answer questions when we can answer questions.
Yeah.
But also if you hit a wall one day and you're like, no, I can't do this anymore, I need you to know you gotta call us, okay? Because we have resources and you're gonna need resources. Because you just are. You're going to get to a point where you're like, you know what?
I'm there.
This is, I know, and you're going to be, and it may be today that we just need to go in and start working on that. But at the same time, this is gonna be big. When it does come out, when we can tell you all the information, it's going to be hard, okay? I am sorry that I cannot sit here and give you all the details right now as a parent, because I can only imagine I am a new parent. I can only imagine what you have going through your head right now. I am going to try to find out, okay? I just sent a text. But you have to trust that there's a process that we're working, and there are hundreds of people right now that we are having to get information from and we relay. So there's just a lot of moving parts, and I don't want you to feel like you're being pushed to the side or not prioritized.
I just know something bad has happened, and I want to apologize to somebody who don't know who.
No, that is not a priority right now. And also, you need to worry about you, and you need to worry about your kids. Okay, and getting off the bus and be the parent you've been being. So I'm going to try to get answers for you. I'm putting my phone number on here. I'm putting that's my cell number.
Okay.
And then my email is on here. Amelia's information is on the other side.
Okay.
The case agent, I'm going to write his name on here for you.
Okay.
That's going to be Nick Johnson.
Oh, I know y'all busy. I'll try not to buy
No. You are part of our busy, and you're going to be a priority because your family they are the priority, to be completely honest with you. They are the most important thing. So, you call that.
That definitely wasn't true.
Yeah.
Something bad has happened to us.
Yeah.
I mean, look, either way, they want, whether or not they want to convict him right now, because now I'm not sure, and maybe we'll get some follow-up questions, and she's going to ask him, you didn't really think he was a great dad. They want to keep the parents happy because they want the parents to testify against the son at some point as well. So there's definitely some game here, but I don't know. At the same time, I don't know, but they're they want to keep the parents close to get them to talk more later, to get them to testify against the son, to hope that they can, develop a rapport and get the son maybe to plead guilty, or get the son to talk to them without a lawyer. I mean, there's all these things going into it, but I honestly, I'm not sure right now whether or not they think he's a suspect, and maybe it'll definitely, I hope, come out more as this progresses. But they've got all sorts of ulterior motives for being this praising, and you're the number one priority, but
But something has also bad happened to you and your family.
Yeah. Yeah.
We are completely sympathetic and understand that.
Yeah.
So you're not off the status from us. You're not going to be shut down from us after this, okay?
You're also not just
I'm afraid of
a family, okay? Like, this is, we get the GBI, like, it's not just words. Like, we want to make sure that there's a two-way path here of communication, and I want you to understand that.
I'm scared for Jenny to go back to school.
I know you are. And to be completely honest,
you don't even have her
those are
yet.
going to be decisions that have to be made today when we can brief you on more.
Okay.
But we're going to be here to help guide you through that. All of our supervisors are here. We're going to have them come out here eventually. Right now they're kind of managing the floods. But you're going to meet them. You're going to have point of contact. The case agent, I'm sure, eventually, may not be today because he's got a lot he's managing, is going to come make contact with you or make contact with you via phone. What's going to happen now is, yes, you are correct. So a warrant has been gotten for your house. They are going to do a warrant. I will tell you, when we do search warrants of residences, we are probably going to make a mess, but we are going to try very hard to get that house back into an order when we are done. We do not like to leave you in shambles because you don't need another thing to worry about. I can't promise.
Well, Sunday was laundry day, so everything's folded on the couch.
We're gonna do a lot of digging in there, and it's gonna take us a while. That being said, while that is going on, because it is going to take a long time, I want you as a dad to just do dad, okay? Do dad for your kids. Find out where y'all can go hang out, okay? That's what I need you to do. I am gonna turn my recorder off, but after we're done with the interview, I need to get some just like logistic data from you, okay?
That's all.
So I'm gonna turn this off at it's exactly 3:00 on the dot.
You mentioned that once you turn the recorder off, you were going to have to get some logistical data. what did you end up doing?
Well, I got his date of birth and that kind of stuff. And then I asked him if we could take his cell phone and download it. We were going to have it downloaded, and we completed a consent to search form at that time that he signed, agreeing to let me take that phone to have it downloaded.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State Exhibit 183. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that as?
This is the waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic and or a cellular device.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate copy of that consent to search form?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 183. And so that was the one that was filled out by Colin Gray at 3:06 on September 4th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So at the end of your interview with the defendant, you said you had to give him a spiel.
Here we
Is
go.
that part of rapport building?
Yes, it is. So at the end of interviews, especially in situations like this where the person is emotional, I try to get everyone back on kind of a collected field, because I know that I knew we were going to be needing to make contact with him again, and there was going to need to be a two-way road of communication. So I wanted to make sure that he understood what it was going to be like moving forward.
Okay. And so your goal is for him to remain cooperative with you?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that part of getting the consent to search form when you're talking to him, maintaining that rapport and maintaining that cooperation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So at the beginning of the interview, and then obviously there was the part that you spoke to him after your recorder was turned off. I guess the beginning of the interview was a little muffled. So I want to go through some things from the interview to see make sure we didn't miss anything.
Sure.
When the defendant was talking to you, did he mention that DFAX was involved with their family when they were down in Fitzgerald?
Yes, he did.
Specifically regarding the search for how to kill your dad?
Yes, he did talk about that.
Okay, I did not hear that in the interview.
Let me see. I know that he mentioned that DFAX had been out to the house because he told me about him breaking a window, but he may not have mentioned talking about the specifics of how to kill your dad.
Okay. And then and I also wanted to see, did he mention anything about going to West Jackson Middle School?
Yes.
No, I
Yes,
don't
he
think he did. He just mentioned that they were living in Jefferson.
No,
Okay.
I heard him.
He mentioned in his interview that Colt had never done anything to make him feel like he needed to do extra monitoring on his computer.
She asked what school they got him into. I'm pretty sure that was West Jefferson, the one that my daughter went to. She said it was at 8th grade. He said no, that was 7th grade. So I don't know what they're getting at there, and I don't know how.
At any point, did the defendant mention that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office had come out because Colt had threatened to shoot up a school or was being investigated for threatening to shoot up a school?
No, he never brought that up during the interview.
He also, during the interview, he talked about Marcy leaving and going back home after, I guess she had been up there for a few weeks. Did he at any point mention that the reason she left was because Colt and her got in a fight over the firearm?
Objection. You guys tell me in chat. Has it been established that anyone told Dad about that? I don't know if I got to go back and listen to Mom's testimony. Grandma, absolutely not. She was clear. She didn't know what was said. Someone might have said something. She wasn't there. She didn't think she talked to him again. She didn't think she talked to him again. She didn't think she talked to him again. I do not think Mom testified she told Dad about this. This is bullshit. Unless you guys can tell me I'm wrong. That there was some testimony that Dad knew about that. We still don't know. We still don't know what mom said to dad when she dropped off those meds.
Over his rifle.
No, he did not.
Has Colt and her got in a fight over the firearm or over his rifle?
No, he did not mention why she had left or what
Okay.
the altercation was about.
Allie is on the side of a fair trial, and I don't think that evidence should be getting in that's not truthful. So we can't turn off my defense attorney lens. We're going to go over the statute at lunch. I think there is a recklessness element that can still lead to second degree. We're going to look at it some more, but I just don't think that they should be getting in shit that's not true. And I'm waiting to hear, all the evidence as Akasha says. But no, don't apologize. Nobody apologize. I'm just I hope you don't feel like I'm animated. So don't think I'm attacking you. I'm sorry. So I'm mad at them, not at your comment. Sorry if I came off harsh.
During the interview, it appeared somebody was chewing something. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, if I remember correctly, he had a cup of ice. Like he was drinking a cup of ice and he was chewing up his ice while we were
Okay.
doing
Was
the
it a
interview.
QT cup?
I do believe it was a QT cup.
What the hell's a QT cup?
And when you first started,
What's a QT cup? What are they talking about? Who cares if he's chewing us? There must be something to this that I'm not knowing, that I'm unaware of.
I believe it was a QT cup.
okay. And when you first started talking to him, it was approximately how long after the shooting?
Quick trip. All right, thanks, guys.
Approximately 3.5 hours.
Okay. Okay. In that interview, you talked to him about Jenny sending him some text messages.
Now, this is what we want to hear he didn't mention. Because there was a bunch of shit we're aware of that he didn't mention. And I think that this gets into evidence not for what she said, but for what he didn't say. Was that an objection? Let's see. Why can't I find it? I mean, it was like 10 seconds ago. I keep looping back. The words are showing up, but what is happening here?
Okay. In that interview, you talked to him about Jenny sending him some text messages.
Maybe she's showing it to him and he's flipping through it.
I am going to
Here we go.
show you. They are from September 4th and they're between Jenny and the defendant. During the course of your interview, he showed you some text from Jenny. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So I'm going to read through first the text that he showed you from Jenny. So we'll start there at the top text.
No, Judge, we're not objecting to the text messages. We would object to them going out to the jury, but that's a conversation for later.
So Jenny sent the defendant a text message at 10:55. And can you just kind of read us through the text messages between Jenny and the defendant that he read to you?
Yes. So she sent her dad a text that said, "I'm scared." And then he responded, "It's going to be okay." And then he said, "Who did you talk to, Mama or Mamu?" And Mamu is Deborah Polhamus, his mother-in-law. And she said, 3 people are dead at the high school. Jenny responded with that. And he said, how do you know, in all lowercase? And then when she didn't respond, he, a couple seconds later, sent in all caps, how do you know? And then in all caps, he responded, people are saying, and TJRTR was an email. And then she sent back, please, I'm scared. I can't call you. I'm in a lockdown. And then he asked, what is TJRTR? And that's when she corrected and said there. And he said, did you talk to Colt today? And Jenny said, are you coming to the school?
And she sent that at 11:11 a.m.
Yes, that was 11:11 a.m. And then at 11:11, he responded, yes. And then the last text that he actually showed me was at 11:12, and she said, thank you.
Okay, and at this time, I want to read the text that the defendant did not show you. So what is the next text that Jenny sent to the defendant?
So the next text that she sent was, they may not let us out of our lockdown thing when you arrive, but still stay. And that was at 11:15. And then at 11:15, he responded, well, I'm OTW, which means on the way. He says, have you heard from Colt? And quite a while later, so at 12:17, she responded, they said that the police will be escorting us in a few minutes. And then right after that, she sent IDK, which means I don't know where though. I assume the parking lot or the football field. And then she said, they also said the threat isn't in our building, so that's good. And Colin responded, yes. And then she sent back, I'm still kind of shaky though. And she says, I'm chilling with my friends and they've been comforting. And that was at 12:19. And right after that at 12:19 still, he says, Jenny, have you talked to your brother? And she says, no. And then she sends, but I think we are thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. That was at 12:20. And then he, right after, responds, yep, 10-4, which means clear in law enforcement terms. He says, I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you. And she says, all right, with a heart emoji.
And what time was the 10-4 text and then the all right text?
The 10-4 text that he sent her was at 12:20, and the all right text was also at 12:20.
Okay. So all of these texts would have been sent and received by the defendant before you spoke to him.
That's correct.
But he did not show you these.
No, he did not.
Okay. During the course of his interview, he also mentioned that when he received a text from Colt, the one about no, I love you and Jenny and Coley, that is when he got up and he left his job site. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, he stated in his interview that he had received a couple of text messages in a row and got off the roof, is how he phrased it.
Okay, I'm going to show you that text message, and you just, will you read for the jury what time that text message was sent?
Yes, I will.
I mean, that's not good, Dad.
So she sends her dad at,
Or that's Colt, sorry.
yeah, sorry, yeah, that's from Colt. Colt sent to his dad at 10:03, no, I love you and Jenny and Coley. And then at 10:03, he also sends, you're not to blame. And then Colt finally sends, but still at 10:03, for any of it. So that was at 10:03 p.m.
So based on your interview of the defendant, was your understanding that he had left the job site at 10:03?
Yes, that's what he indicated, that he got those text messages and then got off the roof to leave.
After you concluded your interview with the defendant, what did you do?
Right after I concluded my interview with,
Huh?
I gotta record with Tony. I'm gonna have to do
So does anyone remember they put that email up about when he said he had to go because his kid got a broken arm? I thought that was at 11 something. So that's not what Dad said.
And that's when I decided that I was going to ask him, since we had established a good rapport, if he was willing to let me take his phone and consent to have it downloaded, which he did agree to and signed in the form that we previously looked at. And that was at 3:06 p.m.
And then what did you do the following day?
So the following day, I went back to the school first, Thursday morning, and had a briefing with some of the other agents from my field office. And then it was decided that I would attend the forensic interview of Jenny Gray, Colt's sister.
Okay. And can you explain what a forensic interview is?
Yes. So a forensic interview is a specialized interview process that's done by
Now, 11 p.m. was him saying, like, I'm not coming back tomorrow. Like I'm talking about when he said my kid has a broken arm. I gotta leave. Maybe it was a phone call, I guess that was a phone call, not an email. But I feel like it was I don't know, but I'm sure this time's not gonna line up. Mary Holt says it was about 11. That's what I remembered, but
a specially trained professional. And it's a method for obtaining information from children using open-ended questions. And you ask those in a neutral and non-leading format. And then it's always age appropriate for whatever child's age you're interviewing.
And where did that interview take place?
So that took place at the Treehouse Inc. in Winder, Georgia.
And who brought Jenny to the interview?
Colin did, her father.
Was Colin the only person who brought Jenny to the interview? Was anyone else in the car to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. He was the only one that came with her.
And then after the interview was complete, did you take Jenny's phone into your possession in order to do an extraction as well?
Yes. I got consent from Colin, and he told me that would be fine. And I took her phone. It was a black and color iPhone in a silver case, I believe. And she provided me with the password.
Okay. And then after that, did you do anything else as part of the investigation?
Well, I turned that phone over to one of the Barrow County lieutenants. And then, yes, in the next couple of days, I conducted some other interviews with some witnesses. And then ultimately, I took out warrants for Colin Gray.
And do you see the defendant, Colin Gray, in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him by piece of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a navy suit with a blue, I think it's striped undershirt.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
so just before this cross-examination, I mean, clearly based on what you just said there, that it was like seemed like within days. Let's see, wait a second. Let me just double check. When was Colin Gray arrested? I'm having trouble finding it in like something that's not an AI overview. The AI overview says it was the 5th. So, but based on what she said, it seemed like that was like right away. So going back to that whole interview, and it was like, wait a minute, maybe she seemed like she was like being a little bit genuine and it wasn't an investigative manipulative technique. Clearly it all was. Everything was. So if it's can be that hard to tell for us to be questioning it like, wait a minute. I know she's lying as a part of an investigative technique, but I'm still not sure. Maybe she's not, you know, people don't know. People don't know.
Good morning, Special Agent Ward.
Good morning.
I represent Mr. Gray. I'm going to ask some questions. If I ask a question that's ambiguous or you need further clarification, just let me know.
Sure.
All right. So according to your testimony, you first went to Apalachee High School on September 4th.
Yes.
And after doing a couple of responsibilities there regarding clearing the different parts of the school and then meeting with everyone, you decided to relocate to Mr. Gray's residence.
Yes, my supervisor asked me to go conduct an interview.
Okay. So you arrive at Mr. Gray's residence approximately 1:25 p.m.
Yes, it was approximately 1:25 p.m.
And I'm guessing you were not the first law enforcement officer to arrive at that residence that day.
No, when I pulled up, there were other law enforcement personnel on scene.
Okay.
Okay, so he wasn't just
And
sitting there.
at that point, if you know, had law enforcement already gone into Mr. Gray's home?
I was not aware of that at the time of starting his
okay.
interview.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out at what point you arrived. So when you get there, Mr. Gray's sitting on the.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How was she not aware if the police had went in, but she knew precisely what to ask about the poster and pictures on the wall? That doesn't track.
The tail of his pickup truck. So when you get there, Mr. Gray's sitting on the tail of his pickup truck. Is that correct?
Yes, he was sitting on the tailgate of the pickup truck.
All right. And we saw your initial approach. And as you said, GBI agents don't wear body cams. So that was with someone else. However, you were able to start a conversation with Mr. Gray when he was sitting on the tailgate and ask him if he wanted to make a statement. Is that correct?
Yes, I approached him and asked him if he would be willing to do an interview with me.
Which he said he was.
Yes, he did.
Okay. We heard it. It was a very long statement. He sounds like went in the car with you and Special Agent Maddox.
Yes. She sat in the second row, and then I sat in the driver's seat, and Colin sat in the passenger seat up front.
Okay. And then one of you had a digital recorder in order to audio record the interview. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, and I was taking it out of my folder where I had carried it over, which is why there's all that noise.
Begs the question, why the hell doesn't the GBI wear body cam? Like, oh, we don't want things to be seen.
Okay. And just to kind of, because there was a little bit of noise, just to kind of hit some of the high points. You asked Mr. Gray if Colt had been aggressive or physically violent with him or anything like that, correct?
Yes, I did ask about Colt's behavior during the interview.
And Mr. Gray told you that there were instances of that had occurred in the last couple of months.
Yes.
And he indicated, I believe the way he described it in the interview was occasionally Colt would bull rush him.
Yes, he used the term bull rush.
He could see, Mr. Gray could notice a change in Colt's appearance on his face. And that would be a clue that maybe something was coming to Mr. Gray. Is that what he said?
Yes, he stated that he would observe a change in Colt.
And then Colt would bull rush him, which, tell me if this means something different to you, but to me that suggests that he would just kind of charge at Mr. Gray. Is that what your impression was, or did you clarify that?
Yes, I interpret it to mean that he would run at his father.
Okay. And that seems to make sense because Mr. Gray then told you his response in those situations was simply to hold on to Colt or to grab Colt and hold on to him.
Yes. In one instance, he said that he had held on to him until he had calmed down.
Until he would calm down, right? Okay. And there were several times in the video, but just since we're talking about this, where not the video, in the recording, where Mr. Gray indicated that he did not use corporal punishment on the children.
Yes,
right?
He did make the statement that he didn't lay hands on his children.
Right. Or use a belt or anything like that.
Yes.
Though he did certainly comment that that wasn't the way that he was brought up.
Yes, he made that comment.
Now, you also asked about mental health, counseling, things like that.
Yes,
And he told you that he had been looking into getting Colt treatment.
yes. He said he had, in the past week specifically, been trying to get him counseling.
And he talked about speaking to someone at his school.
Yes, he said that there had been emails.
Did he in fact show you one of those emails?
He did.
And told you he had filled some paperwork out to send it to the school so they could get started immediately.
Yes, he stated he had completed some paperwork and sent it back.
Now, in kind of covering everything, he also told you that Colt had complained that he wasn't doing enough.
Yes, he said that he understood that Colt had made the comment that his dad wasn't doing enough for him.
And I believe that was to something he may have said to his mom, or he told his mom he felt he needed to be institutionalized or go in an insane asylum.
Yes, I understood that he had told that to maybe his mother or someone else who had then told Colin.
And Colin's response to that was his impression was Colt was venting.
So Farmer says it's possible Dad didn't know. I'm certain Dad didn't know who the picture on the wall was until he asked his son, and his son told him. So he said that. I would not have known who Cruz was by just looking at one of those pictures. It would definitely not have even triggered for me. But he asked his son again, and then his son said it was the kid involved in a school shooting, and then he didn't ask him why he had it up there.
Do you have that I can look at? Where'd that response?
Sure. I know it's been quite some time.
We just listened to the whole thing, though.
Yes, it says, I'm like, he's just venting.
Okay. And Colin Gray, Mr. Gray, at one point said that he wanted to go through the school because he wanted a independent third party to make an unbiased assessment of Colt. Is that correct? And if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know. I know it's been over a year.
I have the transcript. I was just trying to find where exactly, I know we were discussing the project aware emails when yes. So,
I mean, that's very likely
says,
that they weren't there.
I asked him what the name of the counselor was at the school, and he didn't have it in front of him. He said he would check the email. And then he said that Project Aware was a third party counseling. And I said that I understood that.
And approximately, and maybe this will help depending on your transcript, about 21 minutes and 26 seconds into the interview, he says that his wife and his mother-in-law are somewhat involved in the counseling decisions as well.
He said that he didn't want them to make those determinations, his wife or his mother-in-law, that he wanted somebody third party to do it.
Someone, a third party that didn't know anybody in the family.
Yes, that's what he said.
To make an unbiased assessment.
Yeah, his exact words were to say, this is what we need to do.
Okay. And he talked about being in communication with Colt during this time, whether it be in talking or sending text messages.
When you say this time, what do you mean by that?
Sure. Thank you for asking me to clarify. During the first couple of weeks of school.
Yes, he had been in communication with his son who was living at his house.
And he showed you a text message, for example, that said, it takes a lot of guts to do what you're doing, to go walking back into school after all this time. I said, you're doing this right, and I'm super proud of you. Do you recall him saying that during the interview?
Yes, I'm looking at it in the transcript.
Okay.
Yes, he said that.
Okay. And he gave you several examples.
So I just want to note, because Bob came down and started talking to me. She did not put up a text where he said the blood is on your hands. Did she? A text that dad didn't tell him about. There's blood is on your hands. I don't know if they're like saving that to the end, but it's weird that they would put all the texts he didn't tell her about. Um, hmm. Yeah, but you guys are saying no. But that I remember that. Um, maybe it wasn't dad, or maybe they're saving it. They want to end with it. I don't know.
During the course of your interview with him, of his efforts to be positive with Colt. Is that fair to say?
He mentioned multiple times that he had sent him what he called pep talks.
Right. Even if there was something that he didn't like, Mr. Gray didn't like, such as the dye job on the hair.
When we go to lunch, I
he
will
was still positive.
come to that.
Yes, he
Colt
told.
it looked good.
Yeah,
Oh, I
he
can't
told Colt
leave.
that it looked good.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He did go over some issues he had with Colt going to school and taking the bus to school. Is that right?
What reference are you referencing when you
Sure.
say some issues?
Sure. So, for example, he told you that the normal routine, he would take his youngest son. Personally, he would take his youngest son to school. Is that right?
Yes, he said he took Junior to school personally.
And then afterwards, it would be up to his daughter and Colt to get on the bus themselves.
Yes, that's correct.
And he would have already been gone and on his way to work by then.
That's what he indicated to me.
Okay. And so obviously it sounds like there were some issues with Colt not getting onto the bus.
Yes.
As he was supposed to do.
Yes, there were some issues with him actually following through and making it to the school.
And he told you that he had had conversations with Colt about that.
Yes, he gave me some example text messages where he had talked to him about missing school.
And in the statement, he talked about there could be issues with truancy.
Yes, he made the comment that he would end up in truancy court, Colin would, if Colt didn't attend school.
And when he referenced the issue in August, where Colin Gray referenced the issue in August when his mother-in-law and father-in-law came up to the home, he told you that he had a discussion with Colt.
That's what I'm thinking.
About how you're playing into their hands. You're making it look like I don't know what's going on.
Yes, I'm not sure that it was August. I don't have the date in front of me, but he did make the comment that it was making him look like he basically didn't know where his kids were at all times.
So didn't know if they were in school or not in school.
Correct.
Now, just to kind of jump forward a little bit, he indicated that he bought Colt a rifle for.
I mean, what in the hell is this lawyer doing? He is so boring. It's insane. And I want to know, you have no evidence in your file or that you're aware that on direct, the state asked you if the defendant told you that he had a fight with his mom over a gun, a physical altercation. Now, I want you to know, do you have any information in your file or from the investigation, or you have any knowledge whatsoever that anyone even told dad about that alleged interaction? Like, wake up, use some,
Christmas.
Yes.
Just putting the
And that would
jury
have
to
been
sleep.
in December of 2023.
Yes, he said it was the Christmas prior, so we were in September of 24. So yes, December of 23.
Okay. And the purpose of this was to hunt, deer hunting.
Yes.
I mean, he's trying to highlight the portions of the thing, there was a long interview. People were sleeping during it, some of it maybe. The prosecution did the same thing before they played it, had her speak to specific things that they wanted, that they liked, that they thought was good. But if you do it in such a monotoned way, no one is even, you're highlighting shit is what you're doing. Jack, shit is being highlighted. Like, you got to walk around a little bit. You got to change your tone a little bit.
He indicated that it was for them to do bonding activities.
Right.
To go hunting.
And also to go to the shooting range.
Yes, he indicated
You
that
guys are
they
so
had
bored. You're still
intended to go
talking
to the
about
shooting
pizza
range.
money.
Did he indicate that they had, and I'm about 29 minutes into the interview, did he indicate that they had actually gone to the shooting range a couple of times?
Yeah, we all heard it. Come on. She doesn't know? You know.
Yes, he said, we've gone to the shooting range a couple of times just so he learns gun safety.
So they learned, Colt learned gun safety. They did some range tests.
Yes, he stated that they had done a range test together.
And at some point you asked him, Mr. Gray, where the guns were stored.
Yes.
He told you they were stored in the top of his closet in his bedroom.
Yes, initially he stated that that's where the guns were kept.
Right.
In the top of his closet in his bedroom, but then later he changed that statement.
Right. We'll
I
get to the second
disagree.
statement, but initially he told you.
It seemed like one flowing statement. Like he started to say it and then he was like still talking and oozed right into, but then I remembered there was the one gun that was kept in his room. But I don't know, maybe it was further apart, but it didn't seem like it was by way of further prompting by them calling him out on it. It seemed like he was just saying it.
Top of my closet in my bedroom, clips are separated, nothing's loaded.
Yes, that was his exact sentence.
Okay.
You know, gun safety, guys, earphones or whatever they're called, ear coverings and whatever else he said. That was gun safety. That was gun safety. Earplugs and something else. But no, not trigger locks. No, none of those. None of those. You know. That's the gun safety we're talking about. Earplugs and something else like related to that.
He later indicated prior to school that he had purchased a red dot scope for Colt.
Can you give me a reference of where that would be in his statement?
Oh,
Of
safety
course.
glasses, right. Thanks, MS.
It's almost
Wild
immediately
side.
after he
This
said
is
that
wild
he
side.
kept the guns in the top of his closet in his bedroom, about 30 minutes and 14 seconds into the interview.
Yeah, so he says he bought him a little laser 223 on Amazon so that his scope could be four-sided. That was his sentence.
Okay, thank you. Initially, he told you that ammo was stored in a in a box in the carport.
Yes, it was in a box, he said, in the carport.
Now,
This
as we
is
move forward, he discussed an issue that had come up with his wife, Marcy Gray. I'm
Oh,
gonna
here we go.
forward
Maybe
to
this is
about
it.
34 minutes into the statement he gave to you, where he said that she had made a couple of threats. And it appears to be around 34 minutes and 10 seconds into the statement. That helps.
Could I see it? Because I don't have 34 minutes right here. I have 33 to 35.
Gotcha.
Yes, okay, I see it on my transcript.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yes, she says that, he says she had made a couple of threats.
He did not tell you that Marcy had threatened to kill Colin
No,
specifically.
no, he did not tell me that during the interview.
And he did not tell you that Marcy had threatened to kill Colt specifically.
No, he did not tell me that.
Okay. He just said we were all kind of worried because she wasn't in her right mind.
He's just pointing out that, you know, he's not throwing his whole family under the bus right this second. He also didn't, there were other things he didn't point out, but the things he didn't point out in those texts was his suspicion of his son and the daughter's suspicion of his son once they heard about this school shooting. And if that other text is missing or he didn't mention it, that one too.
Yes, that's what he said.
And he said that Colt was upset about that whole incident.
Yes, he said Colt was pissed about that.
Okay. And he did describe that there were some trust issues between Colt and his mother as a result of her addiction.
Yes, he indicated that there were some issues between them due to issues, he didn't specifically say addiction, but he said they did have issues between them.
Okay. Did he say it was triggering for Colt to see his mom in bed all day, for example?
Well, he stated that it would be triggering for all of the children if their mother laid in bed.
Okay. So that would be all three, Jenny, Colt, and Coley Jr.
Yeah, he said it was triggering for the kids.
You asked if Colt had access to a computer.
Yes,
You asked if Colt had his own cell phone.
yes,
You asked about Colt's use of the computer.
yes,
And you asked if Colin Gray was able to supervise that use or ever go onto the computer to see what Colt was doing.
yes, I did ask him that.
And I believe he indicated that Colt had, he called it codes, but it sounds like he was referring to passwords, that the computer was password protected.
Yeah, can you tell me where that was at?
I can. It might take me a minute as well.
This is where we said he locked up the computer, but not the guns.
That's going to be a little further into the statement. Just kind of get back. Give me 1 second.
Congratulations, law girl.
That's about an hour, 1 minute and 38 seconds into the statement, and I can approach if you need to, if you don't have that specific time.
Okay, I found it.
Okay.
Yeah, so he says that Colt keeps everything coded
Oh,
because he's
Colt.
afraid that I'm going.
Colt locks up the
He
computer.
also indicated that there were firewalls.
He indicated that it was coded, whatever he meant by
Okay.
that.
And shortly after making that statement, did he indicate that he's got all these firewalls and shit where I don't know?
How's that help you, defense? Your son's got all these firewalls.
Yes, he stated that sentence, firewalls and shit.
And if you know for the jury, what is a firewall?
I'm not a computer programmer, but it is a,
Yes, she's just saying that he didn't have access to go search his computer and this and that. So there was stuff that he didn't know, stuff his son was hiding from him. But at the same time, it's like, shouldn't that, alarm you? Although, my daughter's got her phone password protected. They all do. She gives it to me, but I forget.
type of block you can put up on your computer
Okay.
in very layman's terms.
That's fine. Thank you.
Like, that's what they're
And
trying to apply this
So
wild
do
side.
you know, so Colin agreed to talk to you,
Yeah, we know that, buddy.
Yes,
right? He agreed to allow you to take his phone,
yes,
and you had indicated you wanted to download the contents of the phone.
yes,
Sounds like
He allowed you to take
About
Jenny's
done.
phone.
yes.
He consented to the search of Jenny's phone, I guess is a better way of asking that question.
Yes, he did, but we also obtained a search warrant.
Okay. And obviously when you said you wanted to search Jenny's phone, that means extract the contents of the phone?
Yes, we had the intention of downloading it as well.
Okay. He talked about the text that Colt sent him on September 4th that morning.
Yes, he showed me some of the text messages that they had that morning.
Okay. And he indicated to you that his first thoughts were that there had been some issue at the school with someone making fun of his hair,
Yes, he stated at first that's what he thought.
and that may have led to some type of a fist fight or putting hands on each other, I believe he referred to it as.
Yeah, that's what he said he was speculating at the time.
Right. Okay. Going further, just to kind of get into his parenting, he talked about working to improve communication skills with his kids.
Where's that at?
Well, he refers to the bubble. That might help jog your memory.
Yes, he talks about how he
Okay.
created a bubble for them to enter into.
And the purpose of that was to freely communicate with his children about what other issues might be going on in their lives without fear of consequence, repercussion, judgment.
Yes, he indicated that the kids could step into the bubble, if you will, to talk about whatever they needed to.
Okay. You asked him about pictures on the wall of Colt's bedroom.
No, I asked him if he had seen any posters, pictures. I listed out a whole bunch
Okay.
of different things.
And he mentioned that 2 days prior, there had been a picture on the wall. Is that correct?
Yes, do you have a reference of where that was?
I don't, but let me
Okay.
see if
I know
I
what
can
you're talking about.
find it. Okay. And just the important part of that was Colin indicated to you that he did not know who the subject of the photograph was.
Yes, he did not know who the subject of the photograph that Colt had put up where some kind of redheaded rocker had previously been on the wall was.
Right. And the response that he got from Colt was more along the lines of, well, you don't know who that is?
Yes.
You don't know who that person is?
That's what he asked him.
Okay. And later on, it sounds like that same day or very shortly thereafter, the photograph came off the wall, according to Colin.
Yes, according to Colin, the next time he looked in there, the photograph had been taken down, or the picture.
And that's when Colt told him who the person was, or what the significance of the person was.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your role in this investigation, you said you interviewed several other people as well.
Yes, I did.
Were you present for an interview with Marcy Gray?
Yes, I was present for most of the interview, not the entire interview.
Most of the interview, okay. And were you, I'm not sure how y'all define this, were you essentially the lead investigator in this case or no?
No, I was
Okay.
not.
All right. So when you were present for the interview with Marcy Gray, at any point did she tell you, if you can remember, and I only mean obviously the parts that you were present for, did she indicate to you that Colt had reached out to Nicholas Cruz?
Two wrongs don't make a right,
She
counselor.
stated that he had referenced school shootings such as
Right.
Columbine and Sandy Hook,
Right.
and that he had an interest in school shooters. But without you showing me where she said that, I can't say if she specifically said Nicholas Cruz.
I guess the question is, based on your memory and looking at the documents you're looking at, she never told you specifically that Colt had been either in contact with Nicholas Cruz or attempting to contact Nicholas Cruz.
Without going all the way back through this transcript, I cannot answer if she
Okay.
specifically said the name Nicholas Cruz.
Well, I guess the more important question is, did she mention to you that he was in communication with Nicholas Cruz at that
Or
time?
any shooter.
At that time being the weekend prior to the shooting.
Like I said, without me rereading this transcript, I can't answer whether or not she
Okay.
stated anything about Nicholas Cruz specifically, whether or not he had been in communication with him or.
Well, then, before you do that, let me ask you one more question, because it might help when you're going through the transcript. Did she indicate to you during your interview that you sat for with Marcy Gray, did she indicate that she had been searching on her phone, why do parents go to jail in school shootings, or topics of that nature?
Without reviewing this entire transcript, I cannot answer that specific question.
Well, go for it.
Would that have been relevant information for your investigation?
Would what be relevant?
So if she had information that Colt was in communications with Nicholas Cruz immediately preceding the shooting, days within the preceding the shooting, would that have been relevant to your investigation?
Well, at that time, I'm just taking everything she's telling me.
Okay.
So there's no weight of relevance or not at that time, because
Right.
I'm marking down everything that she's telling us.
If she were doing searches on her phone about Marcy Gray, doing searches on her phone about school shooters on or about August 29th, and about parental liability for school shooters on or about August 29th, is that something you would have wanted to know?
Anything that she told me is something I would have wanted to know at that time because of how early it was in the investigation.
Okay.
So anything was valuable that Marcy was telling us about her son.
Okay. So that would have been valuable.
If she had said that to me,
Right.
as with anything else she told me, it would have been valuable.
And had she said that to you, it would be in that transcript.
It would have been on our audio recording.
Okay.
That is the
Right.
exact verbatim account of what she told us would have been on a digital recorder that either I or Amelia Maddox, who was the lead interviewer for that interview, would have had.
Okay. And then the same question for, had she told you in that interview with yourself and Special Agent Maddox that Colt had been communicating with a school shooter in Florida, or attempting to communicate with a school shooter in Florida the weekend preceding this school shooting, that would be on the audio tape?
Yes, if she said something about that, it would have been
Yes.
captured on the audio recording.
Okay. And you have no recollection, as we sit here today, of her saying either of those things?
I have no recollection of that without rereading this to answer your question thoroughly.
Okay. Well, go ahead and just kind of review the transcript and see if you can find anything like that.
I mean, I can take a lunch break, but if you want to have time for that, I mean, I don't know how much cross you have left.
This is it. So I'll leave it to the court. I will ask Agent Ward, about how long is the transcript?
This interview with her was an hour and 19
Okay.
minutes in length, so it would take me quite some time to thoroughly look over this and answer that specific.
All right, so do it on lunch.
Okay.
You're not walking away from this.
If you want a lunch break, I'll take one.
We probably should give the jurors a lunch break so they're not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess till 1:10.
Yeah, you're going to read it, lady. You're going to answer the question. You know, I want to say I take issue with the consent to search, okay? Because when you lie to get consent to search, deception, that is an issue. By saying, you know, I want you to know that, I mean, I guess they didn't lie and say you're not a suspect, but you know, I don't know, maybe that was the subject of a pretrial motion as well, but deception in a consent to search situation does raise, you know, does raise issues. Um, but short of a lie that, I'm going to get a warrant, um, or something like that, the court, you know, not inclined to vitiate a consent to search, which is different than like when you make a statement against yourself. Police can lie all they want. They can tell you they got evidence they don't have, da 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 da. But when you're consenting to a search, it's a different rule. Um, let's see if they said anything else before we break for lunch here.
Thank you.
Nope, that's it. I don't know. I got to figure out if I can get on Bob's stream while we're on lunch. Damn it. I didn't hear when they said to come back. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess till 1:10.
110. 110. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go figure out if I can do that. I will see you guys back around 110. And I might just pause this so that God forbid it starts up before I'm back. We get a little blooping time. All right, see you guys in a bit. Oh, let me just see. All right, see you guys in a bit. Bye. All right, guys, get this thing live. Let people know we're back. We're back. We'll talk about what we have learned thus far. Um, get us live. All right. So, let's talk about what we learned from Dad. Um, because I think there's enough breadcrumbs there now. We know at least 2 days before, he knew his son had a picture on his wall of a school shooter. We know that his son thought he needed to be in an insane asylum, was communicated to him, and that, he nonetheless wanted an independent, assessment, but he knows that. I think we have evidence that he knows his son claims to have been suffering from acute mania. That did come from mom, whether you believe it or not. Uh, wait, did I not? Did I? Is it not Mountain Standard Time? Eastern Standard Time. What? Maybe I keep. You know what? I think I use Bob's. I keep using Bob's stream. Um, there we go. All right, let me hide this. All right. Yeah, I used Bob's dot stream banner. I did that earlier too when it said day. I was like, why does it say day one? Um, so let me fix this too. 110. Sorry. Um, so we've got the 2 days before, we've got his mental condition, we've got, you know, violent, aggressive, or at least aggressive outbursts. Definitely has knowledge that he's having emotional and mental instability and issues. I think all those things known 2 days before, you know, uh, that the state might have met their burden here. Now, the code oh, wait, I'm not looking at I was looking up the gun laws for the kids, but I had up what did I go off of it? I had up the statute for cruelty to children and second-degree murder. What did I do with it? Huh. Hmm. I did, guys. I clearly got off of it. Um, let me pull it back up. Cruelty to children. I think we talked about this before, but it's not gonna be the first degree, which requires malicious. But C, any person who commits the offense of cruelty to children in the second degree, and such person with criminal negligence causes a child under the age of 18 cruel or excessive physical or mental pain. So that gets us there. Um, let's see. Whoops. Mm. And I've gotta take some time to get the jury instructions because they're not available publicly, so but I'm sure I can get them on my Westlaw. Um, I'm trying to see, uh, well, okay, during the trial for felony murder, while in the commission of see, this is I guarantee this hasn't been applied as, like, a transferred sort of intent kinda thing, like, where you're not committing the cruelty, but it didn't say commit, it says causes in the statute itself, but this says, "During a trial for felony murder while in the commission of cruelty to a child arising from the death of a defendant's child from brain trauma sustained while the child was in the defendant's care, the defendant was improperly prevented from cross-examining a person who was in the apartment at the time about the person's history of inappropriate behavior towards the person's own child, including allegations of child abuse, because it was a crucial element of the defense that the person was a likely suspect." Okay, so that doesn't help us there. Um, let's see. Right, they used it when a child watched the defendant unalive someone else. All right, predicated on the offense on that offense with regard to the birth of a premature infant by the defendant's 10-year-old stepdaughter as a result of SA of the stepdaughter by the defendant. Well, which infant, after receiving no medical attention, died within a few hours of birth. Failure to seek timely medical care may be the basis for an offense of cruelty to children. The jury could have reasonably believed that as a result of the defendant's refusal to allow the baby to seek medical care. So it wasn't based on his SA, it was based on his refusal to get the kid medical care. Mm, mm. Evidence the defendant shook a child repeatedly until the child went limp. Very well, that makes sense there. Um, these are all direct situations. Well, in the commission of cruelty, evidence permitted the jury to conclude that the time frame in which the child's injuries were inflicted, including the time before the defendant left for work. I mean, this is just a new application of the law, I venture to guess, you know? But we've got the facts here that I mean, he should have at least suspected he could harm himself. and maybe you don't need to know the direct harm because this has got a negligence aspect or a recklessness aspect. What was I here? Statute. Most of these are first degree, which deal with malnutrition, battered child syndrome. That the child's malnutrition materially contributed to the child's death from battered child syndrome. The defendant's testimony that the defendant made sure there was food because the defendant believed it was the defendant's duty to provide food, and the evidence that there was no food. I don't know. That one I'd have to read. But
Yes, we're starting.
Yes, sir.
We got a chance to speak with Mr. Allen. He indicated that he was planning on filing a motion to basically not allow us to call based on psychiatric things that are going on. So I think we just told him we would get back with him later today, let him know whether he needs to file that or not. So kind of where we are.
my spelling of streaming.
Kind of depends
Ah,
on what the court
steaming.
wants to do about bringing the Colt in and letting him
I'll fix it so next time it's not like that.
here in court. In front of the jury.
And this, so why don't y'all approach?
All right. Well, we still don't know. Let's see.
You know, the fifth here in court. In front of the jury. And letting him, what the court wants to do about bringing the Colt in and letting him, you know, the fifth here in court. In front of the jury.
And this, so why don't y'all approach?
All right. So we're waiting to hear what the judge's ruling is about Colt. If Colt is supposed to go in front of the jury, if he states that he's going to assert his Fifth Amendment right. And I'm assuming the person that they referred to as Colt's lawyer, maybe, was going to file something. But so Alexander had asked before about, why it's like the defendant testifies without being on the stand. The opponent, so the state, can offer any statements of the defendant against him. Your own side cannot. And it's up to him whether he takes the stand.
They good? The jury?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you ready?
Well, the Colt issue remains up in the air.
I kind of thought it was too. He forgets I drive him home.
At your discretion.
Yeah, that's mine.
Is it still 51?
Yeah.
That'll be tested.
Like a little white noise.
You can resume your crossing.
Thank you, Judge. All right, just to kind of orient us back to where we were before lunch, have you had a chance to review the transcript of Marcy Gray for the interview that you were present for the majority of?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Having reviewed that transcript, isn't it true that Marcy Gray never volunteered the information to you that Colt had been actively communicating or attempting to communicate with Nicholas Cruz the weekend before the shooting?
No, she never communicated that with us during the interview.
And she never communicated to you that the weekend before the shooting, she herself had been doing active searches on her phone regarding school shootings, school shooters, and parental liability for school shooters?
No, she did not tell us that information.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're right.
Nothing for the state.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Again, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
State crossing.
Judge, our next witness is a juvenile, so we just ask that we need to proceed accordingly.
All right, so, see what you need here on the first row, make sure if they come in, they know Terry, but WSB, it's gotta be shoulder down or chest down for juvenile witnesses.
Colt
Thank you,
coming
Judge,
in?
and the state calls Jenny Gray.
Oh, Jenny Gray. Spread the word, people. The sister is testifying.
All right, I'm just going to have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to start by just having you tell us your name.
My name is Jenny Gray.
And Jenny, how old are you?
I'm 14,
Okay. What grade are you currently in?
9th grade.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of things you like and that you like to do.
I like listening to music in my spare time, and I like reading.
Okay, great. Jenny, do you have any siblings?
Yes.
And tell me what their names are.
My oldest brother is named Colt Gray, and my youngest is Colin Gray.
How much older than you is Colt Gray?
He's 1 year older.
And how much younger than you is Coley Gray?
Ish, like, I'd say 4.
About 4 years younger,
Yeah.
so a good bit younger.
Mhm.
And then you and Colt are like pretty close in age.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are your biological mom and dad?
Marcy Gray and Colin Gray.
Okay. Does Colin Gray also go by Coley?
Mm.
Okay. And do you currently live in Barrow County?
No, ma'am.
And I don't need you to say their names or anything, but who do you live with now?
My foster parents.
Okay. Do you currently have any contact with your biological parents?
No, ma'am.
And do you currently have any contact with your brother Colt?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time, other than Coley, that you had any contact with anyone in your biological family?
I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. So basically since early September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that your choice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Jenny, I'm going to start by talking a little bit about your life growing up. Did y'all move around a lot with your family when you were growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wait, she said by choice she didn't have contact with who? With any of her family? With her dad specifically? Sorry, I missed it because I was updating the ticker.
And if I asked you to tell me all the dates and specific places and times and stuff, would that be hard for you to do?
Extremely, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back to October of 2023. So that was during your 7th grade year when you moved back up to Barrow County with Colin Gray. Do you know what time frame I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you moved up there during your 7th grade year, who all was living in your house at that time?
My father, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Okay. And was this the same house that y'all lived in up until September of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me where everyone would sleep in the house.
So I would sleep in the master bedroom.
Okay.
And then my father and my younger brother would share a room across from my room. And then Colt had his own room. It was like the smallest one.
Okay. And did you consider the room that was like next to Colin and Coley's room to be Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that room always have a bed in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When it didn't have a bed in it, where would Colt sleep?
When it didn't have a bed, he'd sleep in like our laundry room place.
Okay.
Where our washing and drying.
Okay. Thank you. So you said Colt was 1 year older than you. So was he 1 grade ahead of you growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were in 7th grade, should he have been in 8th grade?
Yes, ma'am.
And when y'all first moved up from Fitzgerald to Barrow County in what would have been your 7th grade year, were there a few months before any of you got enrolled in school?
Yes, ma'am.
What did y'all do during the day during that time period?
We would just sit at the house, and sometimes Coley would go with my dad to his work. But
Okay. Was your dad working full time during that time?
yes, I think so.
Okay. And y'all were just home when he went to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When y'all were just home, you said Coley went with your dad sometimes to work. So sometimes he would go with him and sometimes he would stay home with y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whenever Colin would leave y'all alone at the house, did he lock up the guns in the house or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So talking about that same time frame, after y'all move up here, you said you're not in school for a few months. At some point, did you and Coley get enrolled in school in February of your 7th grade year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What middle school were you going to at that time? Was it Heyman Morris Middle School?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And was that middle school that was right next to the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In Barrow County?
Yes.
Perfect. So you start going in 7th grade. Did Colt ever go to school that first year y'all moved here? So when you were in 7th grade and he should have been in 8th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Colin ever talk about why he didn't make Colt go to school?
Yes, ma'am, but not directly to me.
Okay. Did you ever hear anything that he said about it?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember him being stressed over Colt's mental issues
Okay.
and kind of hesitating to enroll him in that because of his mental issues.
Because of his mental issues. Okay. Thank you. So again, I'm still talking about that same kind of time frame. Tell me about what a normal day for your family would look like back then.
I would go to school and then, well, my dad would go to work and Coley would go to school and then I would go to school and then Colt stayed at the house until we got home.
What would y'all usually do like in the evenings after school?
We just go and do our own thing. We wouldn't really do anything together like as a family.
Okay. So did y'all like go out much as a family, like to the park or the playground, anything like that?
Sometimes, but not every day.
Okay. And did you ever do you remember going to the shooting range with Colin and Colt at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, I'm not going to ask you to tell us exactly when that was. Was that one time or more than one time?
Wow. So she's just refusing to call the defendant her father. So she's just referring to her as Colin. Or is she talking about Colin? I don't know.
That you
Just one
remember.
time.
Okay. And do you remember Colin and Colt ever going to the shooting range again after that time y'all all went together?
I don't remember.
Okay. Jenny, tell me a little bit about how your relationship was with Colt during this time.
We were close. I mean, I definitely think that, he was closer kind of to me more than, our parents or Coley or, friends at school, like that kind of thing.
Okay.
It was definitely close.
Okay. And how was Colt's relationship with Colin?
Weird.
Sometimes it would be good, sometimes it wouldn't.
Okay. Would they fight a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of things would they fight about?
They would fight a lot about Colt not getting his way with things.
Okay. Would that like set Colt off if he didn't get his way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did it look like when we're talking about them fighting?
Sometimes it would be, just yelling back and forth at each other, and sometimes it would be physical.
Okay. And when we're saying physical, kind of describe that for me.
There would be, punches thrown, a lot of shoving, just a lot of contact with each other.
And would that be both ways?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So from Colt and Colin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Colt ever damage anything in the house when he was mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if he put any holes in doors or walls in that house that y'all were living at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember specifically the door to your room, him putting a hole in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And you told your dad about this, and your dad knew about this. I'm sure he did, but she should be asking that.
And what was your relationship like with Colin?
It was all right. I mean, I think I was, close with him, but he definitely thought I was closer than I was with him.
Okay. Would he confide in you about things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Even though you were pretty young at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he confide in you specifically about struggles he was having with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
What kinds of things would he talk to you about regarding Colt?
Mainly just about his mental issues and how he wanted to get Colt help, but he didn't really know how to take that first step. So.
Okay. And how often would you say he would bring that up?
Definitely after they would have fights and stuff. And then if I were to bring it up, he would say that, trying to excuse it.
Okay. Would you say that was kind of a pretty regular topic of conversation in your house?
I'd say so, yes.
Reflection leading.
Did Colin ever talk about getting Colt medication?
Not to me directly, no.
Okay. Did you ever hear him talking about it?
I think I recall him talking to my grandma about it.
Okay.
And maybe like the school, but.
So she was there with the school?
Did he ever just talk about getting Colt into therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that something he talked to you and other people about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever ask for your advice? I know, again, that you were young, but did he ever ask for your advice about what to do with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what you remember telling him.
I remember I was didn't really know how to respond a lot because I wasn't really expecting an adult to ask me advice about that. But
Sure.
when I did give a response, I just, tried to get him to talk to other adults about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about finding safer ways to store the guns in the house? Did Colin ever talk about that?
Yes.
Did he ever do anything to make the guns in the house safer or stored in a secure way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Jenny, we are going to pull up a text message exchange. It's between you and Colin's phone. And this is from State's Exhibit, I believe it's 158. Okay. 158. Okay. So it's previously been put into evidence of State's Exhibit 160. And this is going to be a text message exchange between you and Colin from your phone. from July 3rd of 2024. And we're also going to pull that up on the screen. It's going to show up in front and behind you.
Any issues, Mr. Defense?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Have you reviewed these text messages before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just going to read through these specifically, and I'll ask you, do you remember this exact text conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to read through them, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. So this was from you to Colin. You said, hey, I think he calmed down. And Colin says, he doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this. It's seriously not good.
Thanks, Barely.
Colin then goes on to say, it tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he calls me everything, like he calls me everything in the book. So you said you don't remember the specific text conversation, but is this a good example of kind of how Colin would talk to you about Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He said he calls me everything in the book. Would Colt swear a lot at Colin when he was mad?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you another text message exchange, and this is between you and Marcy. This is from July 20th of 2024. And this is
How is this relevant?
tendered into evidence. It states 160.
No objection.
And looking at that, do you remember this specific conversation?
Faintly, I do. Yes.
Okay, so you remember what's being talked about, but maybe not the exact words?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair? Okay. So I'll read through it and then we'll talk about it. So this was from Colin's phone. It says, Colt had a horrible panic attack last night. And you said, why? He said, not really, or his phone said, not really sure. Basically had to drag him into daddy's bedroom and hold him for like 10 minutes while we did deep breathing, LOL. You said, so he just started like freaking out. And they said he came into the living room and asked us to call 911. Then he just started crying really loud. It scared the shit out of everybody. They then say, I've told him we're taking him to the doctor next week, going to schedule an appointment for when you and Mammy come back so she can drive us. So I know I said that was from Colt's phone, but when you're reading that, who did that appear to be talking?
Oh, my mother.
Okay. And you said you remember the situation surrounding it. Where were you when these texts were going back and forth?
I was at my grandma's house in Fitzgerald.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Colt ever get any kind of appointment like was being referenced there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go back up to Barrow County pretty shortly after that exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. So when Colin was the only adult at home, would you say that he was a strict parent?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever try to control what y'all watched or did on your phones or did on your computers?
No, ma'am.
Where would he spend most of his time? And by him, I mean Colin. Where would he spend most of his time at home?
In his room.
In his room? Mm-hmm. Where would Colt spend most of his time?
In his room.
Okay. And by his room, you mean Colt in his own room, Colin in his own room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I previously referenced there being guns in the house. How many guns do you remember knowing about in the house?
I can say I remember at least 3.
At least 3?
Yes.
Okay. And were any of those guns specifically Colt's gun?
Maybe.
Okay. Were any of those guns kept in Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say maybe, are you not wanting to answer as far as like ownership goes technically?
Well, I'm just confused. Like, I know they gave it to Colt,
Uh-huh.
but I don't know, like, if, like, he didn't buy it himself.
Colt didn't buy it himself.
Someone bought it for him.
Okay. And when you say someone who bought it for him, who gave it to him as the Christmas present?
My dad.
Okay. Did your dad buy Colt other accessories for that gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And where
All
did Colt keep that gun?
In his room.
Okay. And when we say his room again, are we talking about that room that's directly across from the bathroom on the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you concerned about Colt having access to guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection?
Did you ever talk to Colin about that?
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
that's okay. All right.
And did you ever talk to him specifically about taking the gun away from Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever do that?
No, ma'am.
Would Colt keep the door to his room open, closed, or both?
Kind of both.
Both. Okay.
Was there a lock on it?
Did Colin ever tell you why he didn't take the gun away from Colt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever go into Colt's room to talk to him?
Sometimes.
Okay. And did Colin ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Jenny, do you remember a point in time where Colt put pictures and newspaper articles of and about Nicholas Cruz on his wall?
Yes, ma'am.
And what room was that in?
It was in the room across from the bathroom.
Okay. And that's the same room you said he kept his gun in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About how long do you think he had those up for? And I know you're not going to be able to tell me like a specific days or weeks, but what kind of time frame are we talking that it was up?
Definitely over the course of like 3 to 4 months leading up
Wow.
to the shooting.
Okay. So in your memory, several months before the shooting it was up.
Yes, ma'am.
Once those pictures were up? Were they coming up and down, or to your knowledge, were they just up on the wall?
They were up.
Okay. Now, did Colt start going to school finally in the fall of 2024 when he went to Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he go every day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to talk briefly about September 4th of 2024. Tell me, once Colt started going to school, when he did go to school, what was the order that everyone would leave the house in the morning?
So my dad would leave first, and then Coley, and then Colt would, and then I would.
Okay. Is that just kind of by school and bus schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your recollection, is that the order everybody left the house on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to school that day on September 4th of 24?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you first find out that something had happened at Apalachee High School?
When we went in lockdown.
Yeah, Dad lied.
Okay. Do you remember texting with your dad about it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to show you a text message from about 12:20 on September 4th of 2024. And this, I believe, is from States 158. 156. And Jenny, do you remember those text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are those text messages that you were sending while you were in lockdown at Haven Morris Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to pull those up on the screen, and I'm going to read through them.
Up and down the same
So this
day,
is at
Dad.
12:19 p.m. on September 4th of 2024. Colin texted you and said, Jenny, have you talked to your brother? You respond, no, at 12:19 p.m.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then at 12:20 p.m., you said, but I think we're thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. Colin then responds, still at 12:20 p.m. He says, yep, 10-4. I'll be there here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you. You said, I think we're both thinking the same thing. What are you referencing there?
I'm referencing that I knew pretty well that Colt was the one that was doing it, and I knew pretty well that my dad knew too.
Okay. And was that before you heard from any news, police, or anything that it was in fact Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you heard there was a shooting, did you pretty much know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you end up getting home that day on September 4th?
I took the bus home.
Okay. When you got home, was there a lot of law enforcement there?
I mean, that wasn't really dad's fault because the cops just kept ignoring his request to go get his daughter. But he's cooked. He's cooked. He lied. He he concealed the text messages that revealed his suspicion or just straight up gut feeling.
There.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that pretty rough to come home to?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the next day, so September 5th, going up to the tree house to get what was called a forensic interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever gone back and watched that interview, reviewed the recording of it or anything to?
No.
Okay. So,
No, ma'am.
so on that day, September 5th, who drove you to the tree house to get that interview?
My father.
Okay. Was he the only one in the car with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you're on your way in to get that interview, did Colin tell you anything about how you should answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Tell me what he told you.
So he told me, like, if they asked me anything, about if he knew that Colt had problems and that his problems would lead up to this, that I should basically try to cover for him, and specifically about the pictures on the walls. He told me not to tell them that he knew.
All right.
Okay.
Guilty.
And when you say pictures on the wall, do you mean the pictures of Nicholas
Done.
Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the news articles about Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he told you to tell them that he, Colin, didn't know who that was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that contrary to what you had actual knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess, would that not be truthful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach people?
Yeah, it did seem like two different things were said there. One, don't say you know about pictures and newspaper articles being on the wall. Two, don't say I knew who it was. But if the articles are on the wall, I mean, you know who it is. But I think what they're getting at here is a Brady violation because she clearly knew what the answer was going to be. And they might not have had, the updates that when they interview witnesses in preparation for trial and they reveal new facts, they've got to reveal those facts to the other side. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what this is all about. But this is, my suspicion. But either way, he's done. He's done. I mean, we said it before she said this anyway, with just him putting it there, having known about it 2 days before. That was enough. Combined with everything else, that was enough. To me. Had to put this all on his own daughter. Damn it, where's the bloop bloop when you need it? This is a long sidebar, people. Hope it's not a Brady violation. Well, if they're not having the jury leave, then I guess it's nothing.
Jenny,
All right.
I'm almost done. We're talking about that forensic interview you went to on September 5th of 2024. So at the time of the interview, the day after the shooting, did you feel pressure to cover for your dad, Colin?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time of that interview, you were 13 at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what was going to happen with you or with your family?
No, ma'am.
Were you nervous about what was going to happen with you and your family?
Yes, ma'am.
I know the interview was a long time ago, but looking back on what you do independently remember about the conversation, did you kind of downplay some things about your dad's knowledge of what was going on with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that you're in a more stable and supportive environment now than you were back then?
I'll sustain if you want to ask more open-ended why, for instance.
So you testified previously that you now live with your foster parents. How does your home environment now compare to your home environment back then?
We object to relevance.
Well, I think that I'm going to overrule you.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. It's
Right.
definitely
Sorry,
more.
guys. I'm backing it up.
Previously that you know what's going on with Colt. Did you kind of downplay some things about your dad's knowledge of what was going on with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that you're in a more stable and supportive environment now than you were back then?
I'll sustain if you want to ask more open-ended why, for instance.
So you testified previously that you now live with your foster parents. How does your home environment now compare to your home environment back then?
We object to relevance.
Well, I think that I'm going to overrule you.
So I'm just going to touch on that. I think the reason that this is relevant is because you're changing her mental state. You're letting her think for herself, be free of people pressuring her, manipulating her, so that she's had time to think with responsible adults on how to honestly answer these questions. And I think that that's why it's relevant, very relevant, because a child, when they're being manipulated, they need to break free from that so they can think for themselves, get clear-headed and make decisions. So her mind now is clear from that, clear from the stress of that, the pressure of that, and the manipulation of dad. So I think it's very relevant. Keep talking, defense.
You can go ahead.
Okay. It's definitely more stable, more loving, more family-like. We definitely do a lot more things as a family that we never would have done when we lived with my father.
Okay. Do you have a solid support system now?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been in counseling since this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And has the counseling and the support system and the family environment all kind of helped you over the past year and a half or so?
Extremely so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jenny, is everything that you're telling us today the truth and what you independently remember from back then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions. They'll probably have some questions for you though. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a recess to sort through something. I don't know that it'll be very lengthy, but we'll be in recess.
All right, we're about to find out what that was all about. Damn it. Let's just make sure I didn't miss anything. I guess I did.
Yeah, so if y'all just stay close. And Jenny, both Jenny's, she's not done yet, so if y'all just stay close.
We'll just pause what everybody does. A little bit of legal research.
He's going to pause while everybody does their legal research.
This isn't my forte, master.
I went to the law library.
Yes.
He's going to the law library. I mean,
I'll just go ahead and step off.
he's old school. Somebody should be doing this research on a computer right now. But, you know, the older lawyers, that's what they're used to. You go to the law library, you do some research, pick up a book. I don't even know if I remember how to do that anymore. I mean, like, I could figure it out. We did do that in law school. It was before, you know, everything was electronic. But since I've been practicing, actually, when we first started practicing, I do recall going to the law library in Philadelphia. Um, and I don't know if that would be if something came up at court like this, or if there was no Westlaw yet, if I wasn't on it yet. I don't know. Well, so clearly what they decided was we're going to finish her cross-examination, and then we're going to take this issue up. Whatever the issue was that before we were saying is a possible Brady violation. Now, turning to Brady violation, Gina asked, what is a Brady violation? Brady is a United States Supreme Court case that deals with the obligation of the state to turn over all evidence that is helpful, which would include any and all statements made by any witness that is testifying, period, point blank. So I think this is where we're going still. But I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know why they would need to do research. I think they're going to be asking for a mistrial or something. Maybe. Or for something. Did the state put on false evidence? Did they? I think it's got to be Brady. I think it's got to be a discovery violation. But I do not know. I do not know. But that's what happened here. So for I'm assuming when I say I think it's a Brady violation, I'm thinking that the prosecution didn't turn over some portion of what the witness just testified to about I think he came up with the change. And did your father tell you to not say he knew who Cruz was, that he knew who the pictures were of? But I don't, this is speculation at this point, So that was so beautiful, messy ball. The possible Brady violation was if Jenny made additional statements to the prosecution that they did not turn over about dad pressuring her to lie, or dad specifically telling her to say he did not know it was Cruz. I don't know. What happened was, we can go back and watch it while we're waiting. When we do that.
Did he go every day?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
But this is the sidebar. So
How you should answer those questions. Recording of it or anything? Okay.
all right, they're talking about her forensic interview on September 5th.
Do you remember called a forensic interview?
There we go.
Okay. Have you ever gone back and watched that interview, reviewed the recording of it or anything okay. So
No, ma'am.
He said, what was the answer? She repeated it.
so on that day, September 5th, who drove you to the treehouse to get that interview?
My father.
Okay. Was he the only one in the car with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you're on your way in to get that interview, did Colin tell you anything about how you should answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what he told you.
So he told me, like, if they asked me anything, about if he knew that Colt had problems and that his problems would lead up to this, that I should basically try to cover for him, and specifically about the pictures on the walls. He told me not to tell them that he knew what they were.
Okay. And when you say pictures on the wall, do you mean the pictures of Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the news articles about Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so
Here it
he
comes.
told you to tell them that he, Colin, didn't know who that was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that contrary to what you had actual knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess, would that not be truthful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach people?
So I don't know, it was delayed reaction. If it was from that, they let her get out the first part that he told me to cover for him. He told me specifically to say he didn't know about the pictures. Let's get her exact wording there. Because as I said last time, told me not to tell them that he knew what they were. So,
Okay. And so he told you to tell them that he, Colin, didn't know who that was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
didn't know who
Is
that
that
was.
contrary to what you had actual knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess, would that not be truthful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach people?
So that's all we got. And so I'm assuming that could be what it is, but I don't know. We'll have to wait till they come back. And hopefully it will not all be taking place at a sidebar. Oh, wait, make sure it's playing, for God's sakes. That would be right. We are live. Why isn't it doing that bouncy thing when you're like live and you hit fast forward and it goes bloop, 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 bloop? But let me. Just make sure. Wait, is today day 8? I don't know what's going on here. Court TV has something different. Okay. All right. So the defense is in the law library doing legal research at this moment. The prosecution is doing legal research at this moment. The judge may be doing legal research at this moment. And I mean, it's going to take a while in that law library. I wish I knew what to research. But we are all speculating. Could be, like Akasha saying, something completely different, because if it's a Brady violation, I don't know how much research you need, except maybe for the remedy when it requires a mistrial. If the mistrial would double jeopardy attach, maybe all those things. Maybe all those things. Like, because you need to be able to tell your client, right? I mean, yes, we are speculating, so I'm going to leave up Akasha's comment here so that everyone knows everything I'm saying right now is speculation. But let's assume it was a Brady violation. You need to be able to tell your client whether the Brady violation, a mistrial based on a Brady violation. Hold on a sec. Because not every Brady violation is gonna like automatically prompt the double jeopardy. So, you know, if they decide it was done, um, if you could argue that they did something improper for the purposes of prompting a mistrial, double jeopardy can attach, but this would not be that scenario because there'd be no reason why the prosecution would want a mistrial. Like, unlike Karen Reed, in Karen Reed, I thought they could have made that argument. I like screamed it from the X machine. Like, this seems like you could argue that they intentionally did these things. I can't remember which one of the disgusting things I was screaming that about, whether it was but whatever, because they wanted a mistrial because they could have lost, you know. But here, when you've got this, everything's going in line, falling in place now for the prosecution, which is why I got to wait till the end. Um, um, wait, okay, Bobby ordered us lunch. Guess I should offer to go get it since but we're in the midst of some serious shit. Let Bob sneak off again. We don't know what could happen. I'd hate to be in the car and all of a sudden they come back. But you know, it could have been all the things, virtual, all the things. uh the I think no, this was from the first trial. This was from the first trial. So did wait, right. So this is from the first trial would have been like either the inverted video or I don't know, tons of stuff that they could have been doing on purpose. But here, everything's falling in place for the prosecution. Their case has come together swimmingly. Uh, that is some seriously damning evidence that came out from the daughter, obviously. Um, damn it. No blooping. How exciting would it have been if we just could have bloop right to whatever argument. I'll be so pissed, y'all, if they come on and do this argument at a sidebar because it seemed he's having like the court reporter stand up and follow them. See, do we have any supers? No. Nope. So I gotta start following my own rule. Only answer supers. But, we do this every day and a lot of you in here are in here every day. So I guess I can't do it. Can't stick to that. But I don't have a lot of faith in this judge. I've heard some really bad rulings. But maybe this could be about them wanting to now get in her statement, them wanting to play her statement. That could be the other thing. Like, they could have been like that. No, 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 no. She said this or she said that. There's parts of that statement that make it clear that this came from her. I don't know what those could be. That would require some research about whether it's a prior inconsistent statement, which it wouldn't be because she's saying she lied then because her dad put her up to it. So there would be nothing inconsistent about that. If they want to get it on to show her demeanor so that the jury could decide for themselves whether she's being truthful now or she's being truthful then. If they want to argue that she's pressured now, she has been the reverse of what the state is saying, like, oh, you got clear-headed, and the defense wants to argue, no, she got brainwashed to testify against her father. She's being pressured to stand for the community, to stand for the victims, and now she's saying things so that people don't attack her and because people have pressured her that she's got to come clean for the victims. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that this could be an argument that they're making. So they could be researching, some basis for admission of her recorded interview, um, based on this assertion that she was told to lie, so that the jury could decide whether it's a lie or not. Um, Man, I wish they were showing us what the lawyers were doing. I'm shocked there's not one of the someone on the defense team researching on a computer on Westlaw and Lexis, instead of just letting old man do it in the law library. Jenny thinks that the defense didn't know she would say she lied. I mean, that not saying that she lied altogether, I feel like the objection would have come a little sooner. But it's possible. It's definitely possible. Um, Now let's talk about what I would have talked about had this not. I was about to pause it to start talking about how to handle this cross examination, but then we heard that the judge was saying words and like breaking. But you know, this is a delicate cross examination. A delicate cross examination. Obviously, all of you know this. All of you know this. How do you handle it? How do you, let's say the state, like you'd have to, with very kid gloves, just say things like, you talked about you being in a more nurturing and loving relationship, have people talk to you about the importance of you know, telling the standing up for the victims here. I don't know, like maybe something like that to kind of imply it or infer it, but it's a real tricky situation. I don't know. I don't know how I'd handle it. And they don't even have a girl on the team, which make it a little bit easier to have that soft touch with her. Uh Boring guy. Guess he handles it. Who knows what'll happen. Um Bobby is not getting us pizza, but by the way, someone asked, he's getting us tacos. So, but not from Taco Bell Spitfire. No, not for us. You can keep the Taco Bell. And Tracy can keep the Taco Bell. She's probably probably a lot of people eating tacos this Tuesday. Oh, Richens broke for lunch. See, but Bob can't get onto this stream unless he gets on like through Safari. He can't do it on Chrome, which is what we're using. But he's probably, now that they broke for lunch, going to get us lunch. So, Law Girl, where are you? Where are you? Somewhere on the East Coast, I assume. I feel like my family has like not been keeping me updated on what is going on. Like I reached out to some friends in New York. They all have power. I know my cousin let me know how much snow he had. A neighbor actually helped him get out of his spot. Let's see. Where is Law Girl? Rhode Island. Oof. Ah, thanks, virtual drawer. Yay. Yay. Go get those tacos, Bob. Just from actually a chain taqueria, Chipotle, because it just opened up right around the corner from us. So we don't have to drive to like one of the good places when it's that close. I mean, it's like a 4-minute drive versus a 15-minute drive. It's a go get like legit. It's like closer to legit. I don't know if they have those. Not Chipotle. What did I say? Cilantro. Sorry, not Chipotle. Cilantro. I think they might have those all around. Bob hates Chipotle. It's like I don't know if it was like a like I have the theme song in my head and I can't think of the cartoon show. Oh, here we go.
Just basically under 17, 6, 7, the discovery statute.
There you go.
It does say that if the state has anything in writing, then they have to turn that over.
It's
I
fucking
think we need
sneaky.
to call the witness back in, ask her if during the time that she was giving this statement, if anybody was taking notes. I think notes would qualify as writings.
You don't think that'd be attorney work product? Like
No.
attorneys taking notes?
What? No.
Well, if somebody's giving a statement and you're taking notes, then I would think that that's taking down a statement. So
No. You better look at some federal law on this. They can't
we
just
got
not write
one
notes.
versus the state, 278, Georgia 479.
278.
Turning notes over basically good.
Georgia Supreme Court, 471, is that what you said?
278 Georgia 479.
Ms. Fort?
Yes, sir. Pursuant to 1716-1, statements of a witness specifically exclude notes or summaries made by counsel. So any notes or summaries that we make are not included
No.
in any statement
Bullshit.
that we are to provide. There are several cases
Better look under Brady.
that support that, and that's just the statute. And to act like that we would have to turn over any note that we wrote in the
Yes.
statement would mean that the defense would have to give us every statement that their defendant gave them. So that is patently ridiculous to act like.
Okay. Even if they don't have to give their written notes, they need to provide the information. They need to create a note and a disclosure and say what it is she's going to get on the stand and testify to. This is complete and total bullshit. This is a sneaky, deceitful, old school prosecutor trick. We didn't take a note. Fuck you. I'm going to pull up some cases because this has been an issue. This has been addressed. Because they used to get away with that shit all the time. Oh, we didn't take any notes. What if I did that?
That is the rule.
Even if I don't take a note, I have to disclose what the hell it is my witness is going to testify about.
The case that they cited, although OCGA 1716-7 requires the state to produce any statement of any witness that is in its possession, custody, or control of the state, that requirement applies only to statements that have either been recorded or committed to writing. That statutory obligation is not triggered when a witness merely makes an oral statement. And again, this was in a meeting with us prior to trial. that she
No,
made this
fuck
statement. Under Grabowski versus State, 234, Georgia Appellate Courts, 222, failure of the state to produce oral
These
and
guys need more
unreported statements
time.
made by the murder defendant's brother to the police did not violate the state's duty under OCGA 1761. In Hines versus State, with regard to a caseworker was allowed to testify to additional recollections. The caseworker realized about the defendant's statement that she had not written in her summary, but were oral, because that oral statement did not trigger any sort of production by the state. So the law, case after case after case, is very clear that the state does not have to provide an oral statement that a witness made to us. And I think if that were the rule, again, then every time Colin Gray gave the defense a statement, then they'd have to turn that over to us.
No,
Which they
that's
clearly don't.
wrong,
So,
asshole.
I think that is not the law, and to act like that we have committed some sort of discovery violation is just not true.
Well, the difference, Judge, is that here is a witness who's given a forensic interview. That's the only thing that we had.
Yes,
A forensic interview. Now, based on them having the opportunity to have this witness come into their office, take notes about things that she says now, I lied about in the previous statement. I can't imagine that the state would not be obligated to turn that over to us if they have notes concerning that issue. And that's basically what Hunt is talking about.
we read this first.
It doesn't deal with just all witness statements. It's a statement that is being, the original statement was a forensic statement, and now the person is coming in saying something totally different. That takes it out, puts it in a totally different realm.
There's no exception for if someone makes a forensic interview statement and then tells counsel in a pretrial meeting that makes it a different legal argument. It's the same legal argument. She gave a statement. She told us something differently that they knew. They knew she told us something differently. It was written in a motion that their defendant or their client had told her to hide evidence. They were going to call a witness to talk about her changing her statement. So they knew she was going to change her statement. They gave her an act like they had no idea. It's disingenuous.
What do you all say to that?
That's
It doesn't
different.
give us any specifics at all.
What are you saying is the remedy?
A mistrial.
I think the remedy, Judge, is to disallow the witness's testimony. Or at least give us the opportunity to have what she's going to testify to so that we can properly get ready for cross-examination on her. That would be the bare minimum.
Well, she's testified to it, Your Honor, so they have it. So again, he is not providing any actual legal argument. It's just, this is the way things should be done argument, and that is not a legal argument, and that is not a legal requirement. And to act like we were supposed to do something that we are not, again, it is not, it's disingenuous to act like that. So we're not required to give over an oral statement that a witness gave us in trial preparation. Like the statute actually says it.
No.
And he has not said any sort of case law that takes us out of a witness statement that is notes from counsel, or a witness statement does not include notes from a counsel. So if he has a case that says that, then okay, but they don't.
I think that's what Hunt said.
Well, we read on.
Here's a case in Georgia. The government argued that it is not required to disclose the interview notes. The 11th Circuit does not require the government to choose interview notes. Rule 16. These are different. This is about interview notes of the defendant that are not exculpatory.
And just to confirm for the record, in the state's place, it's saying they have no written statements from Jimmy.
Correct.
These were statements that were made in interviewing her for trial.
Correct. And I mean, I am sure took notes. I don't have an independent recollection. I'm sure we took notes.
Yeah, there you
Daniel
go.
and I, but she made no written statements. She signed nothing. That statement was not recorded in any manner.
I understand the unfair surprise argument. Although I do also believe you all have a potential witness to testify about Ginny changing statements, and I don't know any real details about that. But I don't believe the law requires the state to provide notes of the attorneys that they made while
No, but
interviewing the witness.
the details,
Certainly, these are things that you, as part of what cross-examination is for, you can flesh all that out on cross. But haven't been given any legal support to say that the state was required to turn over an oral statement made to them preparing for trial by a witness, even though that witness had given law enforcement a prior recorded interviews. But anything else you'd like to put on the record with respect to that?
you need more time.
Judge, it's obvious, the state said that there are notes, and that's what I think we need. I feel like that certainly the case law will bear that out under Hunt. That if you got notes and they're different from what a witness previously
Yes,
testified,
different.
then they should be turned over.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have you'll go ahead and conduct your cross-examination. I'm not gonna release her from the subpoena. And if y'all give me a case that says that their trial prep notes, as far as her statements, should have been turned over, then, we can address.
The details of it,
turning those over and recall.
even if not the notes themselves, they have to
Thank you.
put it in writing,
All right.
reduce it to writing.
Bring the jury for, or doesn't matter which one. Bring her first. Now you can bring the jury.
Yes, sir. You're ready.
When the words left my mouth, that this should be a short break, I was regretting it as they left. All right, Cross, Mr. Hobbs?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gray.
Good afternoon.
My name's Brian Hobbs, and I'm Colin Gray's defense attorney. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, if I ask a question that doesn't make sense or is confusing, please let me know. I
Yes,
want to
sir.
make sure we're on the same page and you understand what I'm asking you.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, this shooting incident happened on September 4th of 2024. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were interviewed and gave a statement to Miss Alicia Chandler on September 5th of 2024. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
That would have been the day after the shooting,
Yes, sir.
much closer in time to the shooting, obviously, than today.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's been described as a forensic interview. Do you know what a forensic interview is?
No, sir.
They probably didn't tell you we want to bring you in for a forensic interview, for example.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who you met with?
No, sir.
Does Alicia Chandler sound familiar? And if it doesn't, tell me it doesn't.
No, sir.
Okay. Like I said, this is over a year ago. There's probably some things you remember, and there's probably some things you don't remember. I'm going to ask you some questions about the statement you made on September 5th, and let's just see what we can figure out in terms of what you remember about that statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you would have been 13 years old at the time,
Yes, sir.
and that means you would have been in what, 8th grade?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told us you were going to Heyman Morris Middle School at the time.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you were living at the house on, what was the street that the house was on? Do you remember?
No, sir.
You were living with, who else lived in the house with you? Let me ask the question that way.
My father, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Okay. Not your mom.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, your mom would visit occasionally, or your mom visited one time?
Yes, she visited occasionally. Yes, sir.
Occasionally. Okay. Did she ever stay there for an extended period of time? And by extended, I mean more than a day or two.
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if your mom stayed there the summer before your 8th grade year?
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what it was like when your mom stayed there?
Yes, sir.
What was it like?
It was kind of chaotic at times.
More chaotic than when mom wasn't there?
Kind of the same.
Kind of the same. Okay. And do you recall an incident where your mom and Colt got into a big argument?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember a time when they got into a big argument over the gun?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember your father texting you to find out what happened in this argument over the gun?
No, sir.
Do you remember any arguments where Cole pushed your mom to the ground?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I can't remember, sir.
Was it when you were a little kid, or was it when you were 13?
I was 12 to 13 years old, sir.
12 to 13 years old. Okay. What happened in that argument where your mom got pushed to the ground?
They got in an argument. I can't remember what it was about, but it ended with Colt going to his room and then my mother following him and trying to go and follow him into his room. And Colt didn't want that, so he pushed her out.
Okay. So your mom did go into the room.
Yes, sir.
Colt didn't want her to go into the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the argument, if you remember, did the argument start when Colt questioned your mother about the time she came up here threatening to kill him?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if when your mom went into Colt's room, she tried to take the gun?
Yes, sir.
She did try to take the gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So after that incident, did your mom leave shortly thereafter? Do you know why she left?
No, sir.
Do you know if she left because she wanted to, or did someone say, come pick her up, it's time for mom to go?
I can remember her parents coming up to our house and taking her
Your
back.
parents, right?
Yes, sir.
And who were they?
Deborah, Paul Amos.
Well, I lied. Let's go back before that. When did you start living with your dad full time?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember why you started living with your dad full time?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
I think it was because of my mom's drug use. And they didn't want while she was using drugs, so
Okay.
they sent us with our dad.
Do you know, is that DFAX or someone else?
Yeah, I think it was
And Fitzgerald,
Yes, sir.
okay, picked you up.
Yes, sir.
And then he took you up to Winder.
Yes, sir.
And then you guys lived in Winder with your father, you and your brother, younger brother, Coley Jr., lived with your father and Colt here in Winder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you guys all lived in the same house.
Yes, sir.
You had your own bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Did you have your own bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And did anybody else share a room?
Yes, sir.
Who shared a room?
My father and my younger brother.
Okay, so your father, and that would be Coley Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you refer to him? I want to make sure. Is it little Coley? How did you refer to him?
Just Coley.
Okay, so your dad and Coley shared a room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your dad let you have the master bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now we're going to go back up to September of 2024.
Mhm.
So your dad takes you to do the forensic interview.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was he present during the interview?
No,
Was
sir.
he sitting next to you or anything like that?
No, sir.
So you were in a room by yourself with the interviewer.
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody else in the room with you?
No, sir.
Could you see your dad when you gave this interview?
No, sir.
Okay. And the interviewer asked you questions about yourself.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She probably asked you how old you were.
Yes, sir.
She asked you what school you went to.
Yes, sir.
Did she ask you what you liked, music or anything else?
Yes, sir.
So kind of started off getting to know you a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then she probably started asking you some questions about your family.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? Did they ask you about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you what he was like?
A little bit.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that he could be twitchy?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be annoying?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be chill?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be closed off?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he used to like playing video games?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to play video games with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you remember, did you guys ever play Minecraft, for example?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember about Minecraft?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if he ever created a server for just the two of you to play on Minecraft, he being Cole?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Have you ever played Minecraft?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. All right, so there is a game called Minecraft,
Yes, sir.
but you don't remember playing it with your brother.
No, sir.
Okay. And let's see. You said that during the day, your dad would go to work usually. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Then you kind of gave us an order of how that went. You said that Coley, your youngest brother, he would go to school first.
Yes, sir.
Would your dad take him to school?
Yes, sir.
So dad would leave before you and Colt would leave.
Yes, sir.
So it was up to you and Colt to get on the bus yourselves.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said Colt's bus came first and then yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to describe your dad?
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that your dad is energetic?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying your dad's positive?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying your dad's happy all the time?
No, sir.
Okay. They asked you about moving several times. Did y'all move a lot?
Yes, sir.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you about all the different addresses or anything like that. Now, you knew a little bit about why you guys moved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with financial issues?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with your mom's issues?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes you would stay with your mom And sometimes you would stay with your dad,
Yes, sir.
and then sometimes you might stay with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling them that sometimes your mom would go back and forth between living in one house with you guys and then also living with grandma as well?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Fitzgerald?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you moved up here to Winder, you said, well, you didn't say what the date was. Do you remember roughly the date you moved up here?
No, sir.
It's okay if you don't. But you moved up here when Defect said your dad had to come pick you up.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? Okay. Sometimes it's easier to remember events than dates. All right. Now, once you came up to Winder, would your grandmother come up here and visit you?
Not a lot, but
Okay.
I'm
So
sure
a lot can mean a lot of different things. What's a lot mean to you?
I'm sure she's come up at least like once or twice, but it wasn't like, every other weekend or something like that.
Okay. So in the time you lived up in Winder, you think grandma came to visit once or twice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not every month, for example.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when you gave this statement in September of 2024, did they ask you about how everyone got along in the house?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you remember, how did your dad and Coley get along?
I remember they got along pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, they were close.
Did they ask you how you and your dad got along?
Yes, sir.
And what did you tell them, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did they ask you how you and Colt got along?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you told them?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if you told them whether or not he was annoying or pestering?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you told them that you were scared of him?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you told them whether or not he put a hole in your door?
No, sir.
Put a hole in the wall?
No, sir.
Do you remember if they asked you about whether or not people get in fights in the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying if fights to you are arguments or fights to you are physical altercations? Or are they both?
They're both.
Okay. So when you say fights, you can mean arguments, but you can also mean physical stuff as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The arguments that were in your house, did they involve you? Like, were you one of the people arguing?
No, sir.
Was Coley one of the people arguing?
No, sir.
To have an argument, you usually need to have two people, right?
Yes, sir.
So the only two people left in the house are your dad and Colt. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's where the arguments were.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they every day?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer in September of 24 how often these arguments took place?
No, sir.
And since we know that your mom was up there at least one time or some of the times, were some of the arguments with your mom?
Yes, sir.
And I should clarify that. Not you and your mom, but your mom and Colt, for example.
Yes, sir.
Your mom and your dad, for example.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in regards to these arguments that Colt liked to instigate
Yes,
these
sir.
arguments? What does instigate mean to you?
To just, kind of add like fuel to the fire almost.
Add fuel to the fire. Okay. If you remember, did Colt ever start these arguments?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling the interviewer in that statement of September 24 that Colt could be mean?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying he would talk about how his life was a struggle?
No, sir.
About how he hates his dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt didn't like the fact that he had trouble with bullies?
No, sir.
Did they ask you if you knew anything about the bullying?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt had been transferred to a different school because of the bullying?
No, sir.
Do you remember that telling the interviewer that Colt could get really frustrated about stuff?
No, sir.
That he could get really angry and yell out stuff?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer he used to yell that he hates you?
No, sir.
That he hates his dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember if he yelled anything else at your dad or anything at your dad when they argued?
He would cuss a lot.
Colt would cuss a lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that during these arguments, you might just go into your room and put your headphones on?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether or not you told the interviewer that Colt had threatened your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the arguments between Colt and your dad usually started because Colt didn't get something he wanted?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you say something he wanted, what are we talking about? Like, what would he typically want that maybe would start an argument, if you can remember?
I can remember a lot being about like his gun, like accessories for it and stuff.
Like accessories for his gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he might ask your dad for an accessory for your gun and your dad would say no, and that would lead to an argument.
Yes, sir.
And you would have told the interviewer that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of accessories they would argue about?
No, sir.
Now, you have testified today that there were physical fights between your dad and Colt.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And did Colt ever charge at your father?
Yes, sir.
And what would happen when he did that?
He would fight back. Like,
What would your dad do in response?
he would fight back.
Your dad would fight back? How?
Yeah.
Specifically?
He would just try to get him to stop, like, you know, push him to the ground, stuff like that.
Okay. Would he ever put him in a bear hug?
Yes, sir.
Grab and hold him until he calmed down?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said earlier in describing physical altercations, are you saying your dad would make a fist and try and hit Colt with his fist?
Yes, sir.
And you would have told that to the interviewer when they asked that question in September of 2004, right?
If I can remember.
Okay. Colt would try and punch your dad?
Yes, sir.
Would you have told the interviewer that?
I don't remember.
Okay. What would happen when your dad made a fist and swung at Colt? Would he hit him?
What do you mean?
Well, you said your dad would make a fist, right?
Yeah.
and that they would punch at each other, right?
Yes.
So what
sir.
would happen when that happened? What did you see?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that you never saw your dad hit Colt?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad kick Colt?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad choke Colt?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer any of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that in these altercations, once Colt would calm down, typically he would end up throwing something?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that there were usually stages to these fights?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer there was a fight about a month before school started between your dad and Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't really know about anything Colt was doing on his computer?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was very watchy about his privacy and stuff?
No, sir.
Was Colt concerned about the privacy on his computer, to your knowledge?
I think a little bit, you know.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would use burner accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would delete his accounts after a week or two?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know why he would delete his accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the names of his
He needs to confirm when she says yes, she remembers telling the interviewer that it was true, because we've already got her saying she told incorrect, false, untrue statements. So every time she says, yes, I do remember that, and you have to say, and that was true, or, you know, because he said, and why did he do that? Instead of saying, and you told them that because he did in fact delete his accounts. Yes. Come on, buddy.
accounts were just random combinations of letters and numbers?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would be on websites like Tumblr,
No, sir.
websites like YouTube,
No, sir.
Twitch,
No, sir.
Discord,
Yes, sir.
Of
Pinterest?
course she remembers that.
Yes, sir.
And you told them those things because it was true. Most of what you told them was true.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on Pinterest Colt would make boards about like inspiration and vibes?
No, sir.
People that he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Aesthetics?
No, sir.
Do you know who some of the people would be on his Pinterest board?
Not by name, no.
Do you remember Colt talking to you about school shooters?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would act as if you knew who they were,
Yes,
these
sir.
shooters. Did you know who they were before he told you?
No, sir.
Were you interested in any of those folks?
No, sir.
Would you act like you were when you talked to Colt?
No, sir.
And you didn't tell the interviewer that? You did not tell the interviewer you would act as if you were interested when he told you about the school shooters?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. You remember telling the interviewer Colt would act like that kind of stuff was normal,
Yes, sir.
that it was common knowledge?
Yes, sir.
I hope he's keeping track of what she says no to, so he can try to get the video in.
You would say that some of the stuff that he would put on the Pinterest boards, did you tell the interviewer he would also print out photos of them
Yes, sir.
or print out articles
Yes, sir.
and stuff like that and put it on the walls?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into the computer room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad usually never goes in there?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer why Colt would change his account so much?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the interviewer it was because he was nervous about police?
No, sir.
That he was nervous about the FBI?
No, sir.
That he was eerie about that kind of stuff?
No, sir.
That he would try to avoid anything that's connected to them?
No, sir.
That he would try his best to hide himself?
No, sir.
You didn't tell any of that stuff to the interviewer?
Not that I remember, no.
Not that you remember. Okay.
No is much better than not that I remember.
Do you remember telling the interviewer
You shouldn't be asking, do you
that
remember?
the account names were just clusters of numbers and letters and stuff that Colt used?
No, sir.
Did you tell?
That his usernames or account names were just random sequences of these different letters and numbers?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling them that?
You
No, sir.
didn't tell
Okay.
them that.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would watch stuff on YouTube?
No, sir.
Did
You
you
don't remember
tell?
telling that he would watch court videos?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer he would watch footage of other people?
No, sir.
Asking did you remember and did you say are two different things. So what do you want, a refresher recollection, or do you want to get it in as a prior inconsistent statement? Sometimes he did it right. Did you tell them this? Are people not hearing sound? Did you tell them that? And then otherwise he's like, do you remember telling him this? Do you remember telling them that?
You don't remember telling the interviewer Colt would watch videos of people he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer what he would watch on Twitch?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would talk to you, Colt would talk to you on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Discord was one of those that he routinely changed his name very quickly, his username?
No, sir.
He's fucking up.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would look stuff up about different people on Reddit?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would have friends that he spoke to on Discord?
No, sir.
This is crossed.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on the morning of the shooter that Colt was acting kind of different?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell? Or he should just be asking the question.
Do you remember?
Was Cole acting different? If she said no, sir, but didn't you tell that to the investigator, to whoever he keeps saying? And then if she says no, sir, that's impeachment. And you just keep asking, do you remember?
Remember telling the interviewer that Colt told you about making a video?
Yes, sir.
Why did that seem strange or weird?
I forgot, sir.
Do you remember when Colt left for school that morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing a big piece of poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Was it wrapped up, the poster board?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hat on top of the poster board?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if the poster board, and I think I just asked this, but bear with me, the poster board stuck up out of the backpack?
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
Did you think that was strange? Did he have this giant poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been in school at that point?
What do you mean?
Right. What do you mean?
So, no, you're okay. That's fine. September, when did school start?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Had you been in for like a couple weeks?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, had Colt been going to school consistently or not consistently at that time?
Not consistently.
Okay. Did you ask Colt about the poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if he said anything about what it was?
He said that it was for a project at school.
Did that seem strange to you?
Not at the moment, no.
You said that, do you remember telling the interviewer that you and Colt would text each other a lot?
No, sir.
Did you guys text each other a lot? And a lot's one of those weird words that can be different. Did you guys text?
Yes, sir.
How often would you text each other per day? Let's just use a one day as an example.
We wouldn't text every day, but when we did, it wasn't like long conversations, I don't think.
Okay. Did he ever text you any memes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific ones?
No, sir.
I know he's not about to blame her.
You said you saw pictures in, and let me ask you this. You said you saw pictures on the wall that Colt had put on the wall.
Yes, sir.
What room was that in?
It was the room across from the bathroom.
Across from the bathroom. Okay. Did you know were they photographs of people?
Yes, sir.
Did you know who the photographs of the people in the photographs were?
Not by name, but I knew that they had something to do with shootings.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't know who those people were?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we know, buddy.
Do you
told her to
remember
lie.
telling the interviewer that Colt wouldn't talk around that kind of stuff around your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was allowed to be around guns?
Yes, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt and his dad would go to the shooting range sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that they would go to the range once a year, something like that?
No, sir.
Do you think it was more often?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
Fair to say you weren't there every time they went to you wouldn't know of every time they went to the shooting range?
And do you remember telling the interviewer that the guns were long guns that they would go to the range with?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that when Colt would get into these arguments or fights with your dad, he never had the gun?
No, sir.
Did he? Ask her. He didn't have the gun when they got in these fights. Say it.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that you and your dad had had a conversation about Colt having anger issues?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you were talking to your dad about trying to find him a therapist?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad was very close to having a therapist or counselor set up for Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation with your dad about Colt being suicidal?
No, sir.
About Colt being homicidal?
No, sir.
Wanting to hurt someone else?
No, sir.
Do you remember having conversations with your dad where he said he was worried about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever nervous around Colt?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer you were nervous after arguments with Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad wanted to get Colt on medication?
Yes, sir.
Did your dad want to get Colt on medication? That's the question.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would talk to you about looking up these people he looked up to?
No, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt tried to be discreet about it?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer when she asked you about the shooting on the 4th that you could kind of see it coming?
Yes, sir.
And you told her that you could see it coming because when he left on the bus, you saw the open book bag.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? You saw the poster board sticking 1.5 feet, 2 feet out of it, right?
Yes, sir.
He had had a weird attitude that morning.
Yes, sir.
And then after he left, you told the interviewer that you went into his room, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that after Colt left, you went into his room and didn't see his guns anywhere?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You testified earlier that you're living with foster parents now.
Yes,
And
sir.
I don't want you to tell me any information about them or where or anything like that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You said the state asked you to compare your home life now to your home life then, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that your home life now is more loving.
Yes, sir.
You said it's more stable.
Yes, sir.
You said it's more family oriented.
Yes, sir.
You're in therapy or counseling now.
Yes, sir.
You said that you're not in contact at all with your old family.
Yes, sir.
That includes your dad, right?
Yes, sir.
Your mom,
Yes, sir.
your grandparents.
Yes, sir.
And don't tell me where you're currently in school.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And don't tell me what it is, but isn't it true that the last name you have in school is not Gray?
And Judge, I'm gonna object to that. I don't know why that's relevant.
It's going to go to bias.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Can we approach?
Yes.
He's not asking the name. What's their problem? Now all of a sudden they're using the sound machine? Jeez. So the state does know how to approach when they damn well want to. You missed a lot, Stephs. I don't know where you left, but it's been a lot. It sounds like the defense wants to argue that she is doing everything to separate herself from her family, which would include testifying in a way that results in a conviction. Let's see if we have any booping. Is that live? I just don't know how. I'm still just dumbfounded on how the prosecution and the judge all think that even though they don't have to turn over their actual notes, that they don't have to disclose statements that she makes that are inconsistent with her prior statements, that are new, that are different. Just dumbfounded. I think they are going to try to argue to the jury that she's trying to alleviate her own guilt. Or they were getting all that in about, well, you like had a suspicion and it made sense to you because you saw the way he left, you saw the bag, you saw this, you saw that the gun was gone. But dad didn't have all that knowledge. Because they're going to fuck themselves if they try to argue. I hope he doesn't forget to ask her if they were taking notes. How many people were there? Who was there? Do you see them in the room? How many times did you talk to them? Was there a police officer there? Was there anyone in uniform there?
Talk about, on the 5th,
What? Turn it back on. Mm. The judge said he's going to let her testify, and then the defense finds something overnight. They can re-raise the issue. DB. He cited this Hunt case. I should have tried to look that one up. Hmm. I can't find that one right now. Hmm. Mm. Oh, let's see what you guys are saying. Sorry, I was trying to find that specific. They said that they failed to turn it over, that during trial prep, the witness told them that she lied and that they never disclosed that. That they never disclosed anything she said to them in the prosecution's trial prep interviews. And that they'll take it up on Monday. I mean, tomorrow. Hold on a second, guys.
I don't know what to do now. I don't want to come home and
Sorry, Bob's dad was lost. What did Syke say she heard? I think they're still at a sidebar. No, I mean the case law, the law is clear. They're full of shit. But I was trying to find that Hunt case that he specifically said. I just don't remember what the site was, but that was what the the defense relied on. Maybe they did take a recess. Um, let's see what they said. If they said anything. Oh no, they had it muted. That's right, the whole time, so we don't know what they said. I forgot. God, sitting in a chair all day is pain in the ass. Yes, virtual. It was muted. But yes, the jury did go out because they stood. But I just didn't. Yeah, took a break. I do need a stand desk. Maybe getting back on my ball will help. I don't know who switched my chair out. Maybe Bob did when he recorded something. Oh, it's right next to me. The ball is right next to me, Trace. But Alexandra, the problem is the guns because of the lack of education around responsible gun ownership and the inability to control that anyone's actually, even if they are educated, either getting themselves educated or following that education. Guns need to be gone when there's juveniles in the home that have any sort of mental health concerns, issues, whatever. We said there's red flag laws in some states. Hey, my birthday's in a week. A week and 5 days. So, guess I'm getting me a stand-up desk. Oh boy. I don't know about a stand-up. I don't know where I'd even put a stand-up desk. So I could just recapitulate. I mean, no matter what they do at this point, there's nothing they can do to this child to get the jury to believe that she's lying when she says, "Dad told me to lie about him seeing and or knowing um, that Colt had mass school shooter on his wall. Period. Period." He admitted it. I don't even need her to find him guilty at this point. He knew for 2 days. He knew for 2 days. I did not have frozen shoulder. I just have achy shoulder right now. Stand by. Gonna stretch. I feel like they need to just call it. Defense needs to do some research. I mean, I have no idea what the defense is planning on doing. Are they planning on impeaching her? Just asking questions that the jury is going to be told the defense's questions is not evidence, I don't even see how it could be setting an appellate record. Because I don't think they laid the proper foundation for impeachment. I mean, he's done. He's done unless this jury basically goes against the law, nullifies and says, no, I don't think that a parent should be responsible when that happens, because I don't want to be responsible when that happens. You know? I forget what state was Crowley. Wait, Marjorie Smith is 16? She born on leap year? Don't have a birthday this year? I mean, that'd be a lot. Crumbly was where? Crowley. No. Oh, Crumbly. Whatever, the other one with the parents who let their kid have access to a gun despite his cries for help and mental health issues and writings. Michigan. I mean, Michigan's pretty gun friendly. They got a conviction there. I mean, the state should have absolutely disclosed it. Gonna risk throwing the whole case away by not telling the defense that she completely changed her story? That everything she said might be false? And the defense hasn't even attempted to establish what parts are false. So most of what you told the investigators or you said during your interview was true, correct? I mean, in a super nice way, you know? Like, you haven't even tried to establish it. You know. Mm. Well, I don't know how long they've been gone. Wait. Not that long. Like 10 minutes. I guess that's if they're taking a 15-minute one. Yeah. Huh. Anybody find? I swear it was Hunt. This case. Hmm. 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 Well. Well. See what you guys are saying. I gotta stop looking. I mean, I don't know if this is what the defense might be trying to, establish. Um, but I think that so Tamer Spoon asks, another thing to think about with cases like these is when would the parents of a mass shooter not be liable? If the kid got through the safe and trigger locks, are they still liable? Where's the line? Well, that would be a clear line if the kid got through those. But I think without the mental health issue, I mean, but technically, It should just be if they're not put away, period. If they're not locked up, period. But Georgia's Georgia statute said um, for gun possession. Oh, tell me I did it again. Got off the see what I do. Hmm. Yeah, apparently I again closed out the statute I had up for let's see. It's the cruelty to children. Possession of a handgun by persons under 18. So, notwithstanding under the provisions of this part and except as otherwise provided in this code, it shall be unlawful for any person under the age of 18 to possess or have under such person's control a handgun. Then it says what the fines are. And then it says, except as provided in subsection D of this code, the provisions of subsection B of this code shall not apply to any person under the age of 18 who is none of these count attending a hunter education course, engaging in practicing use of a firearm at an established range, engaging in organized competition, hunting or fishing pursuant to a valid license, if such person has in his or her possession the valid license and has permission of the owner to be on the land, or traveling to or from any activity described there. All right, then it also says any person under the age of 18 who is on real property under the control of such person's parent, legal guardian, or grandparent, and who has the permission of such person's parent or legal guardian to possess a handgun. So there you go. In your own house, they can possess a handgun. Any person under the age of 18 who is at such person's residence and who, with the permission of such person's parent, possesses a handgun for the purposes of exercising the rights authorized under other codes. Now, this exception doesn't apply to any person under the age of 18 who has been convicted of a forcible felony or a forcible misdemeanor or has been adjudicated. So if you're a juvenile, you're not technically convicted, you're adjudicated. That's just basically the word for convicted in the juvenile system of committing a delinquent act under which would basically constitute a forcible felony if they were an adult. So, you know, but there needs to be some more here in D. It shall not apply to people who have appointments for mental health, inpatient mental health treatment. You know. What is going on? Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Okay. I was like, oh, we do have time. Oh, no. You guys. Oh, boy. It's right here. It's a regular break.
Just to kind of recap where we were, you do not remember telling the interviewer that after Colt left, and this is going back to that September 5th, 2025 interviewer with Miss Chandler. You do not remember telling her that after Colt left, you went into his room and didn't see the gun anywhere.
I do not remember, sir.
Okay.
Did you go into the room?
Have you spoken to the district attorney about this case before today?
Here we go. He's ending.
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
More than
once?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
More than twice? Keep going,
Have
counsel.
you discussed this case with other court officials?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Court officials? What does that even mean? More than once? Yes. More than
When was
twice?
the first time you told someone that your dad had asked him to cover for you?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you that if your dad wins this trial, you may not be able to be adopted by the family you're currently with?
No, sir.
Do you hope to stay with the family you're currently with?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know if you hope to? Do you want to?
Are you saying today that you lied to that interviewer in September of 2024?
What do you mean?
When you gave that interview in September of 2024
Did
to
you
Miss
lie?
Chandler, did you lie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you lie about everything?
And when was the first time you told someone that you lied?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right. So you're currently in a situation where you have a more stable family life.
Yes, sir.
It's more loving.
Yes, sir.
It's more family oriented, I think you discovered. You
Yes, sir.
described it.
Yes, sir.
Less drama,
Yes, sir.
less chaos.
Yes, sir.
And you'd like to stay with the family you're currently with.
Yes, sir.
And you've broken off all contact with your old family.
Yes, sir.
And you certainly don't want to go through life known as the sister of the school shooter,
Yes, sir.
or the sister who knew that he had taken his gun to
Ooh.
school and didn't tell anyone.
And yeah, I'm gonna object to that.
Specifically, what's the objection?
I mean, I think he's badgering the witness. I don't know that it's relevant. It's just an inappropriate question.
Goes to
Definitely
bias.
relevant, but
It's a,
And staying in your current situation, that's all a lot easier if your dad's convicted at trial, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, sir. That's what it speaks. He's
no.
She can leave, as I mentioned earlier, she'll remain under subpoena until,
Tomorrow.
for now. You're free to go.
You remain under subpoena. You can't talk to anyone about your testimony. Give her some more admonishments, Judge.
State can call us next week.
Oh, God.
You raise your right hand, please.
Let's express our outrage. I'm sorry. I needed to pause for outrage. Outrage pause. He did not just do that. He did not just do that. We all knew that's what he was going to, and he didn't even have her answer it. He just asked it. The objection was overruled and he didn't have her answer it. Oh. Oh. I don't know. I think it's a point that he could have made in closing without asking the witness, without saying to her, you do not want to be known as the kid who let her brother leave, blah, 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 whatever the fuck he just said. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, remember Ember says, don't attack her for it. I mean, he was trying really hard because she was doing a lot of dodging. I think he finally just said, fuck it. I mean, and she is stuck in a rock and a hard place. And living story worlds, I know you're upset with that, but it's not fair to blame the dad on his lawyer's technique and style here. Um it's not it's not I honestly think it's a fair argument, but I think it's one you make in closing. It's not one not only was it, you know, thoughtless to the child, hurtful to the child, but I would have never asked that. I would have asked the other questions. I think it was completely fair. You want to stay with this family. It'll be easier if your father is convicted. I mean, he crossed the line, you know, with you don't want to be known, you know. He could have made that very argument in closing, and we talked about that before he even he even did it. Um, but I hear what you're saying. Living story worlds. You say, do not harass my child. But maybe he didn't know that the guy was going to harass the child, you know, and doesn't mean the lawyer is going to listen, you know. I don't think that the look, she put the nail in his coffin because see, so Tara says, did the prosecution have to put her on the stand? It made their case stronger. That is true. Um, because she says, "Dad told me to lie," you know? So, that's but when we talk about he admitted knowing it 2 days before, you know, it only takes that one day to lock up the guns, you know? Oh, boy. Well, let's see what we got next.
Swear testimony you have matter not pending for the. And if you could introduce yourself.
So, the only thing I can think of that they have saved to go after this child is that text message as the blood is on your hands. I mean, it's got to be what they're closing with. But they said they had like 4 witnesses. And they didn't call 4 witnesses. They got 2 more.
The jury.
My name is Jason Smith.
Thank you. Could you spell that last name for the court reporter?
It's Smith.
What? Could you tell us what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a criminal investigator with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 16 years now.
Okay. And what are your duties? What do you do for there?
So we are assigned. It can be anything from responding to the actual scene when something first occurs to being assigned a case much after patrol has gone. So we have a thing called a queue. And our cases are most typically assigned to us, but if it's a big case, we'll respond to scene.
Okay. I want to take your attention to September 4th, 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you doing that morning?
That morning we were just coming in and doing like we normally do, just come in, review our emails, go through phone calls, begin working our cases, calling people when we received a call of an active. I'm sorry, one second.
Okay, take time.
When we received a call of an active shooter,
Tell me about how that call came in. What was the mechanism of that?
so that actually came through on the radio. We listen to the radio throughout the day, so we can hear when calls like that come in. Certain people in the building had access to an app called Syntegix. So certain people received it on their phone, but the way that we kind of found out in CID was over the radio.
What does CID stand for?
CID is the Criminal Investigations Division.
So that's the other investigators and you?
Yes.
Okay. So when you find out over the radio, what do you do?
We immediately left there, ran lights and sirens to Apalachee High School, which is approximately 5 miles from the office.
Okay. And what did you see when you arrived at the school?
So when I arrived at the school, there was a large number of people.
I just want to pause it right here to say, I mean, I don't know if the defense's plan is during their case in chief to call the person who made that, the forensic interviewer, and authenticate the recording and then play the recording as a prior inconsistent statement. That would require a lot of editing because some things she said yes, some things she said no. I still think that the question of do you remember is different than asking, do you remember telling this to someone is different than asking, is this a fact? Did you go into the bedroom and see the gun wasn't there? Do you remember telling someone you went into the bedroom and the gun wasn't there? There's two different questions. But he did no impeachment. He did no, refreshing of recollection. So he might be planning on introducing it as a prior inconsistent statement during their case in chief. But he also didn't ask her if things were true. We talked about that as well. She said she lied. He just left it at she lied, but she didn't confirm which things she said that were true and which things she said were a lie, because it's not a prior inconsistent statement when she says, I lied, and then you don't kind of clarify what's what. But I don't know.
Sorry.
Crying? Aw.
Were you one of the first to arrive? Would you, people have referred to like waves?
Yeah, so I would say that I was in the second or third wave of people that arrived. There was a large number of patrol cars.
Where did you park your vehicle?
There was a large number of patrol cars going in the school, and I didn't want to wait to get up to the school. So I parked down by the softball field.
Okay. And how did you enter the school?
I entered the school near the attendance office. I ran through the kind of the atrium there where the flagpole is out front.
I was going to show you this map. I'll probably just pull up the main map.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, full. Yeah, okay. So I'll get you a pointer real quick.
Okay.
She can use this to kind of describe what we're talking about. So where did you enter at?
So I entered. I believe the attendance office is somewhere in this area, so I would have entered right around here.
Okay.
Nearest to the cafeteria entrance.
Okay. When you arrived, did you understand whether or not the school had been secured yet, or was it still in the process of being secured, or what did you know about that aspect of it?
The last thing that I heard over the radio was that they had one suspect in custody and was unsure if there was a second shooter.
Okay. So y'all were still actively trying to secure the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do?
So I went in and I got a briefing from some SROs that were already there. They were allowing us entry into the school and kind of letting us know, giving us updates. So I paired up with some of the SROs and went around and cleared the north and west areas of the school.
Okay. And when you were clearing, what were you finding?
Basically, where we were going through and looking for, is there another shooter? Are there injured persons in this classroom? Just kind of making notes along the way as our observations and relaying that back to people that were in other parts of the school.
Okay. When you were arriving at the different classrooms, were the kids still in the classrooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were y'all checking and then leaving, or were you escorting the children out at that time?
At that time, we were just mainly kind of in a secure mode, making sure that there was not another active shooter, and just clearing the classrooms, making sure that no one had barricaded themselves in a classroom with the children.
Okay. At some point, were you approached and asked to do something else?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that.
I was approached by my supervisor, Lieutenant Jason Wilkerson, and he asked if I would conduct an interview with the suspect that was in custody.
Okay. And where was he located at on that map?
The suspect was located on back on this referred to as J Hall, which is in this area right here. And I believe the classroom was 2.139, and this is the area that we conducted the interview in.
Okay. How was he dressed when you saw him?
I believe he had on a white shirt, a pair of khaki pants, one shoe, and he had blonde hair.
Okay. And where did you do this interview with him?
We did this in a nearby classroom, the classroom that was closest to him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, did he give you his address?
He did.
Okay. Did you relay that to other people?
I did.
Okay. And did you notice at that time any scarring on his arm?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Okay. After interviewing the suspect, where did you do that, Tom?
After interviewing the suspect, I went to the command center, which had been set up in the media center of Apalachee High School.
Okay. And did you tell the people there what had been told to you by the suspect?
Yes, sir. I spoke with the GBI, the sheriff's office, and the FBI.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
At that point, I left the area. I went back to the area of J Hall, which is on the back portion of the school. And I went through and I conducted a walkthrough of the crime scene with Special Agent Daniela Stewart of the GBI.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
After that, I went to a nearby classroom and reviewed video surveillance footage of the shooting itself.
Okay. So after talking to the suspect, walking through the crime scene, and then reviewing the video footage of the crime, what did you do at that point?
At that point, I left, came here to the Barrow County Courthouse and secured 4 warrants for the arrest of Colt Gray.
Okay. And what were those warrants for?
Felony murder.
Okay. Did you do a follow-up interview with Colt Gray later?
Yes, sir.
And where was that interview located at?
That was done at our Criminal Investigations Division at 233 East Broad Street.
Okay. Is he now in different clothing than when you saw him before?
Yes, sir.
And what is he wearing now?
Now he is wearing a gray and white striped jumpsuit, which would be indicative of someone who had been booked into a county jail.
Okay. At this point, had y'all gotten hold of a cell phone that belonged to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by y'all, I mean law enforcement?
Yes, correct.
Did you ask him for the passcode for that cell phone?
I did.
And did he provide it to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And did you provide that information to other investigators?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. At this point, did you notice anything about his physical wellness? I guess that's the way to put it.
During this interview, I noticed that he had, I believe it was 4 horizontal lacerations that had healed on his left arm.
Okay. Did he say where he got these from or where it came from?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit 184.
I mean, he didn't give an answer. The answer would be hearsay. So it's the same that
Actually, we recognize what that is.
Yes, sir. That is the suspect's upper left arm.
Okay. And did you take that picture?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did they accurately reflect the condition of his arm at that time?
Yes, sir.
This time I intend to take exhibit number 184 into evidence.
No objection. All right, 184.
Okay. Does that pretty much sum up your September 4th, 2024?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. I want to move forward to September 5th, 2024, the next day. Did you meet with Kelsey Ward with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did she brief you on an interview she had had with Colin Gray from the previous day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you also briefed on an interview with Marcy Gray done by the GBI?
I was.
Day? Okay. What did you do at that point? Did you go somewhere?
Yes, we actually went to a forensic interview located at the treehouse, which is approximately 500 feet behind our building.
Okay. And what is the treehouse basically?
The treehouse is a child advocacy center here in Barrow, and they have forensic interviewers on staff that can interview children in a kind of a neutral, non-leading manner.
Have you been there before with children in cases you were working?
Yes, sir, many times.
Okay. When law enforcement goes, do you go into the interview with the child?
Not into the interview. We view the interview from an adjacent room on a CCTV.
Okay. And are you able to see what's happening in the room and hear what's happening in the room in real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Okay. Did you talk with Jenny Gray before she went in there, or did you introduce yourself to her at all, or are you just kind of in the background?
No, I would have gone straight in and spoken with the staff at the treehouse.
Okay. Do you know who it was that brought Jenny Gray to the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was Colin Gray.
Okay. Did you interact with Colin Gray at all at the treehouse?
I did after Jenny's forensic interview, yes.
Okay. And what happened in that interaction with him?
I asked Colin Gray if he would accompany me back to the Criminal Investigations Division to conduct a follow-up interview.
And did he agree to do that?
He did.
Okay. And was that voluntary?
It was.
Okay. Where was this interview? Where did it take place?
So it took place in an interview room within the Criminal Investigations Division. It's an audio and video recorded environment, and it has soundproof walls. And there's a couple of chairs and a desk.
Okay. And who was in the interview with you, with him?
Myself and Colin Gray.
Was there anyone else in there?
Not inside that room. There were other individuals that were viewing the interview from another room at CID on a closed circuit television.
So kind of like the same concept as at the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And did he do that voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Did you give him any hope of benefit for speaking with you?
No, sir.
Did you give him any sort of fear of injury if he did not?
No, sir.
Okay. In your honor, at this time, I would play the interview, but like I said earlier, the interview was 2.5 hours long. And it'd probably be better if we played it through instead of playing some today and some tomorrow.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to start a 2.5 hour interview right now. The continuity sake, it may benefit you to hear it all in one piece rather than part today and part tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day and go in early evening. Continue to refrain from doing any research about the case, looking up anything about it, stay off social media, stay away from the news. Have a good evening. Good evening. See you in the morning.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We talked about big notebooks and needing some time to go through any objections. What day are we talking about for that?
It should be tomorrow, but a lot of that
Sorry,
depends
guys.
on how long investigators have to take. I
Call from Scout School, her teacher.
assume we'll start tomorrow, though. We may not finish.
Have y'all gone through them? Are we able to take up any of that presently?
No, we've gone through part of Colin's, we've gone through all of Marcy's. Colin had 3 though.
And
Was there, were there other ones besides those 2 parties?
and there was Colt's and
Colt's.
Jenny's, but I think to expedite it, I'm
Jenny's
going to, reading right now. I have the exact text messages that we're introducing, we've been kind of cut down.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
And the exact website searches that I can give them today and talk through, what other stuff we plan on getting into.
Yeah, she got
today.
herself
That
in
way,
trouble. That's
if
what Scout
anything
did.
goes back to.
How much time do you think we need to sort through objections and rulings? Trying to avoid dead time with the jury here tomorrow.
I mean, just for most of the text messages that are not with the defendant have already been introduced through other parties, and we may reference them here. But I think the majority of the messages are with the defendant, so I don't think there will be much objection to that. There are searches of the defendants, there are phone call logs, Marcy's searches that we've already gotten into with her. And then, Ms. Gilliland is also gonna go, or Investigator Gilliland is also gonna go through some of the financial records that we just introduced through Investigator Hyatt. So a lot of it, I think, is not, I'm not the defense, but, I don't anticipate there being a
Of
large
course you
number of
don't.
objections, so, but, I won't speak for them.
And I realize they don't know exactly what all we're talking about necessarily. Do you think a 30-minute delay is sufficient? Like if I told the jury
9:30?
meet at 9 so that we would start court at 9:30?
I think that should be fine. Like I said, I can talk through with them.
I mean, the thing's 2.5 hours, but you'll probably go through lunch till lunch comes in.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We could do it, give them a long lunch
After,
I don't know that long lunch benefits them a whole lot.
because they can't go anywhere.
No, I think-
Yeah.
yeah, I think,
I think 30 minutes in the morning will be fine, and then if there's anything that we do need to take up, we can also take up at lunch, unless you want longer.
no, I was gonna suggest it might be better for the jurors, because I do anticipate investigators that did quite a lot on this case. So his cross may be a bit longer if it's a 2.5-hour video. Plus the rest of the direct, that kind
God.
of gets us closer to lunch, meaning the cross is gonna go into the afternoon. It might be better, the juror might like to get out early as opposed to coming in later, I guess is what I'm getting at. Now, it depends on how much stuff they're going to give us. And I think after today, there's going to be some text messages from Jenny that we're going to want to try and get into, but we have to discuss that after.
Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and tell the jury, instead of meeting at 8:30, meet at 9. So y'all are meeting 30 minutes later. We're gonna start court at 9:30 is the plan as far as the jurors go. So have them meet at 9. We'll meet at 9 o'clock, understanding the juror will probably be here at 9:30. Y'all can spend a little time this afternoon, maybe get through some of it.
Right.
And then we'll just go from there. But that'll at least give us some lead time to work through it. Maybe all of it, sure not, but, okay? So, have them meet at 9, Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Can you hold charges tomorrow?
No, I'm going to get it tonight,
Okay.
unless they have a ton of stuff and keep us here all night.
Okay.
It sounds like they don't, but who knows after today.
Anything else for us to do first officially? I realize y'all have to talk and look at things. Okay, all right, we'll adjourn, we'll start at 9, work through any objections. Start this, please.
Mute. That's it. That's all we get. Well, tomorrow could be interesting or might not be interesting. You know, I think I missed the end of this, and um, Scout's social studies teacher called and said that she's been disciplined, and have I seen this email, and I'm not responding to it, and he needs me to respond to it, and I'm like looking for it, and I was like, the email doesn't really explain what I was like, well, what did she do? And he says, well, she had a pass to go to the bathroom when she can't, or she had a pass to come into my room. And when I asked her, do you have a pass? She did a little dance before she handed me the pass. And I just was like dead quiet. Like, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard. But I mean, I get it, don't prance around in school, I guess. And he goes, I mean, I know it's not a big deal. But a little immaturity moment. Well, then why did you have to officially, discipline her and send like this is your like second mark against you? So he asked for the pass, and she's like, all right, all right. So, but he had me worried. I thought there was like something serious. And then when I was like just dead silent, he knew that I did not think that was a big deal. Like, lighten up, buddy. I don't know. Maybe she did like a whole song and dance, but that wasn't the description that I got. So, there's somebody I need to thank from yesterday. Got Paige and Alexandra, new members. Aw, family hugs. Thanks, guys. Welcome. Not So Zen Jen says, thanks for double streaming and give me that family hug. All right, family hug. Not So Zen Jen. I know Bob sent me a screenshot yesterday of someone who. This guy did not send me the screenshot. Anybody do a dual thing? I literally said to him, don't forget to send me the screenshot right now so that I can thank that person tomorrow. And he acted like he was doing something on his phone, but he did nothing of the sort. Nope. Unless he put it here. Nope. Well, somebody sent a Venmo, I think it was. And you, gracious person, I'm very thankful. Person I cannot thank. I think I got everything else. Holly and Molly, Cody, I know I said family hugs to y'all. Not sure if I got Heather Stew. Thank you for your continued support. Love watching trials with you, Allie. Oh, well, thank you. Aaron MS, thank you for your generosity. And Not So Zen Jen, thanks for your generosity. All right, guys. I think I'm just gonna hide in the room and listen from the sidelines instead of getting on with Bob. We'll see what happens. I had a very restless night of sleep. But I will see you guys tomorrow. And I think we're still going to start at 8:10 because they're going to start at 9. So maybe I'll push it because if they end up not having too much to talk about, jury's not getting there till 9:30. So I'll put it up there. All right. Thanks, mods. Thanks, all of you. And see you tomorrow. Bye.
Heart